Welcome to Graven Stories. Turn off the lights, put on your headphones, and prepare for a story you won't forget. If you love true horror, subscribe now, because tonight darkness is waiting. Location: Big Bend National Park, Texas. Date: October 14th, 2009. The desert night was so clear you could see the bones of the universe. Daniel stood outside the Panther Junction Ranger Station, coffee mug warming his hands against the October chill, and stared up at a sky so dense with stars it looked like someone had spilled salt across black velvet. The Milky Way cut a luminous river from horizon to horizon, and somewhere out there, maybe 40 miles south where the park met the Mexican border, a team of university researchers was setting up telescopes to photograph tonight's lunar eclipse. He'd been a ranger at Big Bend for 6 years now, following in his father's footsteps. Miguel Torres had walked these same trails for 23 years before retiring. And before him, Daniel's grandfather had worked for the Park Service back when Big Bend was still raw and new, barely carved out of ranching land and Mexican wilderness. 3 generations of Torres men keeping watch over 800,000 acres of Chihuahuan desert, knowing its moods, respecting its dangers, understanding that the desert kept secrets in ways that forests and mountains never could. The desert was honest in its hostility. It didn't hide what it was. A place where water was scarce, where the sun could kill you as surely as any predator, where the landscape itself seemed designed to remind humans of their insignificance. Daniel appreciated that honesty. He'd grown up in Alpine, close enough to Big Bend that the park had been his backyard, his playground, his education in humility. His radio crackled. "Unit 3, this is dispatch." Daniel keyed the handset. "Go ahead, Carla. Just confirming. You're still planning to check on the UT Austin astronomy group tonight?" "That's affirmative. They're set up at the old Mariscal mine overlook. I told Dr. Chen I'd swing by around 9, make sure they have everything they need. Eclipse starts at 10:47 p.m., peaks at 11:23. Should be quite a show. If you're into that sort of thing." Daniel smiled. He was, actually. There was something about celestial events in the desert that felt different than anywhere else. The sky was so big here, so overwhelming. During the day, the horizon stretched forever in every direction, mountains in the distance looking like paper cutouts against the pale sky. At night, the stars pressed down with such intensity, it felt like you could reach up and touch the ancient light. "Have a good patrol. Stay safe out there." "Always do." Daniel finished his coffee, rinsed the mug, and gathered his gear. Flashlight, first aid kit, water, always extra water, even for a short trip. Radio, GPS, his service pistol, which he wore more from regulation than any expectation of needing it. The dangers in Big Bend were sun exposure, dehydration, the occasional mountain lion or rattlesnake, not the kind of threats that required firearms. He climbed into his truck and headed south on the main park road, headlights cutting through darkness so complete it seemed to have texture. The desert at night was a different world. Sounds carried for miles. Temperature dropped 40 degrees from the daytime high, and animals emerged that you'd never see in daylight. Kit foxes, ringtails, nightjars, bats. The nocturnal residents of a place that was too harsh for most life during the day. The drive to Mariscal Mine overlook took 40 minutes, the last 10 on a rough dirt road that wound through ocotillo and creosote bush. Daniel's headlights occasionally caught the reflection of eyes, probably javelinas, maybe a coyote. The road climbed gradually, rising toward one of the many mesa formations that dotted this section of the park. He'd always loved this area. The overlook sat on a limestone shelf that gave views across miles of desert to the Chisos Mountains in the west and the Sierra del Carmen Range in Mexico to the south. During the day, the landscape looked like Mars. Rust-red dirt, ancient volcanic formations, stone that had been here for hundreds of millions of years. At night, it became something else entirely. A place where you could feel the curve of the earth, the rotation through space, the thin membrane of atmosphere that was all that separated you from the infinite void above. His grandmother would have hated that thought. Mama Josefina had been full of warnings about the desert at night. Stories passed down from her own grandmother who'd lived in a village near Boquillas before the park existed. Don't whistle after dark. It attracts things. Don't stare too long at the stars. Something might stare back. And never, never ignore the cry of La Lechuza, the owl witch. The bruja who took the form of a massive owl with a woman's face, who flew on silent wings and called out to people in the voices of their loved ones. If you heard La Lechuza crying, someone was going to die. If you heard it call your name, that someone was you. Daniel had listened to these stories as a child with the mixture of fascination and skepticism that all children felt. His father had dismissed them as superstition, folklore, the kind of tales that arose in isolated communities to explain the unexplainable. But Mama Josefina had been deadly serious. She'd made Daniel promise when he told her he was going to work at Big Bend that he would respect the old warnings, that he would remember some things in the desert were older than names, older than borders, older than the people who thought they understood this land. He'd promised, of course. You didn't argue with Mama Josefina, but he'd never quite believed. In 6 years of night patrols, he'd seen owls, great horned owls, barn owls, the occasional elf owl. Just birds. Beautiful, efficient predators, but just birds. The overlook came into view, and Daniel could see the astronomy team set up immediately. They'd brought serious equipment, 3 large telescopes on sturdy tripods, camera rigs with long exposure capabilities, laptops showing star charts, red-filtered flashlights to preserve night vision. 4 people moved around the equipment, making final adjustments. The group leader, Dr. Victoria Chen, waved as Daniel's truck approached. He parked at a respectful distance to avoid kicking up dust that might settle on their optics and walked over. Victoria met him halfway, pulling off gloves to shake hands. She was in her early 30s, Daniel guessed, with sharp eyes and the kind of focused energy that came from doing work you genuinely loved. Ranger Torres, right? Thanks for checking on us. Just Daniel is fine. How's the setup going? Perfect conditions. 0 cloud cover, minimal atmospheric distortion. This is exactly what we hoped for. She gestured at the telescopes. We're doing a comparative study of lunar eclipse photography across different atmospheric conditions. Big Bend gives us some of the darkest skies in the continental U.S. You picked a good night for it. Daniel looked up. The moon hung enormous and white in the eastern sky, not yet touched by Earth's shadow. Eclipse should start in about an hour and a half. We'll be ready. Victoria introduced him to her team. Mark, a graduate student with an impressive beard. Lisa, a postdoc who was already reviewing calibration data. And James, an undergraduate who looked simultaneously excited and nervous to be on his first real research trip. Daniel did a quick safety check with them. Yes, they had plenty of water. Yes, they knew the nearest bathroom facility was back at the ranger station. Yes, they had his radio frequency if they needed anything. Yes, they understood they needed to pack out all their trash and not disturb any of the archaeological sites. There were ancient pictographs in some of the rock overhangs around here, petroglyphs that predated the Apache and Comanche, left by people whose names were lost to time. We'll be here until about 2 a.m., Victoria said. The whole eclipse sequence, plus some post-totality imaging. Then we pack up and head back to our campsite at Cottonwood. I'll check back with you around midnight, make sure everything's going smoothly. Appreciate it. Daniel started back toward his truck, then paused. The desert was quiet. Too quiet. Usually at this time of night you'd hear things. The yip of coyotes, the buzz of insects, the rustle of small creatures moving through the brush. But tonight there was nothing. Just silence, vast and heavy as the darkness itself. He looked back at the astronomy team, busy with their equipment, oblivious. Then he looked up at the sky, at that overwhelming sprawl of stars, and for just a moment, less than a heartbeat, he felt something he couldn't name. Not fear, exactly. More like recognition. Like the feeling you get when you walk into a room and know someone's been there just before you. The air still disturbed by their passage. Daniel shook it off. He was being ridiculous. Too many of Mama Josefina's stories in his head. He climbed into his truck and headed back down the dirt road, planning to complete a circuit of the backcountry sites before returning to check on the astronomers. He didn't see the owl watching from the top of a dead mesquite tree, its silhouette wrong against the stars, too large, shaped in ways that no owl should be shaped. He didn't hear the soft sound it made. Not a hoot, not a screech, but something closer to a woman's voice humming a lullaby in Spanish. Words so old even the language had changed around them. But Victoria heard it. She looked up from the telescope alignment, frowning. "Did you guys hear that?" Mark glanced over from where he was setting up the long exposure camera. "Hear what?" "I thought I heard..." Victoria trailed off. What had she heard? Singing. It was gone now, faded into the desert silence. Never mind. Probably just the wind. There is no wind, Lisa pointed out, her eyes on her laptop screen. Conditions are dead calm. That's why the seeing is so good tonight. Victoria returned her attention to the telescope. They were using a 12-inch Newtonian reflector for the primary imaging, with two smaller refractors set up for comparison shots. The equipment represented about $80,000 of university funding, and this was their third night out of a planned 5-night survey. So far, everything had gone perfectly. Clear skies, good atmospheric transparency, equipment functioning flawlessly. But she couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over her since Ranger Torres left. It wasn't anything specific, just a sense of being watched, of standing in a spotlight she couldn't see. The desert stretched away in all directions, empty and dark. There was nothing out there, nothing for miles. "Victoria, you should see this." Mark's voice held a strange note. She walked over to where he stood by the main telescope. "What is it?" "I was doing a test exposure of the moon before the eclipse starts, just to check the camera settings." He pulled up an image on his laptop. The moon filled the screen, crisp and detailed, its craters and Maria sharp in the high-resolution capture. "Looks good. What's the problem?" "Look at the edge, the terminator, where it's dark." Victoria leaned closer. At first, she didn't see anything unusual. Then Mark zoomed in on one section of the moon's edge, where the bright lunar surface met the darkness of space. There was something there. A shape. Visible only because it was slightly less dark than the space around it. It looked almost like a silhouette. A bird? No. Birds didn't fly in space. This was just... what? An artifact of the sensor? A piece of dust on the lens? "Run another exposure," she said. "Let's see if it's still there." Mark set up another shot. 30 seconds later, the new image appeared on the screen. The shape was still there, and it had moved. Just slightly, but definitely. It was closer to the moon now, as if it had drifted inward in the time between shots. "That's impossible," Lisa said, looking over their shoulders. "There's nothing that large in cislunar space. We track everything bigger than a softball. Satellites, debris, everything." "Could be a very high-altitude bird," James suggested. "Vultures can get up to like 30,000 feet." "Not high enough to appear in front of the moon at this resolution," Victoria said. She felt cold despite her jacket. "That would need to be, I don't know, really high and really big." They stood there for a moment, staring at the image. The shape was definitely bird-like. Wings, a body, something that might be a head, but the proportions were wrong. The wings were too long, too angular, and there was something about the way it was oriented, the way it seemed to be positioned, that made Victoria's stomach clench with irrational dread. "Let's keep shooting," she said, keeping her voice level. "Document everything. This could be something really interesting. A new kind of atmospheric phenomenon, maybe. Or a satellite we don't have tracking data for." But she didn't believe either of those explanations, and judging by the looks on her team's faces, neither did they. Over the next hour, they took exposure after exposure. The shape remained visible in every shot, growing steadily larger. Not closer, larger. As if whatever it was had been distant and was now approaching, drawn by their observation, by their instruments pointed at the sky, by their cameras capturing images of things that perhaps should not be captured. At 10:30, with the eclipse about to begin, Victoria heard the singing again. This time there was no mistaking it. A woman's voice, clear and beautiful, singing in Spanish. The words were just at the edge of comprehensibility. Something about stars, about watching, about ojos que miran, eyes that watch. Okay, everyone heard that, right? James said, his voice shaking slightly. Tell me you all heard that. They had. All four of them stood still, listening. The singing came from somewhere to the south in the direction of the Mexican border, in the direction of nothing but miles of empty desert. It rose and fell, sometimes sounding close, sometimes far, sometimes seeming to come from multiple directions at once. Maybe it's carrying from a ranch, Mark said. Sound travels weird in the desert at night. The nearest ranch is 20 miles away, Victoria said. She pulled out her phone. No signal, which was expected out here. They had a satellite phone for emergencies, but what would she even report? We're hearing singing and seeing something weird on our photos. The first bite of Earth's shadow touched the moon at 10:47 p.m. exactly. Victoria watched through the telescope as darkness began to creep across the bright lunar surface, the shadow moving with the inexorable patience of orbital mechanics. This was what they'd come for. To document the progression of the eclipse, to capture the copper-red glow of totality when the moon passed fully into Earth's umbra. But something was wrong with the shadow. Victoria, Lisa's voice was very quiet. You need to look at this exposure. Victoria moved to Lisa's station. The image on the screen showed the moon with perhaps a quarter of its surface darkened by Earth's shadow. Except the shadow wasn't quite right. At its edge, where it curved across the lunar surface, there was a break. A place where light still reached the moon even though it should have been in full shadow. Or not light exactly. Something else. Something that looked almost like a reflection, like light bouncing off a surface that wasn't the Earth, wasn't the moon, wasn't anything that should be there in the vast emptiness between. Check the ephemeris data, Victoria said, her mouth dry. Make sure we have the right timing for the eclipse. Lisa pulled up the calculations. Timing's perfect. This is exactly when the shadow should be where it is. Then what's causing that reflection? No one had an answer. The singing grew louder. It was coming from multiple directions now, definitely and definitely closer. Victoria could make out more of the words. Ancient Spanish, the kind spoken centuries ago, mixed with something that might have been Nahuatl or Apache or something even older. The song spoke of the old gods, of things that lived in the sky before humans learned to name the stars, of watchers who remembered when the moon was young. I really don't like this, James said. He'd abandoned his station and was standing close to the others, safety in numbers. Maybe we should pack up. We're not leaving, Victoria said, more sharply than she intended. They'd spent months planning this expedition, thousands of dollars on equipment and permits and travel. They were scientists. They documented phenomena. They didn't run from them. We came here to observe an eclipse, and that's what we're going to do. But her hands shook as she returned to the main telescope. The moon was half-shadowed now, and the shape, that impossible bird shape that couldn't exist, was visible against its bright surface. No longer dark against space, now it showed as a silhouette against the moon itself, which meant it had moved, which meant it was between them and the moon, which meant it was enormous. Larger than mountains, larger than cities. How is that possible? What could be that large and go unnoticed? How could something the size of a continent float in space without being seen, tracked, documented? Unless it didn't want to be seen. The thought came unbidden, and with it, a memory of her grandmother, her own mama, who'd grown up in Durango and never quite lost the old beliefs despite decades in Houston. She'd told Victoria stories about La Lechuza, the owl witch who served older things, things that lived in the spaces between. Victoria had dismissed them as folklore, as cultural stories meant to teach lessons about respecting the night, about not wandering where you shouldn't. But what if they weren't stories? What if they were warnings? It's looking at us, Mark whispered. He was staring through one of the smaller telescopes. Oh God, Victoria, it's looking at us. She pushed him aside, not gently, and looked through the eyepiece. The moon filled her vision, half dark, half bright, beautiful and terrible, and there, silhouetted against the brightness, the shape. She could see it clearly now through the magnification. Wings spread wide, each feather visible, each primary and secondary distinct. A body too elongated, proportions all wrong. And the head was turned toward Earth, toward them. Even from 250,000 miles away, even through the telescope, Victoria could see its eyes. They weren't bird eyes. They were human eyes, a woman's eyes, ancient and patient and hungry. She jerked back from the telescope, gasping. "Pack up, now, we're leaving." "But the eclipse, I said pack up." Her voice cracked. "Something is wrong. We need to get out of here." They moved fast, the discipline of months of fieldwork overriding their fear. Cameras disconnected, laptops closed, telescopes collapsed. Victoria helped Mark disassemble the main scope, her fingers fumbling with the familiar fixtures. The singing was everywhere now, surrounding them, coming from the sky and the earth and the air itself. And then it stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the singing. The desert held its breath. Even the usual sounds of their movement, footsteps on gravel, the clink of metal equipment, their own breathing, seemed muffled, as if the air itself had become thick and resistant. Victoria looked up. The moon hung in the sky, 2/3 shadowed now, approaching totality, and in front of it the shape was descending. Not falling, descending. Deliberately. Wings spread wide enough to eclipse the moon themselves, each feather edged with a light that wasn't light, a glow that hurt to look at directly. It was impossibly far away and impossibly close at the same time. Distance losing meaning when faced with something that existed on scales the human mind wasn't designed to comprehend. "Get to the vehicles," Victoria said, her voice surprisingly steady. "Move. Now." They ran. Equipment forgotten, carefully calibrated instruments abandoned. They ran for the 3 vehicles parked at the overlook edge. Victoria's hand closed on her key fob, thumb jamming the unlock button. The car's lights flashed, absurdly normal, absurdly trivial, and she yanked the door open. Behind her, Lisa screamed. Victoria spun. Lisa had stopped running, frozen in place, staring at something. Victoria followed her gaze and saw it. A figure standing on top of one of the telescopes they'd abandoned. Human-sized now, or seeming to be, though the proportions were still wrong. A woman in dark clothes, or was it feathers? The light from the moon, what was left of it, seemed to slide off her strangely, pooling in wrong places, creating shadows where there should be none. The figure's head turned toward them, and Victoria saw the face. It was beautiful. It was terrible. It was ancient beyond measure and young as starlight. It was her grandmother's face and her mother's face and her own face, and it was none of those things because it wasn't a face at all. It was a mask. Something wearing the approximate shape of human features because that shape was convenient, because that shape could be understood, however imperfectly. Mirren, it said, and the voice was the singing from before, was every voice Victoria had ever heard, was the sound of stars moving through space and time, grinding forward, and civilizations rising and falling. Miren las estrellas, miren lo que ven. Look at the stars. Look at what they see. Get in the car. Victoria shoved Lisa forward, breaking whatever paralysis held her. They scrambled into the vehicle, all 4 of them piling in, door slamming. Victoria's hands shook so badly she could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine turned over, caught, roared to life. The figure didn't move. It simply watched them, standing on the telescope, head tilted at an angle that would have broken a human neck. One hand, if it was a hand, raised in something that might have been a wave, might have been a gesture of dismissal, might have been something else entirely. Victoria floored the accelerator. The car shot forward, gravel spraying, headlights cutting through the darkness. In the rearview mirror, she saw the figure's shape change, flowing upward, wings spreading, lifting into the sky. It was small now, owl-sized. Then it was large again, too large, blotting out stars as it rose. They drove without speaking, the dirt road rough under the tires, the night pressing in from all sides. It wasn't until they hit the main park road that anyone said anything. What was that? James's voice was very small. I don't know. Victoria said. And then, more honestly, something old. Something that was here before us and will be here after us. Something we shouldn't have looked at. The photos, Mark said suddenly. We got photos. Documentation. The university. Leave it, Victoria said. All of it. The equipment, the data, everything. We tell them it was stolen. We tell them we had technical failures. We tell them anything except what actually happened. But, Mark, she glanced at him in the rearview mirror. Do you really want to try to explain what we saw? Do you want to show people those pictures and have them ask questions we can't answer? Do you want to spend the rest of your life wondering if looking at it means it's looking back? Silence. They knew she was right. Daniel was heading back to check on the astronomy team when his radio crackled to life. All units, we have a Code 3 emergency call on the satellite line. Astronomy Research Group requesting immediate assistance. He grabbed the handset. Unit 3 responding, I'm 5 minutes from their location. What's the nature of the emergency? Unknown. Caller, Dr. Chen, stated they need to leave the site immediately. Sounded extremely distressed. Connection dropped before I could get details. Daniel's foot pressed harder on the accelerator. The truck bounced over the rough road, headlights jerking across Mesquite and Ocotillo. What could have happened? Equipment failure? Someone injured? He ran through possibilities. Snakebite, scorpion sting, heat stroke, although it was cold, maybe a cardiac event. The overlook came into view and Daniel hit the brakes. The astronomy team's vehicles were gone. Only the abandoned equipment remained, scattered across the site as if they'd left in a hurry. Telescopes still assembled, cameras still set up, laptops closed but left behind. Nobody just abandoned this much expensive equipment. He parked and got out, flashlight sweeping across the scene. Dr. Chen? Victoria? Anyone here? No response. The desert was utterly silent. Not even the wind. Daniel walked slowly through the equipment, cataloging what he saw. No signs of struggle. No blood. No torn clothing. Nothing that indicated violence or injury. Just abandonment, as if they'd been in the middle of their observations and then suddenly left, taking nothing with them. He looked up at the sky. The eclipse was at totality now. The moon a dim copper-red disk suspended in the vastness. Beautiful. He'd seen lunar eclipses before, but never from somewhere with skies this dark. The stars were overwhelming, countless billions of them. And Daniel froze. For just a moment, just a heartbeat, he saw it. A shape. Vast and impossibly distant and impossibly close. Wings spread against the stars, blocking constellations that had been visible just moments before. A silhouette that was darker than space, darker than absence, darker than anything should be. And eyes. Ancient eyes that had watched the earth form, that had seen the first single-celled organisms crawl from the ocean, that had observed every extinction and every emergence and every brief flicker of consciousness that called itself human. Eyes that saw him now, then it was gone. And there was just the sky, just the eclipsed moon, just the stars in their familiar patterns. But Daniel stood there, flashlight hanging loose in his hand, and understood with sudden certainty that he was not alone. Had never been alone. None of them had. Every night when they looked up at the sky, something looked back. Something old and patient and utterly indifferent to human desires, human fear, human existence. La Lechuza wasn't a witch. It wasn't folklore. It was a name given to something that couldn't truly be named, a way of making sense of something that existed beyond sense. His grandmother had known. Generations before her had known. They'd seen it peripherally, in moments when the barrier between the mundane world and the vast cosmos grew thin. And now he knew too. Daniel's radio crackled. Unit 3, do you copy? Did you locate the research team? He raised the radio to his lips, surprised his hand was steady. Negative. They've evacuated the site. Equipment is here, but they're gone. I'm going to pack up what I can and secure the scene. Copy that. They called again from the main road, said they were driving straight through to Alpine. Wouldn't give any details about what happened. Understood. Torres out. He spent the next hour carefully packing the telescopes, the cameras, the laptops. Everything except one item. A laptop that had been left open, showing a final image on its screen. The moon in partial eclipse, and in front of it, a silhouette. A shape that shouldn't exist, that couldn't exist, that made his eyes hurt to look at directly. Daniel closed the laptop without saving the image. Some things, he thought, weren't meant to be documented. Some observations weren't meant to be recorded. The universe was vast and strange and full of things that lived in the gaps between human understanding, things that predated human existence and would continue long after humanity was dust, things that watched. He loaded the equipment into his truck and drove back to the ranger station, the eclipsed moon following him the whole way, copper red and alien in the sky. Tomorrow he would file a report about abandoned equipment and a research team that had cut their survey short for undisclosed reasons. He would not mention the shape. He would not mention the eyes. He would not mention the singing that he'd heard, faintly, carried on a wind that wasn't blowing. Because what would he say? That his grandmother's stories were true? That La Lechuza was real and vast and older than names? That there were things in the desert night that science couldn't measure, that instruments couldn't capture, that existed in scales and dimensions human minds weren't built to comprehend? No one would believe him. And maybe that was mercy. Maybe not knowing, not seeing, was a gift humanity had given itself. The ability to look up at the sky and see only stars, to observe an eclipse and see only shadow, to study the cosmos without understanding that the cosmos was studying back. When Daniel got home that night, early morning really, the sky just beginning to lighten in the east, he called his father. "Pa, I need to talk to you about something." "What's wrong, mijo? Remember the stories Mama Josefina used to tell about La Lechuza?" Silence on the line, then quietly, "Yes." "Were they true?" Another pause, longer this time. "Some things, Daniel, are true whether we believe them or not. The old people knew that. They knew there are things in this world and beyond it that we don't understand, that we can't understand, and they knew that sometimes ignorance is survival. I saw something tonight, Pa. I know, you wouldn't be calling if you hadn't." His father's voice was heavy with something that might have been sympathy, might have been recognition, might have been the weight of 3 generations of Torres men learning the same hard truth about the desert and the sky. Now you have to decide what you're going to do with that knowledge. What did you do when you saw? I kept working. I kept my head down. I respected the old warnings, and I never ever looked at the stars quite the same way again. Daniel stood at his window, watching the dawn break over the mountains. The eclipsed moon was setting in the west, returning to its normal color as it slipped below the horizon. In a few hours, tourists would drive into the park, families would hike the trails, people would look up at the sky and see only beauty, only the simple wonder of nature. And he would let them, because maybe that innocence was precious, maybe not knowing was its own kind of blessing. But he would remember. On clear nights when the stars pressed down with too much intensity, when the desert was too quiet, when the singing drifted on winds that weren't blowing, he would remember. And he would tell himself it was just folklore, just stories, just the legends of old people trying to make sense of a big universe. He would tell himself that. But he wouldn't believe it. Brr. Victoria never went back to Big Bend. She submitted her resignation to the university 3 weeks later, citing personal reasons. The equipment was eventually recovered from the overlooked site, returned to the astronomy department. The hard drives were corrupted, the data unrecoverable. A technical glitch, the IT department said. Solar flares sometimes did that to electronics. The corrupted files sat in a storage cabinet for 2 years before being disposed of as part of routine data management. No one looked closely enough to notice that the corruption wasn't random noise. That buried in the static and broken bits, there were patterns, fractals, mathematical relationships that didn't match any known natural phenomenon. Images of wings. And if you looked at them long enough, if you adjusted the contrast just right, you could see the eyes staring back. Patient, eternal, watching, always watching. Location: North Cascades National Park, Washington. Date: March 12, 2011. The mountains wore their winter colors like a warning. Evelyn Torres had been a ranger at North Cascades for exactly 4 months, and she still hadn't gotten used to how the landscape could shift from beautiful to hostile in the space between one breath and the next. This morning the peaks were invisible, wrapped in clouds that hung so low they merged with the fog rising from the valleys. The Douglas firs and western hemlocks emerged from the white like dark pillars holding up nothing, their branches heavy with yesterday's snowfall that hadn't quite melted despite the warming temperatures. She stood outside the Marble Mount Ranger Station at 7:30 in the morning, drinking coffee that had gone lukewarm in her thermos while she studied the weather report on the outdated computer inside. March in the North Cascades was unpredictable. One day you'd have clear skies and temperatures in the 50s. The next you'd be back in full winter with fresh snow and wind chills below freezing. Today fell somewhere in between, 42 degrees at the valley floor, fog advisory until noon, visibility less than a quarter mile in places. Not dangerous necessarily, but not ideal for hiking either. The overnight trail registry showed only one group had signed in for backcountry camping, 4 people planning a 2-night trip on the Cascade Pass Trail. They'd checked in yesterday morning at 9, planning to camp at the designated site near Pelton Basin and return Sunday afternoon. Standard route, nothing concerning. The names were listed in neat handwriting: Tyler Reeves, Madison Cho, Kyle Patterson, Samantha Costa. Ages 24 to 27. Contact number for Tyler. Emergency contact information complete. They'd done everything right. Evelyn had checked them in herself, actually. She remembered them. 4 friends from Seattle, all with decent gear and appropriate clothing layers, clearly experienced enough to know what they were doing. Tyler had asked intelligent questions about current trail conditions and snow depth at higher elevations. Madison had been studying a detailed topographic map, making notes about elevation gain. They'd seemed competent, prepared, exactly the kind of visitors who rarely caused problems. Still, something about this morning made Evelyn uneasy. Maybe it was just the fog, the way it made familiar landmarks disappear and turned the forest into something labyrinthine and strange. Maybe it was the silence, not peaceful silence, but the heavy quiet that came when sound didn't carry properly, when the air itself seemed to muffle everything. Or maybe it was the fact that today marked exactly 4 months since she'd started this job, and she was still very aware of being the newest, least experienced person on the ranger staff. She'd been a high school biology teacher for 6 years before this, had loved the work, loved the kids, but something had been missing. She'd grown up hiking and camping with her parents throughout the Pacific Northwest, had always felt more alive in the mountains than anywhere else, and the teaching job, with its fluorescent lights and recycled air and endless administrative requirements, had started to feel like a cage. When the ranger position opened up at North Cascades, she'd applied almost on impulse, not really expecting to get it. But she had gotten it, had completed the training, passed the certifications, learned the radio codes and GPS coordinates and emergency protocols, had spent 4 months proving to herself and everyone else that she could do this job, that the transition from classroom to wilderness hadn't been a mistake. Most days she felt confident. Most days she felt like she belonged here. Today wasn't one of those days. The radio on her belt crackled. Marble Mount, this is New Halem Base. Evelyn unclipped it. Go ahead, New Halem. Just checking in. You got that fog as thick as we do? Affirmative, can't see more than 100 feet. Yeah, same here. We're recommending all visitors postpone day hikes until conditions improve. How many groups you got in the backcountry? Just one. 4 people on Cascade Pass due back tomorrow afternoon. Copy. They should be fine if they're already at their campsite. This fog's supposed to burn off by noon anyway. Just keep an eye on the weather and let us know if anything changes. Will do. Evelyn clipped the radio back and finished her coffee, grimacing at the cold, bitter taste. The sun was technically up now, though you couldn't tell by looking. The fog glowed with diffuse light that came from everywhere and nowhere, making it impossible to determine direction or distance. Trees appeared suddenly as dark shapes that could be 10 feet away or 50. The parking area, visible from the station yesterday, had disappeared entirely. She went back inside to update the daily log and check email. Standard administrative work, the kind of thing she'd hoped to leave behind when she quit teaching but had quickly discovered was part of every job. Trail condition reports, weather updates, a reminder about an upcoming training session on bear safety protocols, an email from her supervisor complimenting her work on last month's visitor education programs. By 9 o'clock, the fog still hadn't lifted, but the parking area was starting to fill with disappointed day hikers who'd driven up from Seattle or Bellingham hoping for clear weather. Evelyn spent an hour explaining conditions, recommending they postpone their hikes or visit the visitor center instead, being patient with the ones who argued that they'd driven all this way and couldn't the rangers do something about the fog. Around 10:30, things finally quieted down. Most of the visitors had either left or headed to the visitor center. Evelyn was about to start her routine patrol of the nearby trails when her cell phone rang. Her personal phone, not the ranger station line. Unknown number, but local area code. Hello? Hi, is this North Cascades Ranger Station? Male voice, young, stressed. Background noise that sounded like wind and movement. This is Ranger Torres. Who am I speaking with? Tyler Reeves. My friends and I, we checked in with you yesterday morning. 4 of us going to Cascade Pass. Evelyn felt a spike of concern. Yes, I remember. Is everything okay? We don't know. Something weird is happening. We need help. She grabbed a pen and notepad automatically. Are any of you injured? Do you need medical evacuation? No, we're not hurt. We can't get out. We've been trying to hike out since 7 this morning and we keep ending up back at the same place. Evelyn paused. I'm not sure I understand. You're lost? No, we're not lost. We know exactly where we are. We're on the trail, following it downhill like we're supposed to, and after maybe 45 minutes of hiking, we end up back at our campsite, the exact same campsite. We've tried 3 times now and it keeps happening. You're going in circles, accidentally doubling back. That's what we thought at first. Tyler's voice had an edge of panic now. But we're being careful. We're watching the trail markers. We're using our compass and GPS. We're going downhill, consistently downhill, and the trail isn't branching or turning back on itself. It's impossible, but it keeps happening. We hike for about 45 minutes, always descending, and then we come around a corner and there's our campsite again. Same trees, same tent, same everything. Evelyn felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. What's your current location? Pelton Basin campsite like we planned, about 6 miles up the Cascade Pass Trail. And you're all together? All 4 of you? Yes, we're all here. Nobody's injured. We've got food and water and our gear is fine. We can't leave. Every time we try to hike out, we end up right back here. This didn't make sense. Evelyn had hiked the Cascade Pass Trail a dozen times during her training. It was well marked, well maintained, essentially impossible to get lost on. You followed it uphill to the pass, or you followed it downhill to the trailhead. There were no loops, no confusing intersections, nothing that would cause someone to accidentally circle back to their starting point. Okay, Tyler, I need you to stay calm. Have you tried hiking in the opposite direction? Uphill toward the pass instead of down toward the trailhead? We thought about it, but that doesn't make sense, right? The pass is higher elevation, it would take us farther from help, not closer. I understand, but I need you to try it. Hike uphill for 30 minutes and tell me what happens. Can you do that? A pause. She could hear Tyler conferring with his friends, muffled voices in the background. Then, yeah, okay, we'll try it. Should I call you back? Yes. Or if you lose cell signal, try your radio if you have one. We've got a 2-way radio, but we haven't been able to reach anyone on it. That was odd. The park's repeater system should have covered that area. Keep trying. And Tyler, I want you to do something else. When you start hiking, have someone in your group count steps and pay attention to landmarks, specific trees, rocks, anything distinctive. Take photos if you can. I need to know if you're actually moving through space or if something else is going on. Something else like what? Evelyn didn't have an answer to that. Just do what I asked and call me back in 30 minutes. If I don't hear from you by 11:15, I'm sending a search team. Okay, thank you, we'll call back. The line went dead. Evelyn immediately radioed New Halem Base and reported the situation. Her supervisor, a man named Bill Crawford, who'd been a ranger for 23 years, listened without interrupting. That's strange, he said when she finished. You thinking they're disoriented? Altitude sickness, maybe? They're at 6,500 feet. Altitude sickness is possible, but unlikely at that elevation for people who live in Seattle. And all four of them experiencing the same disorientation simultaneously seems improbable. Equipment malfunction? GPS error? They said they're using Compass too, and they can see the trail markers. Bill was quiet for a moment. Evelyn, I'm going to be straight with you. In 23 years, I've seen people get lost in every way imaginable, but I've never seen anyone get lost on the Cascade Pass Trail. It's too straightforward. If they're really experiencing what they say they're experiencing, then what? I don't know, but I don't like it. Fog this thick can play tricks on perception. Sound doesn't travel right, distances get hard to judge. Could be they're more disoriented than they realize. Should I organize a search team? Not yet. Wait for their callback. If they can't navigate out in the next hour or if conditions deteriorate, we'll send a team up. But Evelyn, I want you to pull the file on that trail. Any incident reports from the past few years. Any unusual complaints or observations. Sometimes patterns emerge that aren't obvious until you look for them. Copy that. Evelyn spent the next 20 minutes digging through old incident reports filed under the Cascade Pass Trail designation. Most were routine: sprained ankles, altitude sickness, minor equipment failures. But she found 3 reports that made her pause. June 2008, day hiker reported feeling watched and hearing footsteps paralleling the trail, despite seeing no one else in the area. Attributed to wildlife, no action taken. September 2009, couple reported becoming temporarily disoriented near Pelton Basin, spending much longer than expected, reaching their intended campsite despite following trail markers. No medical issues, attributed to fatigue. April 2010, solo hiker claimed to have taken a wrong turn that shouldn't exist and ended up back where I started before finding the correct trail. No physical evidence of alternative trail found during follow-up inspection. 3 reports over 3 years. Not enough to establish a pattern, but enough to suggest something odd about that particular area. Evelyn was about to dig deeper when her cell phone rang again. Tyler? Yeah, it's me. His voice sounded shakier now. We tried hiking uphill like you said. And? Same thing. We hiked for 32 minutes. Madison counted the whole time, and Kyle was marking trees with chalk every 100 paces. We went uphill the entire time, never turned around, never deviated from the trail. And then we came around a bend and there was our campsite again. You're certain it's the same campsite? Not just a similar looking area? I'm standing next to our tent right now. Same tent we left an hour ago. Same arrangement of gear. Samantha left a granola bar wrapper on a log as a test. It's still there. We've hiked in 2 different directions, and both times we've ended up back here. Evelyn felt her training colliding with something that didn't fit into any of the scenarios she'd been taught to handle. Lost hikers, injured hikers, stranded hikers. Those were problems with clear solutions. But hikers who couldn't leave an area despite following correct procedures, that wasn't in any manual. Okay, Tyler, listen carefully. I need all 4 of you to stay exactly where you are. Don't try to hike out again. Conserve your energy and your resources. I'm organizing a search and rescue team and we'll come to you. How long will that take? She checked her watch. 11:05. The fog was still heavy, but it did seem to be lifting slightly. We'll need about 2 hours to assemble the team and hike in, so expect us around 1:30, maybe 2 o'clock. Can you hold out that long? Yeah, we've got plenty of supplies, but Ranger Torres, there's something else. What? The birds stopped singing about an hour ago, and we keep hearing sounds in the forest around us, like tapping, like something tapping on the tree trunks in a pattern. It stops when we try to locate it, then starts up again somewhere else. The chill Evelyn had felt earlier intensified. Have you seen anything? Any wildlife? No, nothing. The forest feels empty except for that tapping sound. Stay together. Don't split up for any reason. If the tapping gets closer, or if you see anything unusual, call me immediately. Okay, we will. After hanging up, Evelyn immediately called Bill Crawford and explained the update. He was quiet for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice had changed, less skeptical now, more concerned. Evelyn, I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to be honest. Have you heard the old stories about the North Cascades? The Salish stories? Some. My parents mentioned them when we used to hike here, but I always thought they were just folklore. Most folklore starts somewhere. The Salish people who lived here for thousands of years had stories about spirits in the deep forest, called them different names. Stick Indians was the most common English translation, though that's not quite accurate. Supposed to be tricksters, or guardians, or something in between. The stories said they could make trails turn back on themselves, could trap people in loops of space that didn't follow normal rules, could make hikers walk in circles without realizing it. Bill, are you seriously suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you what the old stories say. And I'm telling you that in 23 years, I've heard 4 or 5 reports that sound similar to what you're describing. Always in the same general area, the basin between Cascade Pass and the lower trail. Always involving people who suddenly can't navigate out despite doing everything right. Usually resolves itself after a few hours, sometimes after a day. People eventually walk out confused but unharmed. Usually. There was one case in 1997 before you were here. 2 experienced hikers went missing in that area for 3 days. When they finally emerged, they claimed they'd only been hiking for about 6 hours. Couldn't account for the missing time. Their watches had stopped. Their GPS showed impossible readings. Search and rescue found them dehydrated and hypothermic, but they'd had plenty of food and water in their packs that they insisted they'd tried to use. Evelyn felt something cold settling in her stomach. What are you telling me to do? I'm telling you to take this seriously, even if it doesn't make rational sense. Get a team together, but be careful. Make sure everyone stays in visual contact. Don't let anyone wander off alone. And Evelyn, take tobacco. Tobacco? It's traditional, an offering. The old way of showing respect when you enter certain places. I know how that sounds, but trust me on this. Take a pouch of loose tobacco and leave it at the trailhead before you go in. Can't hurt, might help. Bill, I'll authorize the search and rescue operation officially. You'll take Dave Martinez with you. He's Salish. Grew up hearing these stories, he'll understand. Get another 2 people, minimum 4 on the team. Leave within the hour. And Evelyn, come back with everyone. I mean everyone. Don't leave anyone behind no matter what. The line went dead. Tyler Reeves had been working as a software engineer in Seattle for 3 years, and he'd gotten into the habit of treating everything like a logic problem. Input, process, output, cause and effect. When something didn't work, you debugged it. You found the error in the code and fixed it. But there was no debugging this. He sat on a log near the tent. His 3 best friends clustered around him and tried to make sense of something that didn't follow any logical rules. They'd hiked the Cascade Pass Trail before 2 years ago, and it had been straightforward. You went up or you went down. The trail was well marked. You couldn't get lost if you tried. And yet they'd been trapped here for over 4 hours now. Madison Cho sat next to him, her topographic map spread across her knees, running calculations on her phone. She was an architect, methodical and precise, someone who thought in 3 dimensions and understood space better than anyone Tyler knew. If anyone could figure out what was happening, it should be her. It doesn't work, she said finally, her voice tight with frustration. The elevation change is wrong. According to my GPS, we descended 430 feet in that first attempt. That should have taken us at least a third of the way back to the trailhead. But we ended up here, where we started, at the same elevation. The elevation change didn't persist. Kyle Patterson, who'd been Tyler's roommate in college and was now a physical therapist, looked up from where he'd been examining the chalk marks on nearby trees. I marked trees every 100 paces like you said. 23 marks total, which means we walked at least 2,300 paces. My stride is about 2.5 feet, so that's almost 5,700 feet of linear distance, over a mile. But we're sitting in a clearing that's maybe 50 yards across. Samantha Costa, Sam to everyone who knew her, was the quietest of the group normally, a graphic designer who spent most of her time listening rather than talking. But now she spoke up, her voice steady despite the fear Tyler could see in her eyes. We need to talk about what's really happening here. This isn't a navigation error. This isn't us being stupid or careless. Something is wrong with space itself in this area. That's impossible, Tyler said automatically, but the words felt hollow. Is it? Sam gestured around them. We've been measuring and documenting everything. We know exactly what we're doing. We know how to use a compass and a GPS and how to read trail markers. And yet we can't leave. What's the rational explanation for that? Tyler didn't have one. That was the problem. He'd been running through possibilities all morning. Equipment malfunction, group hallucination, some kind of gas leak causing shared delirium. And none of them fit the facts. They were all thinking clearly. Their equipment worked. They could see the trail, follow it precisely, and still end up back where they started. The ranger's coming, Madison said quietly. She'll figure it out. That's her job. What if she gets trapped too? Kyle asked. What if this whole area is some kind of, I don't know, some kind of anomaly and everyone who comes in here gets stuck? Then eventually someone will notice and send help from outside. They'll figure out what's happening and fix it. Will they? Sam was looking at the trees surrounding their campsite, her expression distant. Tyler, do you remember what that old man at the trailhead said yesterday, when we were signing in? Tyler did remember. There'd been an elderly indigenous man sitting on a bench near the ranger station, watching them prepare for their hike. He'd approached as they were about to start, moving slowly, leaning on a carved walking stick. You kids heading up to Cascade Pass? He'd asked. They'd confirmed they were. Be careful up there. Stay on the trail. Don't listen to anything you hear off in the trees. And if you see anyone else up there, anyone at all, don't follow them, even if they look familiar. At the time, Tyler had assumed it was just the kind of vague warning old-timers like to give young hikers. Be safe, be prepared, watch out for dangers both real and imagined. He'd thanked the man politely, and they'd started hiking. Now the warning felt more specific, more urgent. What do you think he meant? Sam asked. About not following anyone even if they look familiar? Probably just talking about getting separated, Madison said, but she didn't sound convinced. Kyle stood up abruptly. Okay, this is getting too weird. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever, but something is definitely wrong here and I don't want to wait around to find out what. Let's try one more time. All four of us, staying within arm's reach of each other. We'll hike down and we won't stop for anything until we reach the trailhead. The ranger said to stay here, Tyler reminded him. The ranger doesn't understand what's happening. We're wasting time. Come on. Tyler wanted to argue, but part of him agreed. Sitting here waiting felt passive, helpless. They were young, healthy, experienced hikers. They should be able to walk out of their own campsite. Fine, he said, but we do this smart. Full packs, all supplies like we're not coming back, and we all stay together. Nobody gets more than 5 feet from anyone else. They broke camp quickly. They'd done it enough times that it was almost automatic. Tent collapsed and rolled, sleeping bags stuffed into compression sacks, food and water secured. Within 15 minutes they were ready, standing at the edge of the campsite where the trail continued downhill into the fog. The tapping sound started again. It came from somewhere to their left, in the dense forest off the trail. A rhythmic sound wood on wood like someone knocking on tree trunks in a deliberate pattern. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. It moved as they listened, circling around them, always staying just out of sight. What is that? Madison whispered. Animal, probably, Tyler said, trying to sound confident. Woodpecker or something. Woodpeckers don't tap in patterns. The sound stopped. The forest went silent again. That heavy, muffled silence that felt wrong, that felt like the world was holding its breath. "Let's just go," Sam said. "Now, before it starts again." They began hiking downhill, staying close together as promised. Tyler led, followed by Madison, then Sam, with Kyle bringing up the rear. They moved at a steady pace, not hurrying but not dawdling either. The trail was clear, well maintained, descending steadily into the fog. 5 minutes passed. 10. 15. They were moving downhill consistently. Tyler could feel it in his knees, in the way his pack's weight shifted forward. They passed landmarks he recognized from previous attempts. A distinctive twisted tree, a large boulder with a flat top, a section where the trail narrowed between two old-growth firs. 20 minutes. 25. They should be making good progress now, putting real distance between themselves and the campsite. 30 minutes. Tyler's legs were burning from the sustained descent. His GPS showed they'd dropped almost 600 feet in elevation. That was significant. That was real progress. And then they came around a familiar bend and saw the clearing ahead. And Tyler felt his stomach drop. Their campsite. The exact same spot they'd left 30 minutes ago. "No," Madison said. "No, that's not possible. We went downhill the entire time." Kyle pulled out his phone, showing them the tracking app he'd been running. "Look, we've moved. The GPS shows we traveled almost 2 miles. We changed elevation. We didn't turn around. We didn't double back. We went in a straight line downhill. Then how are we here?" Sam's voice was rising now, panic creeping in. "How are we back at the same place?" Tyler walked forward into the clearing, examining the ground. There were their boot prints from earlier attempts, still visible in the damp soil. There was the flat rock where they'd set up their camp stove. There was the tree he'd tied the bear bag line to. And there, on a log at the edge of the clearing, was the granola bar wrapper Sam had left as a test marker, still sitting exactly where she'd placed it 4 hours ago. "We never left," Tyler said quietly. "We think we're moving, we feel like we're moving, but somehow we never actually leave this spot. That's impossible." "I know." The tapping started again, closer now, all around them, coming from multiple directions at once. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Like something was communicating, coordinating, surrounding them. And then Sam grabbed Tyler's arm, her grip tight enough to hurt. "Tyler, look at the trees." He looked where she was pointing. In the fog surrounding their campsite, shapes were moving. Not animal shapes. Not human shapes either, exactly. They were tall and thin, moving with a strange, jerky gait that didn't look natural. They stayed just at the edge of visibility, always in the peripheral vision, never quite clear enough to see directly. "Are those people?" Madison whispered. "I don't think so," Kyle said. The shapes moved closer, and Tyler could see them better now. They were made of sticks, that was the only way he could think to describe it. Bundles of branches and twigs, somehow moving with purpose, somehow standing upright, somehow watching them with eyes that shouldn't exist but did, glowing faintly in the shadows. The old man's warning echoed in his memory. "Don't listen to anything you hear off in the trees. Don't follow anyone, even if they look familiar." "Back to back," Tyler said, keeping his voice low and steady despite the terror rising in his throat. "Form a circle. Don't look directly at them. Don't respond to anything they do." The 4 friends pressed together, each facing outward, covering all directions. The stick figures circled them slowly, never getting too close but never backing away either. The tapping continued, and Tyler realized it was coming from them. They were striking the trees as they moved, marking their territory, announcing their presence. His phone rang, the sound impossibly loud in the quiet. He fumbled for it, nearly dropping it, and saw Ranger Torres's name on the screen. "We're in trouble," he said as soon as he answered. "There's something here. Something surrounding us. Tyler, listen to me very carefully." The ranger's voice was tight with urgency. Do not engage with anything you see. Do not speak to it. Don't acknowledge it. Don't make eye contact. I'm coming with a team. We'll be there in 90 minutes. Can you hold out that long? I don't know what happens if we can't. Then you find a way. Stay together. Stay strong. I'm coming. The line went dead just as the stick figures rushed forward all at once. Evelyn Torres had assembled her team in record time. Dave Martinez, the Salish ranger Bill had mentioned, plus 2 experienced search and rescue volunteers named Sarah Chen and Marcus Webb. All 4 of them stood in the Marble Mount parking area, loading packs with extra supplies while Evelyn briefed them on the situation. She left out the parts about stick Indians and folkloric anomalies. Stuck to the facts. 4 hikers trapped in a spatial loop, unable to navigate out, reporting unusual phenomena. Possible psychological distress, possible environmental factors, definite need for immediate extraction. Dave Martinez didn't say anything while she talked, but she caught the look he exchanged with Sarah. They knew. They understood what she wasn't saying. Before we go, Dave said quietly, I need to do something. He pulled a small leather pouch from his pack and walked to the trailhead marker. Evelyn watched as he opened the pouch, revealing loose tobacco, and scattered a pinch on the ground at the base of the marker. He spoke in a language she didn't understand. Lushootseed, she guessed, the language of the Coast Salish peoples. His voice was respectful, measured, asking for something or offering something or both. When he finished, he turned back to the team. Okay, we can go now. They started up the trail at a quick pace, faster than normal but sustainable. 6 miles to Pelton Basin campsite, elevation gain of about 4,000 feet. In good conditions with light packs, maybe 2.5 hours. Today, with full rescue gear and heavy fog, they were aiming for under 3. The fog was lifting gradually, visibility improving from 100 feet to maybe 300. They could see the trail ahead clearly enough now, could see the massive trees looming on either side. Douglas firs 6 feet in diameter, western red cedars that had been growing since before the first Europeans arrived in this region. The forest here was old, ancient, timeless in a way that made human concerns feel temporary and small. Evelyn found herself hiking next to Dave as the trail steepened. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. The stories Bill mentioned, the stick Indians, are they real? Dave was quiet for several strides. Real is a complicated word. Are they physical beings you can touch and photograph? Probably not. Are they forces that exist in certain places that can affect people who enter those places? Yeah, I'd say so. How does that work? I'm not sure it's about how. Different peoples have different names for them. We call them Sinulkai and Lushootseed. Roughly translates to stick people or tree people. Other tribes have other names. But the basic idea is consistent. There are beings in the deep forest that don't follow human rules. They're tricksters sometimes, teachers other times, dangerous if disrespected. They can change how space works, make trails loop back on themselves, make time move differently. But that's not scientifically possible. Neither is quantum entanglement until you measure it and find out it is. Dave smiled slightly. I'm not asking you to believe in magic, Ranger Torres. I'm just asking you to keep an open mind about what's possible. These mountains were here long before we named them parks, long before we drew maps and established trails. There are old places in the world where old things still live, and sometimes they remind us that we're visitors here, not owners. They hiked in silence after that, climbing steadily. An hour passed, then 90 minutes. The fog had lifted enough that they could see the peaks above them now, snow-covered and jagged against the gray sky. Beautiful and hostile at the same time, the way mountains always were. At 2 hours and 20 minutes, they reached Pelton Basin. The campsite was exactly where it should be, exactly as described. A small clearing, flat area for tents, ring of stones for a fire, but no tent, no gear, no people. Tyler, Evelyn called. Madison, Kyle, Samantha. Her voice echoed strangely in the basin, bouncing off the surrounding ridges in a way that made it sound like multiple people calling at once. No response. They should be here, Sarah said, checking her GPS. This is the registered campsite. Fan out, Evelyn ordered. Search pattern 20-yard radius. Stay in visual contact. They spread out, examining the area carefully. And within minutes, Dave called out, "Over here, I found something." Evelyn joined him at the edge of the clearing. He was crouching near a tree, pointing at marks on the trunk. Fresh marks, carved or scratched into the bark. Not random, deliberate, patterned. A series of lines and symbols that looked almost like writing, but in no alphabet Evelyn recognized. "These are warnings," Dave said. "Old style, the kind my grandfather taught me about. They mark territory. They say, this place is claimed, this place is occupied. Proceed with respect or not at all." Who made them? Not who. What? Sarah's radio crackled. "Evelyn, you need to see this." They found her on the opposite side of the clearing, standing next to a pile of equipment. 4 backpacks arranged neatly. 4 sleeping bags rolled and stacked. A tent still in its stuff sack. All the gear from the missing hikers, organized and abandoned. "They wouldn't leave this," Marcus said. "Not voluntarily. Not in March in the mountains." Evelyn keyed her radio. "New Hallam Base, this is Unit 7. We've reached Pelton Basin campsite. The hikers are not present, but we've found their equipment. Requesting additional support and possible helicopter evac if weather permits. Static, then more static." She adjusted the frequency and tried again. "New Hallam Base, do you copy?" Nothing, just the empty hiss of dead air. "That's not right," Marcus said. "We should have clear contact from here." Dave was examining the tree line, his expression tense. "We need to leave. Now. We can't leave without the hikers. We can't help them if we get trapped too." He pointed into the forest. "Look. Really look." Evelyn looked where he indicated and felt her breath catch. In the trees surrounding the clearing, shapes were moving. Tall, thin shapes that seemed to be made of branches and shadow, moving with a stilted gait that wasn't quite right. They stayed just at the edge of visibility, always in peripheral vision, never quite clear enough to focus on directly. And they were coming closer. "What are those?" Sarah whispered. "Sinulkai," Dave said. "The stick people. We're in their territory now, and they're not happy about it." The shapes circled the clearing slowly, and Evelyn could hear it now. The tapping sound Tyler had described. Wood on wood, rhythmic and deliberate, coming from all directions at once. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. "Options?" Evelyn asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "We leave the way we came, quickly and respectfully, or we try to negotiate, which I don't recommend because I don't speak their language well enough, and I'm not sure they're in a negotiating mood. We can't leave without the hikers." "The hikers are gone, Ranger Torres. They're in the loop now, in the space between spaces. We can't reach them from here." "Then how do we get them back?" Dave looked at her, and his expression was sympathetic but firm. "We don't. They have to find their own way out. That's how it works. The Sinulkai take people into their territory, into the folded space they control. Time moves differently there. Space doesn't follow our rules. The hikers might be gone for an hour or a day or a week from our perspective, but from theirs it could be minutes or months. When the Sinulkai decide to release them, if they decide to release them, they'll walk out like nothing happened. That's not acceptable. It's not about acceptable, it's about what is." The shapes were getting closer now, close enough that Evelyn could see details. They weren't made of sticks exactly. They were sticks, somehow animated, somehow given form and purpose, bundles of branches woven together in roughly humanoid shapes, with eyes that glowed faintly in the shadows and mouths that shouldn't exist but did, opening and closing soundlessly. "We need to go," Marcus said urgently. "Right now." Evelyn made a decision she knew she'd second-guess for the rest of her career. "Everybody back to the trail. Move quickly. Don't run. Don't look directly at them." They started walking, and the stick figures followed, maintaining their distance but clearly herding them, guiding them back toward the trail. The tapping intensified, surrounding them, creating a rhythm that felt almost like language. They were almost to the trail when Sarah stopped suddenly. "Wait, do you hear that?" Evelyn listened. Underneath the tapping, she could hear voices, human voices, calling for help. "That's Tyler." Sarah started toward the sound. "No." Dave grabbed her arm. "That's not Tyler. That's them, mimicking human voices. It's a trap." "But what if it's really him?" "It's not. Trust me." The voices got louder, more desperate. "Help us, please. We're stuck. We can't get out." It sounded exactly like Tyler, exactly like someone in genuine distress. Every instinct Evelyn had trained for years was screaming at her to respond, to help, to rescue. But Dave's grip on her arm tightened. "That's not him. Keep walking." They reached the trail and started downhill, moving fast now. The voices followed them, staying just out of sight, calling and pleading and begging. The stick figures paralleled them through the trees, always visible in peripheral vision, never quite solid enough to photograph. They hiked for what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, and then suddenly the forest changed. The fog lifted completely. The oppressive silence broke, replaced by normal forest sounds, birds, wind, the distant rush of water. The stick figures vanished as if they'd never been there, and Evelyn's radio crackled back to life. "Unit 7, this is New Harlem Base. You dropped off our scopes for about 40 minutes. What's your status?" Evelyn keyed the radio with shaking hands. "Base, we're okay. We're hiking out. The missing hikers were not at their campsite. We found their equipment but no sign of them." "Copy. We've had a development here. 4 hikers just walked into the ranger station about 10 minutes ago. A Tyler Reeves and 3 others. They claim they just hiked out from Cascade Pass Trail. They seem confused and disoriented, but physically fine." Evelyn stopped walking. "Say that again?" "The missing hikers. They're here. They showed up on their own while you were searching for them." The team exchanged looks. Dave smiled slightly, though there was no humor in it. "Told you, the Sinulkai released them. Probably decided they'd learned their lesson." "What lesson?" Sarah asked. "Respect, maybe. Humility. Understanding that there are places humans don't control, no matter how many trails we build or maps we draw." They continued hiking down, and Evelyn found herself thinking about what Dave had said, about old places and old things, about the fact that humans had been in these mountains for maybe 10,000 years, but the mountains themselves had been here for 50 million. About the arrogance of thinking you could map and measure and understand everything just because you could see it and walk through it. By the time they reached the trailhead, it was late afternoon. The fog had burned off completely, and the mountains were visible now in their full glory. White peaks against blue sky, beautiful and indifferent to human concerns. Tyler and his friends were waiting at the ranger station, wrapped in emergency blankets and drinking hot coffee. They looked exhausted but unharmed. When Evelyn approached, Tyler stood up quickly. "Ranger Torres, thank you for coming to help us. We figured it out eventually." "Figured what out?" "How to leave. We stopped trying to fight it, stopped trying to understand it. We just asked whatever was keeping us there to let us go. Promised we'd respect the forest, that we'd remember this experience, and then we were able to hike out. Took maybe 20 minutes and we were at the trailhead." "Did you see anything while you were trapped? Hear anything unusual?" Tyler exchanged glances with his friends. "We saw some things, heard some things, but honestly, the whole experience is already getting fuzzy in my memory, like a dream that fades when you wake up. We were there for hours, but also maybe we weren't. Time didn't work right." Evelyn nodded slowly. "I'm going to need all 4 of you to come to the medical center for evaluation. Standard procedure for any backcountry incident, and we'll need formal statements about what happened." "Of course, whatever you need." But Evelyn knew that whatever they wrote in their statements, whatever they remembered, it wouldn't capture what really happened out there. You couldn't put that in a report, couldn't quantify it, or explain it or file it away in a neat category. Some things existed outside the official record. Some things were real even when they didn't make sense. "Minko, 3 weeks later, Evelyn was reviewing incident reports when she came across a note from Bill Crawford. It was brief, handwritten, attached to the file from the Cascade Pass incident. 4 hikers trapped in spatial loop at Pelton Basin. All emerged unharmed after approximately 6 hours. Medical evaluation showed no physical effects beyond normal fatigue and mild dehydration. Hikers' report memory of events is unclear and fading rapidly. Psychological evaluation recommended but declined by all parties. No further action required. Case closed. Below that, in smaller writing, Evelyn, good work up there. You kept your head, trusted your team, and everyone came home safe. That's what matters. The mountains keep their secrets. We just try to help people navigate around them. Bill. Evelyn filed the report and went back to her regular duties. But she found herself thinking about that day often, about the stick figures in the fog, about the tapping sounds in the looping trail, about Dave's words regarding old places and old things. She'd been a ranger for 4 months when the Cascade Pass incident happened. It had taught her something they didn't cover in training, something she suspected most rangers never learned no matter how many years they served. The wilderness wasn't empty. It wasn't just trees and rocks and animals waiting for humans to arrive and give them meaning. The wilderness was full of history and mystery and things that had their own reasons for being there. Reasons that had nothing to do with humans and our trails and our maps and our desperate need to understand everything. Sometimes the best thing you could do was recognize your limits, show respect, ask permission, and when something made it clear you weren't welcome, have the wisdom to leave. That was the real lesson of the North Cascades. Not that the wilderness was dangerous, everyone knew that, but that the wilderness was sovereign, ancient, and patient. It had been here before humans arrived. It would be here long after humans were gone. And in certain places, at certain times, it reminded you of that fact in ways you couldn't ignore. Evelyn never hiked the Cascade Pass Trail again, though she continued working at North Cascades for 3 more years. When visitors asked about that trail, she recommended it readily. It was beautiful, well-maintained, safe for experienced hikers. But she always added one note of caution, delivered lightly enough that most people didn't think too much about it. Stay on the marked trail. Don't follow anything you hear or see in the trees. And if you feel like you're going in circles, stop and ask permission to leave. You'd be surprised how often that works. Most visitors laughed or nodded politely, assuming she was being metaphorical or poetic. A few understood. Those were the ones who'd spent enough time in deep wilderness to know that the world was stranger and older than maps could capture. Those were the ones who came back from their hikes with stories they weren't quite sure how to tell, about experiences that didn't quite fit into normal categories. Those were the ones who listened when the mountains spoke, and who had the wisdom to speak back. Tyler Reeves returned to his software engineering job in Seattle and tried to forget about what happened at Cascade Pass. For the first few weeks, he was largely successful. The memory faded exactly as he'd told Ranger Torres it would, like a dream losing definition upon waking, until only fragments remained. But sometimes late at night when he couldn't sleep, he'd remember the sensation of walking downhill for hours and ending up exactly where he started. He'd remember the tapping sounds in the forest, rhythmic and purposeful. He'd remember the shapes made of sticks and shadow circling closer. And he'd remember the moment when they'd finally stopped fighting, when Madison had said, "Maybe we should ask," and they'd all thought she was crazy, but tried it anyway. When they'd stood in that clearing and spoken out loud to something they couldn't see, asking respectfully to be released, promising to remember. The way the forest had suddenly felt different after that. The way the oppressive weight had lifted. The way the trail had simply been there, straightforward and clear, leading them out. He never told anyone outside his close friend group about that part. It sounded too ridiculous, too much like something from a fantasy novel. But he remembered it clearly, more clearly than anything else from that day. 3 months after the incident, Tyler received a package in the mail. No return address, just his name and address written in careful handwriting. Inside was a small wooden carving, a figure made from twisted branches about 6 inches tall, roughly humanoid but clearly not human. And a note, written on plain paper. Remember your promise. Respect the old places. They remember you too. Tyler put the carving on his bookshelf, where it sat among his fantasy novels and hiking guidebooks. Visitors occasionally asked about it, and he'd say it was a souvenir from a hiking trip, which was true in its way. But late at night, when he looked at it in the dim light from his bedroom, he could swear it moved sometimes, just slightly, just enough to remind him that some promises weren't metaphorical. Some promises were real, and breaking them had consequences. Tyler kept his promise. He never went back to the North Cascades. And when he hiked in other wilderness areas, which he continued to do, because the mountains were still beautiful and still worth visiting, he always paused at trailheads, always showed respect, always asked permission, even if just silently in his own mind, and always stayed on the marked trail. Because he'd learned what the rangers had learned, what the indigenous peoples had known for thousands of years. The wilderness had rules. Not human rules, not rules you could write down in a guidebook, but rules nonetheless. Follow them, and the mountains would let you pass through safely, would share their beauty and their peace. Break them, and the mountains would teach you lessons you'd never forget. Tyler had learned his lesson. He carried it with him every day, in every choice he made about where to go and how to behave when he got there. The wilderness was sovereign. The wilderness was patient, and the wilderness never forgot. Neither would he. Location: Glacier National Park, Montana. Date: February 18th, 2023. Brandon Keller had 2 weeks left before retirement, and he planned to spend most of them behind a desk. 28 years with the National Park Service, the last 15 at Glacier, and he'd earned the right to coast through his final days doing paperwork and handing off responsibilities to younger rangers who still had the energy for winter rescues and bear management and the endless, exhausting theater of pretending to care about tourists who ignored every warning sign. The call came in at 2:17 p.m. on a Tuesday in February, when the temperature was already dropping toward the forecast low of -18 Fahrenheit. 4 cross-country skiers, experienced backcountry types, had missed their check-in time at the Lake McDonald Ranger Station. They'd filed a backcountry permit for a 3-day traverse from Logan Pass to Apgar, a route that was technically open year-round, but only attempted by people who knew what they were doing. Or thought they did. The group's emergency contact, a wife in Kalispell, had called the main office when her husband didn't answer his satellite phone. That wasn't unusual. Satellite phones were temperamental in the mountains, and the forecast called for heavy cloud cover. But protocol was protocol. Someone had to go check. Brandon looked at the weather radar on his computer screen. A storm system moving in from the northwest, predicted to arrive by nightfall. Heavy snow, high winds, visibility near zero. The kind of storm that made search and rescue a suicide mission. If they were going to find these skiers, it had to be now. "I'll take it," he told Sarah, the district ranger. She was half his age and had been trying to mother him ever since he'd announced his retirement. "Solo?" "Jenkins is out with the flu. Morrison's on the east side dealing with a snowmobile accident. Everyone else is rookies." Brandon pulled on his parka. "I've done this route 100 times. I'll snowshoe in, find their camp, confirm they're okay, and be back before the storm hits." "Brandon, if you're not back by 1900 hours, I'm sending someone after you." "Fair enough." He loaded his pack with the usual winter rescue gear: GPS, radio, first aid kit, emergency bivvy, water, high-calorie food, headlamp with extra batteries, fire starter, his personal additions, a flask of whiskey that Sarah didn't know about, and a .44 Magnum revolver that she did. Grizzlies were hibernating, but mountain lions weren't, and wounded moose could be more dangerous than any predator. Brandon had learned a long time ago that the wilderness wasn't spiritual or mystical or any of the other things tourists like to project onto it. It was a collection of physical systems, weather, geology, biology, that followed predictable rules. Respect those rules, prepare for contingencies, and you'd be fine. Ignore them and the mountain would kill you with the same indifference it showed to everything else. He'd never lost anyone on his watch, not in 28 years. He intended to keep that record intact for 2 more weeks. The drive to the Logan Pass trailhead took 40 minutes on snow-packed roads. Brandon parked beside a white Subaru Outback with Colorado plates, the skier's vehicle according to the permit. He checked inside, empty except for a duffel bag on the back seat. No signs of distress. He strapped on his snowshoes and started up the trail. The forest in winter was a different place than summer tourists saw. The boardwalks and interpretive signs were buried under 6 feet of snow. The Jingxi that drew millions of visitors each year, glacier-carved valleys, alpine meadows, crystalline lakes, was hidden beneath a blank white shroud. Everything was reduced to essentials: trees, snow, sky. Navigation required constant attention to topography, to the subtle ways ridges and valleys shaped the wind and light. Brandon moved at a steady pace, the rhythm of snowshoeing automatic after decades. His breath formed clouds in the frigid air. The only sounds were the crunch of snow under his shoes and the occasional crack of a tree branch shedding ice. No birds, no wind yet. The forest held that peculiar winter silence, the sound of a world locked in cold sleep. He'd been hiking for 90 minutes when he found the first sign. A ski track leaving the main trail, heading northeast toward the ridgeline. That was wrong. The permit specified they'd be following the valley route, staying below tree line where there was shelter from wind and easier navigation. Going up to the ridge in February was asking for trouble. Exposed to weather, avalanche danger, no protection. Brandon followed the tracks. Maybe they'd spotted something interesting. A good viewpoint, wildlife, and detoured briefly. But the tracks continued, climbing steadily, leading away from the safe route and toward terrain that became increasingly dangerous. After another 30 minutes, he found the camp, or what was left of it. The tent was still standing, but one wall had been shredded, not ripped by wind, but torn, with the fabric hanging in strips. The contents were scattered, sleeping bags pulled outside and scattered across the snow. A camp stove overturned, food bags ripped open with the contents strewn everywhere. It looked like an animal attack, a bear maybe. Except bears were hibernating, and even if one had woken early, this wasn't bear behavior. Bears were destructive but methodical. This looked frantic, panicked. Brandon keyed his radio. "Base, this is Keller. I found the skiers' camp. It's been destroyed. No sign of the occupants. I'm seeing 4 sets of tracks leading northeast from the site, moving fast. Recommend we escalate this to full search and rescue." Static answered him. He tried again. Nothing. He checked the unit. Battery full, antenna intact. The mountains could create dead zones where radio signals couldn't reach, but he'd used his radio from this area before without problems. He'd have to continue the search alone and report when he got back to range. Brandon examined the tracks leaving the camp. 4 sets, as the permit indicated, 2 men, 2 women based on boot sizes. But the spacing was wrong. These weren't the measured strides of experienced skiers. These were running strides, the distance between prints suggesting panic, fleeing something, and overlaying those tracks. Something else. Brandon crouched, studying the snow. The prints were hard to identify. Almost human-shaped, but elongated. The toes too long, and the spacing suggested something moving on 2 legs, but with a stride length that shouldn't be possible. Whatever made these tracks had legs 7, maybe 8 feet long. He stood slowly, feeling the weight of the revolver on his hip. 28 years in wilderness service, and Brandon had seen a lot. Grizzly tracks, wolf tracks, mountain lion tracks. He'd once found the remains of an elk that had been taken down by a pack of wolves, the snow painted red in a 30-foot radius. Nature was brutal, but it followed rules. Predators killed for food, for territory, for survival. Not for sport, not for malice. These tracks felt wrong in a way he couldn't articulate. Brandon checked his watch. 4:47 p.m. Sunset was at 5:32. The storm was forecast to arrive around 7. He had maybe 2 hours before conditions became lethal. He followed the tracks. They led him up toward the ridgeline, through stands of subalpine fir and whitebark pine. The temperature was dropping fast. His breath came in thick clouds now, and ice was forming on his beard. His fingers were starting to go numb inside his gloves despite the chemical hand warmers. The tracks continued for another mile before he found the first body. It was one of the men, maybe 35 years old, wearing a bright yellow ski jacket. He was lying face down in the snow. Brandon approached carefully, checking for signs of life even though he already knew. The body was frozen, had been dead for hours. He turned it over as gently as he could. The man's face was intact, eyes wide and frozen in an expression Brandon had seen before on avalanche victims. That particular look of someone who died understanding exactly what was happening to them. But the body below the neck was wrong. The jacket had been torn open, and the chest cavity was hollow. Ribs spread like the petals of a flower. Everything inside, heart, lungs, organs, gone. Not cut, not torn by claws. Eaten. The edges of the wound showed bite marks. Human bite marks. Brandon stood quickly, his hand moving to the revolver without conscious thought. He'd investigated deaths in the park before. Falls, hypothermia, animal attacks, one suicide. But this wasn't any of those. This was something else. Something impossible. He forced himself to think procedurally. There were 3 other skiers unaccounted for. They might still be alive. He needed to find them. But a voice in the back of his mind, the part that still remembered being a child who was afraid of the dark, was screaming at him to run. The tracks continued up the ridge. Brandon followed, moving faster now, the snowshoes kicking up powder with each step. The light was fading, the sun dropping behind the peaks, casting long shadows across the snow. He found the second body half a mile later. One of the women, early 20s. She'd made it farther than the man, but not far enough. The body was in the same condition. Chest cavity hollow, organs gone, frozen blood staining the snow in a dark halo. But this one showed defensive wounds. Her hands were torn, fingers missing. She'd tried to fight. Brandon's radio crackled suddenly. Not static, something else. A voice, distant and distorted. So hungry. Please. Help us. He grabbed the radio. This is Ranger Keller. Identify yourself. Can't stop. So hungry. It won't stop. The voice cut off. Brandon tried to respond but got only silence. He checked the GPS. The coordinates showed he was 3 miles from the nearest ranger station, deep in terrain where radio communication should be impossible. But he'd heard something. Someone was alive out here. The last 2 tracks split at a rock outcrop. One set continued up toward the ridgeline. The other turned sharply and headed downslope, toward a thick stand of trees. Brandon made a decision. He followed the downslope tracks. If someone was trying to find shelter, they'd head for the trees. The forest here was older. The trees, massive Douglas firs that had somehow survived fire and wind for centuries. The canopy blocked what little light remained, plunging the forest floor into premature darkness. Brandon pulled out his headlamp and switched it on. The beam cut through the gloom, creating a tunnel of light in the darkness. That's when he heard it. Crying. Quiet, muffled, coming from somewhere ahead. "Park Service," Brandon called out. "If you can hear me, make noise. I'm here to help." The crying stopped. Then a voice, female, shaking with cold and fear. "Help me, please. It killed them. It killed them all." Brandon moved toward the voice, pushing through deep snow between the trees. His light found her. One of the women from the permit, maybe 40 years old, pressed against the trunk of a massive fir. She was in the late stages of hypothermia, shivering violently, pupils dilated, speech slurred. Her jacket was torn, and her left arm hung at a wrong angle. Broken. "Ma'am, I'm Ranger Keller. I'm going to get you out of here." He unslung his pack, pulled out the emergency bivvy, a reflective sleeping bag designed to retain heat. "What's your name?" "Jessica. Jessica Torres." Her teeth chattered so hard she could barely speak. "It killed them. David and Morgan and Chris. It ate them. What attacked you? A bear? Mountain lion?" "No." Jessica's eyes were unfocused, staring at something Brandon couldn't see. Not an animal. It was Chris. But it wasn't Chris anymore. His eyes were wrong, and he was so hungry, He kept saying he was so hungry. Brandon wrapped the bivvy around her, trying to raise her core temperature. Hypothermia caused hallucinations, confusion, false memories. She'd been through trauma, watched her friends die, and her brain was trying to make sense of it with whatever explanations it could construct. Jessica, I need you to focus. Where's the fourth person from your group? He ran. When Chris started changing. We all ran, but Chris caught David first and then Morgan, and I hid, but I could hear them screaming, and she grabbed Brandon's jacket with her good hand. He's still out there. Chris is still out there. And he's still hungry. A branch snapped behind them. Brandon turned, his hand moving to the revolver. The headlamp beam swept across trees, snow shadows. Nothing. He waited, every sense straining. Then he heard it. Breathing. Heavy, labored, but wrong somehow. Too wet. Like someone breathing through a mouthful of water. Is someone there? Brandon called out. This is the Park Service. Identify yourself. The breathing stopped. A voice answered, male, coming from the darkness beyond his light. Brandon Keller, 28 years Park Service, 15 at Glacier, 2 weeks until retirement. Brandon's blood went ice cold. How do you know that? I know everything now. I can hear the forest, hear the animals sleeping in their dens, hear your heart beating, hear your thoughts if I listen hard enough. The voice moved, circling them. I'm so hungry, Brandon. Hungrier than I've ever been. And no matter how much I eat, it's never enough. Brandon drew the revolver, tracking the sound. Chris Torres, if that's you, I need you to step into the light. You're hypothermic. You're confused. Let me help you. Laughter echoed through the trees, high and sharp and utterly wrong. You can't help me. No one can help me. I'm changing. Getting stronger, getting faster. I can smell you from half a mile away. Smell the fear on you. It smells delicious. Something moved at the edge of the light. Brandon fired. The gunshot was deafening in the winter silence. The flash from the muzzle lit up the forest for a brief instant, and in that instant Brandon saw it. A man-shaped thing. Too tall, too thin, with arms that hung to its knees and skin pulled tight over bones that jutted at wrong angles. The face was human, or had been. Now it was elongated, the jaw distended, mouth full of teeth that were too sharp, too many. The eyes reflected the light like an animal's, but behind that reflection was something intelligent, something that knew what it had become and reveled in it. The bullet hit it in the chest. The thing staggered backward, looked down at the wound, then looked back up at Brandon, and smiled. Iron and lead won't stop me. Nothing stops me. I'm hunger itself now. I'm what lives in the spaces between the trees, what waits in the cold and the dark. It took a step forward. I'm going to eat you slowly, Ranger Keller. I'm going to make it last. Brandon fired again and again, each shot hitting center mass. The thing kept coming. He grabbed Jessica, hauled her to her feet. Run, now. I can't. Run! They ran. Brandon's training kicked in even as his mind tried to reject what he'd just seen. Get distance. Find shelter. Reassess. He pulled Jessica along, half carrying her, moving downslope where the trees thinned and he could see farther. Behind them, that wet breathing grew closer. The thing that had been Chris Torres was following, taking its time. Playing. Jessica stumbled, nearly fell. Brandon caught her, kept moving. Stay with me. We're going to make it out of this. You don't understand. Jessica's voice was flat, emotionless. The detachment of severe hypothermia setting in. Chris was the first, but it's spreading. Morgan started feeling it too before Chris killed her. She said she could feel something growing inside her. Said she was so hungry she wanted to bite David. Bite him and taste him, and that's not real. That's shock and cold talking. Then explain what you just shot. Brandon had no answer. They broke out of the tree line into open snowfield. The storm was arriving. Brandon could see the clouds rolling in from the northwest. could feel the temperature dropping even further, could feel the first kiss of snow starting to fall. They were 3 miles from any shelter, with a blizzard bearing down and something hunting them that shouldn't exist. 2 weeks until retirement. The breathing was closer now. Brandon turned, bringing up the revolver. The thing emerged from the trees, moving with an awful grace. In the growing darkness, it looked even less human. The proportions wrong, the movements fluid in ways that made Brandon's eyes hurt to track. "I can smell your exhaustion, Brandon." The voice was still recognizably human, but deeper now, resonant. "I can hear your heart struggling. You're old, weak, but you'll taste good. You'll fill the emptiness for maybe an hour, maybe 2. Brandon aimed carefully and fired his last 3 rounds. The thing twitched with each impact, but didn't slow down. It was maybe 30 feet away now, then 20. Brandon dropped the useless gun and did the only thing he could think of. He pulled out his survival lighter and the small container of fire starter gel from his pack. He squeezed the entire tube onto a dead tree stump protruding from the snow, flicked the lighter, and the gel caught with a whoosh of flame. The thing stopped, stared at the fire. For the first time, something like fear crossed its distorted features. "Fire," Brandon said, understanding. "You're afraid of fire." The thing's lips pulled back, showing all those impossible teeth. "Fire is life. Fire is warmth. I'm cold now. Always cold. The hunger burns, but it doesn't warm. Fire reminds me of what I lost." It circled them, staying well back from the small flame. Brandon grabbed a branch, lit the end, created a makeshift torch. It wasn't much. The branch was damp, burning poorly, but it was something. "Jessica, take this." He handed her the torch. "Keep it between you and that thing. I'm going to try the radio again." He pulled out the radio, praying for a signal. Static greeted him, then that same distorted voice from before. "Please, help. So hungry." "Who is this?" Brandon demanded. The thing in the shadows laughed. "That's the other one, your 4th skier. David. He's farther up the mountain. He lasted longer than the rest, ran faster, got away before I could finish him. But the hunger got him anyway. It always does. Once it's inside you, once you taste that first bite of human flesh, there's no going back. You just get hungrier and hungrier until you're not human anymore. Until you're like me." Brandon stared at the thing that had been Chris Torres. "What happened to you?" 3 days ago, we got lost in a whiteout. Couldn't find our camp. Couldn't see more than 10 feet. We dug a snow cave, planned to wait it out. But the temperature dropped to 30 below. We didn't have enough food. By the 2nd day, we were all starting to make bad decisions. David suggested. The thing paused, something like human emotion flickering across its face. He suggested we draw straws for who would contribute, for survival. "You ate human flesh," Brandon said quietly. "I had to. We were going to die. But the moment I took that first bite..." The thing shuddered, and Brandon saw genuine horror in its eyes. "The moment I tasted it, something changed. Inside me, in my thoughts. I became so hungry. And the more I ate, the hungrier I got. The others tried to stop me, but I was already stronger, faster, changing. And then they started changing too. Once you break that law, once you consume human flesh in the wild, something takes notice, something old, something that's been waiting in these mountains since before humans came here." Brandon knew the stories. He dismissed them as superstition, folk tales that the local indigenous peoples told to keep people away from dangerous areas. The Wendigo, a spirit of hunger, of cold, of winter's cruelty. According to legend, anyone who resorted to cannibalism in the wilderness would be possessed by insatiable hunger, would transform into a monster that could never be satisfied. Stories. Just stories. Except one of those stories was standing 20 feet away, wearing a dead man's face. The radio crackled again. "Help, I'm at the ridge, can't control it, please kill me before..." The transmission cut off with a sound that might have been screaming or might have been laughter. The thing, Chris, tilted its head. David won't last much longer. The transformation is painful. It hurts to become what we are. Your skin stretches, your bones grow, your insides hollow out because you don't need them anymore. All you need is hunger. It's beautiful and terrible, and I want you to feel it too, Brandon. I want you to understand. It took a step forward. The torch in Jessica's hand flickered. The branch nearly burned through. Brandon looked around desperately. They were in an exposed snowfield, miles from help, with a blizzard arriving and two creatures that had once been human hunting them. The fire wouldn't last. Jessica was minutes away from complete system shutdown from hypothermia, and Brandon was 63 years old with arthritic knees and no bullets left. 2 weeks until retirement. He'd spent 28 years believing the wilderness was just physics and biology. Predictable. Rational. Now the mountain was teaching him a final lesson. There were older rules than the ones he knew. Darker principles. And they didn't care about his experience or his skepticism or his carefully maintained safety record. The torch went out. Jessica made a small sound of despair. The thing smiled and started walking toward them. Brandon grabbed the fire starter gel container, still a few drops left, squeezed it onto his glove, and flicked his lighter. The gel caught, and his glove burst into flame. He had maybe 10 seconds before the fire burned through to his skin. He ran at the thing. It didn't expect that. Didn't expect prey to attack. Brandon slammed into it, his burning hand connecting with its face. The thing shrieked, a sound that was part human scream and part something else entirely, and staggered backward, clawing at its face where the gel burned. Brandon tackled it, using his body weight to drive it down into the snow. "Jessica, run!" he shouted. "Follow the valley, find shelter!" He didn't know if she could hear him, didn't know if she could move. He focused on keeping the thing pinned, keeping the fire pressed against it. The smell was horrific. Burning hair, burning flesh, something chemical and wrong underneath. The thing bucked, stronger than anything human should be. It threw Brandon off, sent him sliding across the snow. He scrambled to his feet, shaking off the glove. His hand underneath was burned, but not badly. The thing was on its feet too, half its face blackened, one eye socket empty and smoking. It should have been dead, should have been in shock. Instead, it was angry. "You're going to suffer for that," it hissed. "I'm going to keep you alive for hours while I eat you piece by piece." Brandon ran. Not toward the valley where he'd sent Jessica. Not downslope toward safety. He ran upslope, toward the ridge. Toward where the fourth skier, David, was presumably transforming into another one of these things. It was suicidal. Irrational. But Brandon had figured something out in that moment of burning the creature. Chris Torres had said the transformation hurt. That becoming what they were was painful, which meant they weren't invincible. They could feel pain, could be hurt, could be killed, maybe, if Brandon could figure out how. The slope was steep, the snow deep. Brandon's lungs burned in the frigid air. Behind him, he could hear the thing pursuing faster than he was, closing the distance. He didn't look back, just climbed. The radio crackled one more time. "Ridge, hurry, can't, much longer." Brandon crested the ridge and found David. The man was on his knees in the snow, illuminated by the last rays of sunset breaking through the storm clouds. He was partway through the transformation. Bones protruding at strange angles through his skin, his jaw distended, hands elongated into claws. But his eyes were still human, still aware. "Please," David gasped, "before I lose myself completely, before I become like Chris, please." Brandon approached slowly. "What do you need me to do?" "Fire. It's the only thing. We tried to stop the hunger with cold. With starvation, but it only made it worse. Fire burns it out, kills the spirit before it completes the possession. But you have to do it while there's still something human left. Once the transformation is complete, nothing can stop us." Behind Brandon, the sound of Chris climbing the slope grew louder. "I don't have any way to start a large enough fire," Brandon said. David laughed, a wet and broken sound. Yes, you do. The storm. It's carrying lightning. I've been watching the clouds. If you can get Chris up here on this exposed ridge when the storm hits. Understanding dawned. You want me to use him as a lightning rod. We're taller than human now, highly conductive. The spirit inside us. It's made of hunger, and hunger is empty, and emptiness conducts electricity like nothing else. If the lightning hits him, it'll kill the Wendigo spirit. Kill it, and the body dies. The hunger dies. Chris crested the ridge, moving in that awful fluid way. He looked between Brandon and David, his burned face twisted into something like betrayal. "Brother," he said to David, "are you helping the prey?" "I'm not your brother anymore. I'm just what's left." David stood on shaking legs, his elongated arms hanging almost to his knees. "And I'm tired of being hungry." He ran at Chris. The two things collided with an impact that sent up a spray of snow. They grappled, rolling across the ridge, inhuman and terrible. Brandon backed away, watching the sky. The storm clouds were directly overhead now, dark and massive, pregnant with electricity. He could feel the static in the air, making his hair stand up. The creatures fought with savage intensity, Chris stronger but David more desperate. They were evenly matched, each trying to get jaws around the other's throat. The first lightning strike hit 50 yards away, a blinding flash and deafening crack. The second hit 30 yards away. The storm was directly over them. Brandon pulled out his radio. He had one last idea. He extended the antenna as far as it would go and held it up, creating a better lightning target. Then he ran toward the fighting creatures and threw the radio between them. "Chris!" he shouted. "You wanted to eat me? Come get me!" The thing that had been Chris Torres looked up, saw Brandon, and smiled. It threw David aside and started walking toward Brandon, moving to all fours now, stalking like a wolf. Brandon backed toward the radio, keeping the creature's attention focused on him. 5 feet, 4 feet, 3. The lightning struck. The bolt hit the radio antenna and coursed through the device with millions of volts. The charge found the nearest conductor, Chris Torres's elongated body, and the thing lit up like a light bulb. Brandon was thrown backward by the concussion, landing hard in the snow, temporarily blinded. When his vision cleared, Chris was lying motionless. The body was smoking, the skin blackened, but it looked more human now, smaller. The bones had somehow contracted back to normal proportions. The thing was dead, and with it, the Wendigo spirit. David crawled over to his friend's body, touched it gently. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you for ending it." "You're still infected," Brandon said, standing on shaky legs. "I need to..." "I know." David looked at him, and Brandon saw tears on his distorted face. "Will you tell my wife what happened? The truth? No one will believe it. Tell her anyway. Tell her I loved her. Tell her I'm sorry. Tell her the mountain takes what it takes. And sometimes what it takes is everything." Before Brandon could respond, David stood and walked to the highest point of the ridge. He spread his arms wide, offering himself to the storm. The second strike hit 30 seconds later. When it was over, Brandon stood alone on the ridge with two bodies that were quickly being buried by the falling snow. He looked at them for a long moment, then started the long walk back down the mountain. Jessica Torres survived. Brandon found her at the tree line, barely conscious but alive. He got her into his emergency bivvy, started a small fire with the last of his gel starter, and kept her warm until the storm passed and a helicopter could extract them at dawn. The official report listed the deaths as exposure and hypothermia, complicated by trauma and disorientation. 3 bodies recovered, causes of death consistent with environmental exposure in extreme winter conditions. The physical evidence supported this conclusion. The cold had done its work, had erased the teeth marks and the impossible wounds. By the time the recovery team reached the site, there was nothing to suggest anything but a tragic accident. Brandon wrote the report himself. He knew no one would believe the truth. Hell, if he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. The wilderness was supposed to follow predictable rules, but there were older rules he'd learned. Rules that predated science, that existed in the spaces between what humans understood and what they feared. Jessica remembered nothing after Brandon found her. Hypothermia-induced amnesia, the doctors said. A blessing, really. She'd lost her husband and 3 friends to the mountain. She didn't need to know what they'd become in their final hours. Brandon took his retirement 2 weeks later, as planned. He moved to Florida, as far from winter and mountains and the hungry dark as he could get. He didn't go camping anymore, didn't go hiking. Stayed in places where civilization was thick and the walls were strong and nothing could come scratching at his door in the night. But sometimes he still heard it. That wet, labored breathing. That voice saying, "I'm so hungry." Usually in dreams, but occasionally in the space between sleep and waking. In that moment when the mind is most vulnerable to things that live in the dark. And Brandon would turn on every light in his house and wait for dawn, remembering a lesson learned too late. The wilderness wasn't just physics and biology. It was also hunger. It was also cold. It was also the terrible price of survival when all other options are exhausted. The mountain keeps its secrets, except for the ones it teaches you, and those you carry forever. Sabir. Epilogue. Park Service Incident Report Addendum. Filed 2024. Recovered from Ranger Brandon Keller's personal effects following his death, aged 64, in his home in Tallahassee, Florida. Cause of death: natural causes, cardiac arrest. Found in a locked filing cabinet with instructions to be forwarded to Glacier National Park following his death. To whoever reads this, I'm writing this 1 year after the Torres incident, and I've had time to do research. Real research, not just the folklore I dismissed for 28 years. The Wendigo legend isn't unique to one tribe or one region. It appears across all the Algonquian peoples, Ojibwe, Cree, Innu, Naskapi, with consistent details. A spirit of hunger that possesses those who consume human flesh in the wild. Makes them into monsters that can never be satisfied. But here's what the anthropologists miss. It's not just a cautionary tale. It's a warning about a real phenomenon. Indigenous peoples observed something real, something that happened to people who broke that ultimate taboo of survival, and they encoded the knowledge of how to fight it into stories. Fire. That's the answer. The Wendigo spirit is cold, hollow, empty. Fire fills the emptiness, burns out the possession before it completes, but only while there's still something human left to save. I'm writing this because it will happen again. People will get lost. People will get desperate. And some of them will make that terrible choice to survive, not knowing the price. When it happens, and it will, you need to know. Bullets don't work. Running doesn't work. The only thing that stops a Wendigo is fire, lightning, or destroying the body so completely there's nothing left for the spirit to inhabit. I spent 28 years not believing in things I couldn't measure or predict. The mountain taught me different. There are rules older than the ones we wrote down. Forces that don't care about our understanding. Respect them. Fear them. And for God's sake, if someone reports seeing things that match this description, don't dismiss it as hysteria or delusion. Some old stories are old because they're true. Brandon Keller, former park ranger, Glacier National Park, March 15th, 2024. Location: Olympic National Park, Washington. Date: November 7th, 2014. Hannah Reeves had stopped believing in monsters when she was 12 years old. That was the year she'd learned that the real horrors weren't the things hiding under beds or lurking in closets. They were the bruises hidden under long sleeves, the screams muffled by closed doors, the children who disappeared not into fairy tales, but into the cracks of a system that couldn't save them fast enough. She'd spent 15 years as a detective with Seattle PD, specializing in crimes against children, and in that time she'd seen enough genuine evil, human, mundane, explicable evil, to fill several lifetimes. The transfer to the National Park Service had been equal parts escape and surrender. After the Hendricks case, 3 children found in a basement after 2 years missing, alive but irreparably damaged, Hannah had looked at herself in the mirror one morning, and realized she couldn't do it anymore. Couldn't carry the weight of all those faces, all those files, all those children she'd found too late or not at all. So she'd taken her investigative experience, her forensic psychology background, and her shattered idealism to Olympic National Park, where the biggest problems were supposed to be lost hikers and occasional wildlife conflicts. A place where the forest was old and quiet and indifferent, where she could file reports about trail conditions and permit violations, and never again have to look at crime scene photos of things done to people too small to fight back. That had been 8 months ago. 8 months of rain and fog and ancient trees, of learning to breathe again, of slowly remembering what it felt like to sleep through the night without nightmares. Until today. Hannah stood outside the ranger station at the Hoh Rainforest Visitor Center, staring at the official missing persons report in her hand. The Morrison family, Michael, 38, Rebecca, 36, Sophia, 8, Owen, 5, had failed to return from a day hike 3 days ago. Their rental car was still in the parking lot. No one had heard from them. Search and rescue had been combing the trails for 72 hours, and now they'd been found. Found them about an hour ago, said Marcus Chen, the lead SAR coordinator, briefing her as they walked toward the command tent. Near the Hoh River Trail about 6 miles in. They were just sitting there, under a Sitka spruce, all 4 of them. Injuries? That's the weird part. No injuries, no signs of distress. They're just... Marcus paused, searching for words. They're confused, disoriented. The parents keep asking what year it is. Hannah felt something cold settle in her stomach. She'd seen confusion before. Hypothermia, dehydration, head trauma. But there was something in Marcus's tone that suggested this was different. What do you mean, what year? I mean, they keep insisting it's 2017. They think 3 years have passed. The father, Michael, he's got a journal. Dated entries spanning from November 2014 to November 2017. 3 years worth. 72 hours of entries, Hannah said. That's dissociative fugue, maybe, trauma response. They experienced something and their minds are creating a false timeline to cope. Maybe. Marcus didn't sound convinced. But Hannah, you need to see the kids. They reached the tent where the Morrison family was being evaluated by the park's medical team. Hannah ducked inside, and the cold feeling in her stomach intensified into something close to dread. The children sat on camp chairs wrapped in emergency blankets sipping hot chocolate. The boy, Owen, should have been 5 years old. The girl, Sophia, should have been 8. Hannah had looked at their photos in the missing persons file. She knew what they were supposed to look like. These children were not those children. Oh, they were the same children, clearly. The same faces, the same features. But Sophia was taller, significantly taller. Her baby fat was gone, her face more angular, her limbs longer with the gangly awkwardness of approaching adolescence. Her hair, which had been shoulder length in the photo, now hung halfway down her back. Owen was bigger too. Not as dramatically, but enough. The round toddler softness was gone from his face. He looked like a child of 7 or 8, not 5. That's impossible, Hannah whispered. The medical examiner, Dr. Sarah Kim, looked up from where she was checking Sophia's vital signs. You're telling me, according to every metric I can measure, bone density, dental development, even their heights and weights, these children have aged approximately 3 years. Sophia's gained 4 inches and 12 pounds. Owen's gained 3 inches and 8 pounds. Those are normal growth patterns for their respective ages. Except their respective ages should be 8 and 5, not 11 and 8. That can't be right. Run the tests again. I've run them 3 times. X-rays confirm it. Sophia has lost 2 baby teeth that were present in her dental records from 6 months ago, and has 2 adult teeth that shouldn't erupt for another 2 years. Owen's skeletal development is consistent with an 8-year-old, not a 5-year-old. Hannah's detective brain was screaming that there had to be a rational explanation. Mistaken identity, wrong children, some kind of elaborate hoax. But she'd seen the parents' faces, seen their driver's licenses, confirmed their identities through fingerprints. These were the Morrison family. These were the right children, who had somehow aged 3 years and 3 days. I need to interview them, Hannah said. The family sat together in the park conference room looking bewildered and frightened. Michael Morrison was a software engineer from Bellevue, his wife Rebecca a graphic designer. They looked like any of the thousands of families who visited Olympic every year. Outdoorsy, well-prepared, the kind of people who researched trails and packed extra snacks. They also looked exhausted, not the exhaustion of 3 days lost in the woods, the exhaustion of 3 years of accumulated stress and fear and survival. Hannah sat across from them, recording device on the table between them. Mr. and Mrs. Morrison, I know you've been through a traumatic experience. I need to ask you some questions about what happened. Can you start from the beginning? You entered the park on November 4th? Yes, Michael said. His voice was hoarse, like he'd been screaming. We drove in that morning, checked into our campsite at the Hoh campground. It was Rebecca's birthday weekend. We wanted to do the Hoh River Trail, see the old growth forest. And you started the hike when? Around 10 a.m. We had permits, we had maps, we know how to hike safely. His eyes were pleading, desperate for her to understand. We did everything right. I'm sure you did. What happened next? Rebecca spoke up, her hand tight around Michael's. We hiked for maybe 3 hours. The kids were doing great. Owen was riding on Michael's shoulders part of the way. We stopped for lunch near the river right around the 2.5-mile mark. The Hall of Mosses turnoff, Michael added. We were going to take that trail on the way back, but after lunch we noticed Sophia had wandered off. Not far, she'd gone to look at something in the trees. Hannah glanced at Sophia, who sat very still, staring at her hands. What did you see, Sophia? The girl's voice was small but clear. A basket. There was a big basket sitting against a tree. It was really pretty, woven with patterns. I wanted to see it closer. And you went to look at it? I told her to come back, Rebecca said, her voice cracking. I called her name, but she just kept walking toward it like she couldn't hear me. And then Owen ran after her because he always follows his sister, and we both went after them. And then we were somewhere else. Michael finished. The forest changed. The trail was gone. Everything looked different, older. The trees were bigger, the undergrowth was thicker. And there was something. We felt like we were being watched. Hannah kept her voice level, professional. Can you describe what happened next? What happened next, according to Michael and Rebecca, was 3 years of nightmare. They'd tried to find their way back to the trail, but the forest seemed to shift around them. Landmarks disappeared. The river would be on their left, then suddenly on their right. They'd walk for hours and end up in the same clearing they'd started from. Their phones didn't work. Their GPS showed nonsense coordinates. Time felt wrong. Days seemed to stretch impossibly long. Nights came too fast or too slow. And they were never alone. Something was following us, Rebecca whispered. We never saw it clearly. Just glimpses. A figure moving between the trees. Tall, wrong proportions. And it had a basket on its back. A huge basket, big enough to fit a person. Sometimes we'd hear crying coming from it. Children crying. The kids heard it too, Michael said. They had nightmares. Sophia would wake up screaming about the basket lady. Owen would cry that he didn't want to go in the basket. Hannah looked at the children. Sophia met her eyes, and Hannah saw something there that made her stomach turn. Not the confusion of a traumatized 8-year-old, the haunted awareness of someone older, someone who'd seen things no child should see. Sophia, Hannah said gently, can you tell me what you remember? The girl was quiet for a long moment. Then, it wasn't a nightmare. She was real, the basket lady. She would come close at night when Mom and Dad were asleep. Owen and I would stay awake, holding hands, pretending to sleep. She'd stand at the edge of our camp and watch. Sometimes she'd reach toward us with these really long fingers, but she never quite touched us. Why do you think that was? Because we could see her. Mom and Dad couldn't, not really. But Owen and I could. And Grandma Morrison told me once that you can't be taken if you know what's trying to take you. You have to not notice. You have to be unaware. The hair on the back of Hannah's neck stood up. She glanced at the parents, who looked shocked. "Did your grandmother tell you about the basket lady?" Sophia shook her head. "No, but she told me stories about things in the forest. Coast Salish stories from her tribe, about women who carry baskets and steal children. She said they were warnings, that some warnings are really true." Hannah's detective instincts warred with something else, the part of her that had grown up hearing her own grandmother's stories, Korean folk tales about Dokaebi and Gumiho, entities that existed in the spaces between the modern world and the old one, stories she'd dismissed as superstition. "How did you get out?" she asked. "How did you find your way back?" "We didn't," Michael said. "Yesterday, or what felt like yesterday to us, we were in our camp. We'd been surviving on mushrooms and berries, fish from the river. 3 years. 3 years of living in that forest. And Sophia, she did something." All eyes turned to the girl. "I left an offering," Sophia said quietly, "like Grandma Morrison taught me, for the spirits. I wove a small basket from cedar bark the way she showed me once. I put some berries in it and left it at the base of the tree where we first saw the big basket. And I said thank you." "Thank you?" Hannah repeated. "Thank you for not taking us. Thank you for letting us go." Sophia's eyes were very old. "Because I realized she could have taken us any time, put us in her basket, but she didn't. She just kept us there, kept us in the forest where time was different. Maybe as a test, maybe as a game, I don't know. But when I left the offering and said thank you, the forest changed back. Suddenly we could see the trail again, and it was like no time had passed at all. Even though for us, 3 years, Rebecca finished, tears streaming down her face. We lived 3 years in that forest. 3 years. How is that possible? How can 3 days be 3 years? Hannah had no answer. She looked at her notes, at the rational, ordered bullet points she'd made, and felt them dissolving into meaninglessness. This wasn't dissociation. This wasn't trauma-induced delusion. The children had physically aged. The parents had detailed memories, consistent accounts, a journal with 3 years of dated entries. Something had happened to them. Something that bent the rules of time and space and reality. Something that lived in the oldest forest in North America and remembered when humans were still learning to name the things that scared them. Hannah spent the rest of the day interviewing each family member separately, documenting everything. She took photos of Michael's journal, page after page of entries describing their daily struggle to survive, notations about the weather, sketches of the thing that followed them. She documented every physical anomaly, the children's growth, the parents' beards and longer hair, the wear on their clothing that was inconsistent with 3 days of hiking. By evening, she had a file folder full of evidence that pointed to something impossible. She also had a splitting headache and a growing sense that she was standing on the edge of something vast and incomprehensible. Something her detective's brain couldn't categorize or explain away. The Morrison family was being kept at the ranger station overnight for observation. Hannah told them she'd continue the investigation in the morning, then drove back to her cabin on the edge of the park. She needed to think. She needed to process. She needed to talk to someone who might understand. Hannah's grandmother lived in a retirement community in Olympia, an hour's drive from the park. At 8 p.m., Hannah called her. "Halmoni," she said, when the familiar voice answered. "It's Hannah. I need to ask you about the old stories." There was a pause. Then, "What happened, child?" Hannah told her everything. The Morrison family, the impossible aging, the basket ogress. Her grandmother listened without interrupting, and when Hannah finished, the old woman was quiet for a long moment. "You're not calling to ask if I believe them," she finally said. "You're calling because you believe them, and that scares you. I don't know what I believe. Everything I know about how the world works says this is impossible. The world is bigger than what you know, Hannah. You learned that in your old job, didn't you? That people are capable of terrible things you never imagined. That was different. That was human evil. Explainable." "Is it? Is evil explainable? Is cruelty? Where does it come from, that capacity to hurt?" Her grandmother's voice was gentle. "You stopped believing in monsters because you thought humans were worse. But maybe they're the same thing. Maybe monsters are what we call the things we don't understand, whether they wear human faces or not." "So you think the basket ogress is real?" "I think there are places where the world is older, where it remembers things we've forgotten, and I think Olympic is one of those places. Those forests have been there for thousands of years. Thousands. The trees were ancient when my ancestors first came to this land. What do you think lives in a forest that old? What do you think watches from between the trees?" Hannah felt cold despite her jacket. The children said they could see her because they were aware, that she couldn't take them if they knew she was there. That's the old wisdom. The ones who get taken are the ones who don't notice, who wander off the path without paying attention, who treat the forest like a park instead of a living thing with its own rules. Her grandmother paused. This family, they survived because the children remembered, because someone taught them to respect what they didn't understand. "What do I do, Halmoni? I have to file a report. I have to explain what happened to them." "You tell the truth. What you observed, what you documented. Let others draw their own conclusions. But Hannah," her voice turned serious, "don't go back into that forest alone. Not to investigate, not to prove anything. Some things aren't meant to be understood. Some things are meant to be respected from a distance." After hanging up, Hannah sat in her cabin and stared at the wall. Outside, the forest pressed close. Ancient spruces and cedars that had been growing since before Columbus, before the Vikings, before Rome. How many people had gone into those woods over the centuries? How many had come back changed or not at all? She thought about her years as a detective, about the case files and crime scene photos, about the neat categories she'd used to organize horror into understandable chunks. Abuse, neglect, predation, all terrible, all real, all explicable within the framework of human psychology and criminal behavior. But this was something else. This was a reminder that the world contained mysteries that couldn't be solved with forensic evidence and witness testimony. That there were still dark corners where the old rules applied, where things existed that science couldn't measure and courts couldn't prosecute. Her phone rang. Marcus Chen. "Hannah, you need to come back to the station. Now." "What happened?" "It's Sophia. She's asking for you, and she's saying things. You need to hear this." Legsindo. And when Hannah arrived at the ranger station, she found Sophia sitting alone in the conference room, drawing on a piece of paper. The girl looked up as Hannah entered, and again Hannah was struck by the wrongness of her eyes. Too knowing, too old. "Hi, Sophia. Marcus said you wanted to talk to me. I needed to tell you the rest. The part I couldn't say in front of Mom and Dad." Hannah sat down slowly. "What part?" "The part about Owen." Sophia's hand trembled as she pushed the drawing across the table. It showed two children, clearly Sophia and Owen, standing in front of a massive woven basket. The basket was on the back of a figure that was vaguely human-shaped, but wrong in every proportion. Too tall, too thin, limbs that bent at odd angles. And inside the basket, Hannah could see smaller figures, children, dozens of them. "We weren't just in the forest for 3 years," Sophia said quietly. "We were in her basket, for part of it. Maybe a few months. It's hard to remember. Time was different inside." Hannah's mouth went dry. "You were inside the basket?" "She took us one night. Mom and Dad were asleep, and Owen and I were pretending to be asleep, like we always did. But this time she reached down and picked us up so fast we couldn't scream. She put us in the basket." "What was it like inside?" Sophia's eyes filled with tears. "Dark, and full of other kids. Some of them had been there a really long time. They couldn't remember their names anymore. There was a boy who said he'd been playing in the forest in 1962. He was still 7 years old. A girl who remembered cars with big fins and her mother's cat-eye glasses. They were all still children, but they'd been children for decades. How did you get out?" "Owen." Sophia wiped her eyes. Owen started singing. He was so scared, but he started singing the song Grandma Morrison taught us, a Salish song about children and safety. And the basket lady, she stopped walking. She opened the basket and looked at him, really looked at him, and she put us out. Just us, not the other kids, just Owen and me. Because he sang the song. Because he remembered. Because someone had taught him the old words, the ones that meant something to her. She respected that. Sophia looked at her drawing. But the other kids are still in there. Hannah. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. She's been collecting them for so long. Hannah stared at the drawing, at the small faces visible in the woven basket. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to know. Because you're going to wonder if you should go into the forest and try to find her. Try to save those kids. And you can't. Sophia's voice was fierce. You can't save them. They're already gone. They're hers now. All you can do is make sure no other kids get taken. Make sure people know to teach their children the old ways, the warnings, the songs that keep you safe. How do you know I was thinking about going after her? Because you're like my mom. You want to fix things. You want to save people. That's why you became a detective, right? To save kids. Sophia's two old eyes met hers. But you can't save these ones. The best thing you can do is make sure no one else needs saving. Hannah sat back in her chair, feeling the weight of those words. Sophia was right. She had been thinking about organizing a search, about going into the forest to find the basket ogress, about somehow rescuing the children trapped in that impossible basket. But how do you rescue someone from a place where time doesn't work? How do you fight something that exists outside the rules of reality? How do you save children who might have been taken 50 years ago, but are still 7 years old? What happens to you now? Hannah asked. You and Owen? You've aged 3 years. Your parents have 3 years of memories. How do you go back to normal life? We don't. Sophia said it matter-of-factly. We can't. Owen should be in kindergarten, but he looks like he should be in 2nd grade. I should be in 3rd grade, but I look like I should be in 6th. We have memories of 3 years that don't exist in the outside world. Mom and Dad have journal entries and experiences and time that no one else lived through. So what will you do? I don't know. Maybe we move somewhere no one knows us. Start over with our new ages. Maybe we tell people we were sick. That's why the kids grew so fast. Maybe we just adapt. She smiled sadly. Grandma Morrison says some families are marked by the old things, that we walk between the worlds now. Maybe that's us. Maybe that's what happens when you see something you're not supposed to see and live to tell about it. I endorse him. Hannah filed her report 3 days later. It was the strangest document she'd ever written. Part missing persons case, part witness testimony, part anthropological study of indigenous folklore. She documented the physical evidence, the inconsistencies, the impossible aging. She included photographs, medical records, excerpts from Michael's journal. She did not draw conclusions. She simply presented what she'd observed and let the readers make of it what they would. The official finding was recovered, unexplained circumstances. The Morrison family was released with recommendations for ongoing psychological care. The Park Service issued a quiet advisory about staying on marked trails and respecting indigenous cultural sites. And Hannah put in a request for a transfer. Not because she was afraid, not because she didn't believe, but because she'd learned something in those interviews, something her grandmother had tried to tell her years ago. There are different kinds of evil in the world. Some you can fight with handcuffs and court orders. Some you fight by teaching your children the old songs, by leaving offerings at the base of ancient trees, by remembering that the forest was here first and will be here long after humans are gone. You fight it by respecting what you can't understand. The transfer was denied. Budget constraints, they said. She would remain at Olympic for at least another year. Hannah accepted this with a strange mixture of resignation and something that might have been relief. Because someone needed to be here. Someone who knew. Someone who would take the reports of missing hikers seriously. Who would search not just for lost people, but for people who'd stumbled into places where time ran differently. Someone who would teach the new rangers the old warnings, even if they didn't believe. Especially if they didn't believe. She thought about the children still trapped in the basket Ogress's collection. Still 7 years old after decades. Still waiting for someone to sing them the right song. She thought about Sophia Morrison, aged 3 years and 3 days, marked forever by something the modern world had no name for. And she thought about her own grandmother's words, "The world is bigger than what you know." On November 14th, exactly 1 week after the Morrison family was found, Hannah hiked the Hoh River Trail. She went alone, against her grandmother's advice, against her own better judgment. She hiked past the Hall of Moss's turnoff, past the 2.5-mile marker where the Morrisons had stopped for lunch. She found the tree Sophia had described, a massive Sitka spruce easily 800 years old, its trunk wider than a car. And at its base, weathered but still intact, was a small woven basket. Cedar bark, precisely made, filled with berries that should have rotted in 7 days but hadn't. Hannah knelt beside it. She'd brought her own offering, a bundle of sage, a small carved figure of a bird, a written note in both English and Korean thanking the forest for the Morrison family's safe return and asking for continued protection for all who entered here. She placed these items carefully beside Sophia's basket. Then she stood and looked into the forest, into the shadows between the ancient trees where moss hung like curtains and ferns grew taller than a man. "I see you," she said quietly. "I know you're there, and I respect you. Just, please, let them find their way home when they lose the path. Let the children be children. Let time run the way it's supposed to." The forest was silent. No birds sang, no wind moved the branches. Hannah stood there for a long moment, feeling the weight of thousands of years of growth, of patience, of memory. Then she heard it, very faint, carried on a breeze that wasn't blowing, singing. A woman's voice, old as the forest, singing in a language that predated English, predated Spanish, maybe predated language itself. Hannah didn't try to follow the sound. She simply bowed once, respectfully, and walked back the way she'd come. Behind her, unseen, something moved between the trees. Tall, wrong proportions, carrying a basket on its back that wept with the voices of children who'd forgotten their own names. It watched Hannah's retreat, and then it turned and walked deeper into the forest where the trees were older still, where time pooled in strange eddies, where the basket was never quite full and never quite empty, and always, always hungry. 6 months later, Hannah received a letter. It was from Sophia Morrison, now living with her family in Montana under slightly different names, enrolled in schools appropriate to their new apparent ages. The letter was brief. "Dear Hannah, we're okay. It's weird, but we're okay. Owen is adjusting better than me. He was younger, so he doesn't remember as much. Mom and Dad are in therapy. We all are. I wanted to tell you something I didn't tell you before. When Owen sang the song and the basket lady let us out, she spoke to me, just once. Her voice sounded like wind through really old trees. She said, 'Tell the one who asks questions that I am patience. I am the price of forgetting. I am what waits when the warnings are ignored.' I don't know what that means exactly, but I think you should know. Also, I started having dreams about the other kids, the ones still in the basket. I draw them sometimes. I've drawn 47 different faces so far. I'm sending you copies. Maybe you can find out who they were. Maybe their families are still looking for them. Maybe someone should remember them, even if they can't come home. Thank you for believing us. Sophia." Enclosed were 47 hand-drawn portraits, children from different eras wearing different clothes, different hairstyles. A boy in 1960s short pants and thick glasses. A girl with 1980s permed hair. A toddler in Depression-era worn overalls. A teenager in 1940s saddle shoes. Hannah spread them across her desk and felt her heart break. These were real children. Children who'd vanished into the forest decades ago, maybe centuries ago. Children whose families had searched and grieved and eventually moved on. never knowing their sons and daughters were still there, still young, still trapped in a basket that existed outside of time. She couldn't save them. Sophia was right about that. They were beyond saving, beyond time, beyond the reach of any human agency. But she could remember them. Hannah started a file. Off the books, unofficial. She called it The Forgotten Ones. She began researching missing children cases in the Pacific Northwest, going back as far as records existed. When she found matches for the faces in Sophia's drawings, she added their names, their dates of disappearance, their families' names. Tommy Chen, age 7, missing from a Boy Scout campout in 1962. Sarah Whitmore, age 9, disappeared during a family picnic in 1978. Jesse Blackwood, age 6, vanished from a tribal gathering in 1945. On and on. 47 names, 47 stories, 47 families who never got closure. Hannah couldn't bring them home, but she could make sure they weren't forgotten. And every month on the first Tuesday, she hiked to that ancient Sitka spruce and left an offering. Not to bargain, not to plead, just to remember, to acknowledge what was there, to respect the things that lived in places where time pooled and patience was measured in centuries. The basket lady never appeared to her, but sometimes in the deepest part of the forest where the trail faded and the trees pressed close, Hannah would hear singing, ancient, patient, hungry, and she would turn back every time. Because there are some mysteries you don't solve, some horrors you don't fight, some truths you learn to live with, carrying them like stones in your pocket, heavy and cold and permanent. The world is bigger than what you know, and older, and stranger, and full of things that waited before you were born and will wait long after you're gone. All you can do is teach the children the old songs, and hope they remember when it matters. Melissa Rodriguez woke from the dream with Trevor Adams's scream still echoing in her skull. Not the sound itself, but the feeling of it. Vocal cords tearing as something with too many joints bent him backward until his spine snapped like green wood. She'd watched it happen from behind her own eyes, unable to move, unable to help. While October rain hammered the tent, and a woman in white stood perfectly still in the downpour, long black hair plastered across a face that held no features, only darkness. The dream had come 3 nights running, identical each time, and Melissa's PhD in ecological science offered no framework for why she knew with absolute cellular certainty that Trevor was already dead and had been for 72 hours. Her iPhone 3GS showed 0547 hours, alarm set for 0600. Melissa turned it off, sat up in her Seattle apartment bedroom, and tried to apply logic to the illogical. Vivid, recurring nightmares had documented neurological explanations: stress, anxiety, pattern-seeking behavior in an overactive prefrontal cortex. She'd been working with Trevor on the Olympic-spotted owl population survey for 6 months, spending weeks in backcountry together. Professional relationship built on shared data and mutual respect for scientific methodology. When he'd missed 3 consecutive radio check-ins, concern was natural. Dreaming about worst-case scenarios was predictable psychological response. Except the dream contained details Melissa couldn't have known. The specific tent model Trevor used, North Face VE25, orange fly sheet with black trim, the exact location in the Hoh rainforest backcountry where she'd never been. The woman's white garment, which her waking mind recognized as a kimono despite having no conscious reference for traditional Japanese clothing. And the cold, that penetrating chill that felt like it originated from somewhere outside temperature, outside physics. A cold that meant something impossible. Park Dispatch had requested she deploy at 800 hours. Trevor's emergency beacon had activated briefly 2 days ago, coordinates deep in the Hoh wilderness, then gone silent. Standard protocol: send another biologist who knew the subject, who could identify personal effects, who wouldn't panic at finding a colleague injured or worse. Melissa had volunteered immediately because that's what you did, what professional obligation demanded. She packed methodically. Garmin eTrex Vista HCX GPS unit, fully charged. VHF radio program to park frequencies, digital Nikon D90 for documentation, first aid kit expanded for wilderness trauma, 3 days food, rain gear appropriate for Olympic Peninsula October, waterproof everything because the Hoh rainforest averaged 200 inches annually, and October was peak deluge season. Her field notebook, blank pages ready for observations. The dream had shown her the tent from inside. She'd been lying in Trevor's sleeping bag, paralyzed, watching the woman in white through mesh that shouldn't have been transparent but was. The woman hadn't moved, hadn't breathed, had simply existed in the rain like a statue carved from mist and malice. Then Trevor had entered the tent, Melissa watching through his eyes now, perspective shifting impossibly. And the woman had followed, hair moving independent of physics, reaching, touching, bending him backward with grip that left no marks but crushed vertebrae anyway. Melissa's scientific training insisted dreams weren't prophetic. Couldn't be. Causality ran one direction. Past informed, present informed future. The brain constructed narratives from accumulated data, pattern matched against stored memories, generated probabilistic scenarios. Nothing more. The fact that she'd dreamed Trevor's death meant only that her subconscious was processing legitimate concern about a missing colleague. The helicopter insertion at Aero 9:30 hours went smoothly. Pilot dropped her at coordinates half a mile from Trevor's last GPS ping, promised extraction in 72 hours, weather permitting. Olympic October weather rarely permitted, but Melissa had worked enough backcountry deployments to know you planned for self-sufficiency regardless. The Hoh rainforest lived up to its reputation. Temperate rainforest, everything green and growing and wet. Sitka spruce trees 40 feet in circumference, western hemlock draped in moss like the forest was decomposing while still alive. The trail, barely maintained, more suggestion than path, disappeared under ferns and nurse logs within yards. Visibility maybe 50 feet before the green swallowed everything. Melissa found the tent at 11:47 hours, exactly where the dream had shown it. North face VE-25, orange and black, set up properly in a clearing beside a creek she could hear but not see through the undergrowth. Her stomach clenched. Coincidence. Had to be coincidence. She'd seen photos of Trevor's gear. Her brain had simply inserted accurate details into anxiety dream framework. Trevor? It's Melissa Rodriguez, NPS Wildlife Biology. You missed check-ins. I'm here to assist. No response. The tent fly was zipped closed. Rain pattered on nylon, on leaves, on the moss covering every surface. The temperature was maybe 45 degrees, but Melissa's breath misted like it was below freezing. She approached carefully, documenting with the Nikon. Tent showed no external damage, no signs of bear activity, no obvious trauma. Trevor's backpack leaned against a tree, bear canister sealed. His boots sat outside the tent vestibule, laces still tied. He'd been barefoot when the woman... Melissa stopped that thought. The dream wasn't real, wasn't prophetic. Was her brain generating worst-case scenarios based on incomplete data? She opened the tent fly. Trevor Adams lay in his sleeping bag, exactly as the dream had shown. Body positioned wrong. Spine bent backward at an angle human spines didn't achieve naturally. Neck twisted. Face locked in expression of terminal horror. Eyes open, staring at nothing. Dead for at least 48 hours based on lividity and the early stages of decomposition, though the cold was slowing putrefaction. Melissa's training took over. Document scene. Photograph from multiple angles. Check for obvious cause of death. No visible wounds, no blood, no signs of animal attack. Note environmental conditions, time of discovery, GPS coordinates. Call dispatch with casualty report. Her radio produced only static. The GPS showed solid satellite lock but wouldn't communicate with the base station. Phone showed no signal. Expected this deep in the rainforest. She'd have to hike to higher ground for transmission. Standard procedure for backcountry incidents. Melissa noticed the journal when she moved to close Trevor's eyes. Field notebook, identical to her own, lying open beside his head. The handwriting was Trevor's. She'd seen enough of his data logs to recognize the precise block letters, but the content made her skin prickle. October 14th, 2009, 19:23 hours. She's standing outside the tent, has been for 6 hours, doesn't move, doesn't blink. Rain passes through her, but she stays dry. I tried to photograph her. Every frame shows empty forest. Tried to leave, walked for 3 hours, ended up back here. GPS says I traveled 8 miles north. The clearing says I never left. She's waiting for something. I think she's waiting for me to understand. October 15th, 03:44 hours. Can't sleep. When I close my eyes, I see what happened to her. Not told, shown. I'm inside her memory, experiencing her death. Japanese internment camp, 1943. She was 17. Guard named Adams, same surname as me, impossible coincidence, took her from the barracks. 3 months later, she was pregnant. They found her in the forest, hanging from a Sitka spruce. Baby died with her. No one was punished. No one remembered her name, but she remembers. She remembers everything. And she thinks I'm him, thinks I'm the guard. I showed her my ID, my credentials, tried to explain I'm not related, I'm not him. She doesn't care, she doesn't speak. She just waits. October 15th, 17:56 hours. Tried to run, got 3 miles. Blinked, and I was back at the tent. She was inside this time, sitting across from me. Hair covering her face, but I can feel her looking, feel her remembering. My family name is Adams, that's enough. She doesn't want justice. Justice is impossible. She wants completion. 7 men violated her. 6 died over the decades, accidents that weren't accidents. I'm the 7th. Not the 7th man, the 7th Adams, 7th bearer of the name, 7th link in the chain. The revenge doesn't end. It just finds new targets, new generations. October 16th, 02:11 hours. She's inside the tent now, arms reach away. I can see through her hair to what used to be her face. It's not blank, it's been removed. Not violently, carefully, methodically. The way you remove something you don't want to see in a mirror. She's reaching for me. I can't move. Paralyzed like in sleep paralysis, but I'm awake. The entry ended there. Melissa's hands shook, turning pages. More writing, increasingly illegible, transitioning from English to something else. Japanese characters, maybe, though Melissa didn't read Japanese and Trevor didn't speak it. The final pages showed only drawings. A woman in white, a noose, a tree, 7 names written and crossed out. Thomas Adams, 1943, the guard. Richard Adams, 1967, accident. David Adams, 1982, suicide. Peter Adams, 1995, disappeared. Stephen Adams, 2001, heart attack, age 34. Jonathan Adams, 2006, drowning. Trevor Adams, 2009. Melissa forced herself to breathe. This was data, disturbing data but analyzable. Trevor had clearly experienced some kind of psychological break, possibly hypothermia-induced hallucination, constructing elaborate paranoid narrative around coincidental surname. The Japanese internment camp connection was real. There'd been a facility near Lake Crescent during World War II, but the rest was trauma brain-generating meaning from chaos. She photographed every page of the journal, evidence for the incident report, for the psychological autopsy that would follow. Then she checked Trevor's body more carefully for actual cause of death. The spine wasn't just bent, it was broken in 3 places, vertebrae crushed with force that should have required industrial equipment. No external bruising, no fractures to limbs or skull, just impossible internal trauma that suggested something had grabbed him and folded him like origami. Melissa's scientific mind offered explanations. Seizure causing muscular contractions strong enough to fracture bone, documented in extreme cases. Except the break patterns were wrong, the force vectors inconsistent with muscle action. She photographed everything anyway, noting each anomaly. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in 5 seconds. Not gradual, instantaneous. Melissa's breath went from invisible to thick fog mid-exhale. The rain didn't stop but began freezing on contact, coating the tent in ice that shouldn't form at 45 degrees ambient temperature. She looked up. The woman from her dream stood at the tent entrance. White kimono soaked through but somehow not dripping. Long black hair covering her face. Body perfectly still in a way that living bodies couldn't achieve. The air around her rippled like heat shimmer in reverse, cold radiating in visible waves. Melissa's training provided framework. Hallucination from stress, grief, hypothermia setting in faster than expected. She wasn't really seeing this. Her brain was pattern matching against the dream imagery, constructing sensory experience from expectation. Not real. The woman moved, not walked, relocated, occupying one position then another with no transition between. Now kneeling beside Trevor's body. Now reaching toward Melissa with hands that had too many joints in the fingers. Melissa scrambled backward, hit the tent wall, fell through the nylon like it wasn't there and into the forest beyond. She landed in ferns, mud soaking through her rain gear, and when she looked back, the tent was empty. No woman, no Trevor, just empty space where the tent had been. The GPS showed she'd moved 80 yards east, but she'd just fallen, hadn't walked. The clearing was visible through the trees, orange tent clearly present. Melissa stood, checked herself for injury. None. Checked her GPS against landmarks, position accurate. Checked her perception against rational framework, failing completely. She walked back to the tent. Trevor's body was there, the journal was there, the woman was gone. Melissa's scientific mind tried to process. Grief hallucination, PTSD flashback, something explainable. But the frozen rain coating everything hadn't melted, still glittered with ice crystals that violated every thermodynamic law. Her radio crackled to life. Not dispatch. Trevor's voice, perfect clarity. She doesn't want you, wrong name. Rodriguez isn't Adams, you're just witness, just documentation. But you have to understand what happened, have to complete the observation. Scientific method, right? Form hypothesis, gather data, reach conclusion. Your hypothesis is wrong, Melissa. Time to gather new data. The transmission ended in static. Melissa checked the radio. Definitely Trevor's frequency. Definitely his voice. Definitely impossible because Trevor was dead in the tent with his spine broken in 3 places. She ran. The forest swallowed her. Sitka spruce and western hemlock, ferns and moss and deadfall, everything green and wet and wrong. Melissa's GPS tracked her movement. North, steady pace, mile accumulated on the display. But when she looked back, the tent was still visible 50 yards away. Close as when she'd started running. She stopped. Checked the GPS. It showed 1.4 miles traveled. Looked at the tent. Same 50 yards. This isn't possible, Melissa said aloud. Scientific fact, grounding statement. Distance is objective. GPS triangulation doesn't lie. Either I moved or I didn't. Trevor's journal had described the same phenomenon. Walking for hours, ending up exactly where he'd started. Melissa's rational mind offered explanation. Disorientation in dense forest, circling without realizing, GPS malfunction. But the track log showed straight line north, and she'd been following compass bearing, and the tent remained impossibly close. She tried again. Walked south this time, away from the tent, maintaining bearing, checking GPS every 30 seconds. Distance accumulated, 0.3 miles, 0.6 miles, 1.1 miles. She looked back. The tent was 30 yards away, closer than before. Melissa's hands found her field notebook, pen. Documentation. If her perception was failing, if something was wrong with her cognition, at least she could record symptoms. Scientific method. Observe, record, analyze. She wrote, 1,423 hours, spatial anomaly. GPS indicates travel distance inconsistent with visual observation. Tent appears stationary relative to my position despite recorded movement. Hypothesis, equipment malfunction. Test, manual distance measurement using pace count. She paced north, 200 steps, roughly 500 feet accounting for terrain. Turned around. The tent was directly behind her, 10 feet away. She was inside it. Trevor's body lay beside her, spine bent wrong, eyes staring. How? She'd just been outside, had walked away, had. The journal lay open to a new page. Melissa's handwriting, her field notebook. But she hadn't written this. You're experiencing non-linear time. She controls the space here, makes it loop, makes it repeat. You can't leave because you haven't arrived yet. You can't arrive because you haven't left yet. Causality is suggestion, not law. Welcome to what I learned. Melissa dropped the notebook. Not her handwriting, after all, she could see now. Similar, but different. Trevor's handwriting imitating hers, or her brain interpreting his handwriting as hers, or time was actually non-linear, and she'd written this in a future that was also past. Her phone rang. iPhone 3GS. No signal, but ringing anyway. The caller ID showed her own number. She answered. Don't go to the hanging tree, her voice said from the speaker. Future Melissa or past Melissa or hallucination Melissa, impossible to know. You'll want to investigate. You'll want data about the original incident. The tree is marked in Trevor's journal, pages 37 through 40. GPS coordinates that lead exactly where she died. Don't go. Documentation isn't worth it. Some observations change the observer. This isn't real, Melissa said to herself, to the phone, to the rain. Psychotic break? Hypothermia? Something explainable. You're still trying to rationalize, her voice answered. Still looking for framework. There isn't one. She exists outside your models, outside your data. You can measure her effects but not her cause, can document the phenomenon but not explain it. That's the horror, Melissa. Not that she's impossible. That impossibility is real. The call ended. The phone screen showed the conversation in the call log. Duration 4 minutes, 17 seconds. Her own number. Conversation with herself. Melissa's scientific training was comprehensive. She knew about grief-induced psychosis, knew about hypothermia's effects on cognition, knew about temporal lobe seizures creating false memories and prophetic sensations. This fit several diagnostic criteria. If she could just reach extraction point, get medical attention, the hallucinations would resolve under proper treatment. She checked her GPS for the extraction coordinates. 2 miles northwest, elevation gain of 800 feet, achievable in 90 minutes accounting for terrain. She started walking. The woman in white stood on the trail ahead, not blocking it, just present. Melissa stopped, breath fogging despite her jacket being rated to 20 degrees and the temperature being objectively above freezing. You're not real, Melissa said. Your grief and stress, and my brain pattern matching against cultural imagery I've encountered subconsciously. The woman's hair moved, not like wind was blowing it, but like it was alive, reaching. Beneath the black strands, Melissa caught a glimpse of what had been face. Trevor's journal was right. It wasn't blank. It had been removed. Systematically, carefully, the way you destroy something you can't bear to see. Melissa tried to step around her. The woman's hand shot out, faster than eyes could track, fingers wrapping around Melissa's wrist. The touch was cold beyond temperature, beyond physics. A cold that felt like it was erasing warmth from existence rather than merely absent of heat. Vision slammed into Melissa's consciousness. She was 17. The guard's name was Thomas Adams. He came to the barracks after lights out, hand over her mouth, weight crushing her into the thin mattress. Nobody helped. Nobody acknowledged. 3 months later, she was visibly pregnant, unmarriageable, shameful. Her father wouldn't look at her. Her mother wept. The forest seemed like mercy compared to the camp, the shame, the child growing inside her from violation. The Sitka spruce was ancient. The rope was regulation camp property. She tied the noose carefully because she'd been raised to do things correctly even when the thing being done was ending her life. The drop was insufficient. She hung for 12 minutes, choking, clawing at the rope, baby kicking inside her while consciousness faded and the forest watched and nobody came because nobody cared about one more dead internment prisoner. But death wasn't ending. Death was beginning of waiting, beginning of remembering, beginning of counting years until the name Adams appeared again. Until she could reach out from the space she occupied, that wasn't quite death and wasn't quite life and exact the payment the world had refused to demand. Melissa snapped back to present, gasping, the woman's hand still on her wrist. The vision had felt absolutely real, not imagined, experienced. Memory transfer, consciousness invasion, something impossible that happened anyway. "I'm sorry," Melissa heard herself say. "What happened to you was wrong. What he did was monstrous, but Trevor wasn't him. I'm not him. We're not responsible for..." The woman's other hand came up, touched Melissa's forehead with one elongated finger. Different vision, different perspective. Melissa was watching herself from outside, seeing her body jerk as the woman touched her, seeing the exact moment her expression changed from fear to understanding to terminal horror. Seeing herself collapse, seeing Trevor's journal fall open to a page that hadn't existed before. Melissa Rodriguez, 2009. Wrong name, wrong target, but necessary witness. She has to understand that some debts transcend generations, that some violations don't end, that justice delayed isn't justice denied, it's justice patient. 7 Adams have paid, 7 generations. The cycle completes with Trevor. But the forest remembers everyone who enters, everyone who sees, everyone who tries to explain away what they can't understand. Melissa will leave, will file her report, will spend the rest of her life trying to rationalize what she witnessed. That's her punishment, not death. Knowing that impossible things are real. Melissa came back to herself on her knees in the mud, the woman gone, October rain falling normally. Her wrist burned where the touch had been, skin showing frostbite damage that medical science would later be unable to explain given the ambient temperature. She was holding Trevor's journal. She'd never picked it up, had left it in the tent. But here it was, open to page 37, showing GPS coordinates for the hanging tree. Her scientific mind made decision before her conscious mind could interfere. Document the coordinates, investigate the original site, gather complete data. Understanding required evidence. Explanation required observation. She hiked northwest. The GPS guided her through old-growth forest to a clearing she hadn't seen on any maps. The Sitka spruce was massive, easily 500 years old. High on the trunk, ancient rope still hung, weathered nearly to dissolution but present. Beneath it, barely visible through moss, 7 wooden markers, names carved in English and Japanese. Akiko Tanaka, 1943, Thomas Adams, 1943, marked with different symbol. The perpetrator, Richard Adams, 1967, David Adams, 1982, Peter Adams, 1995, Stephen Adams, 2001, Jonathan Adams, 2006, Trevor Adams, 2009. Melissa photographed everything. Evidence, data, proof that this was real, that the pattern existed, that 7 people named Adams had died across 66 years in circumstances that official records would show as accidents or natural causes or simple bad luck. Her phone buzzed. Text message from her own number. "You came anyway, I told you not to. Documentation isn't worth it. Now you know. Now you'll always know. That's the real horror." She looked at her sent messages. Found the text she'd apparently sent herself from a time that hadn't happened yet, or had already happened or was happening simultaneously. "Don't go to the hanging tree. You'll want data. Don't." Some observations change the observer. Time was non-linear here. The woman had shown her that. Past and future collapsed into present. Causality became suggestion, and Melissa's rational framework shattered like glass against stone. She found the 8th marker as rain intensified. Fresh wood, recently carved. Melissa Rodriguez, 2009. Her name, her year, but she wasn't dead, wasn't even injured. The woman had said wrong name, not a target, only a witness. Melissa heard the snap behind her, wood breaking, rope finally giving way after 66 years. She turned. The woman hung from the tree, fresh rope around her neck, body swaying. Not dead, dying. Present tense. Melissa was watching the original death, the 1943 suicide, occurring simultaneously with 2000 eyes met hers through the hair, expression begging for help that came 66 years too late. Then the vision shifted. Melissa was in the barracks, was being held down. Was the woman experiencing the violation? Was Thomas Adams committing it? Was observer and victim and perpetrator all at once? Perspective fracturing across time and identity until she couldn't remember who she was supposed to be. She ran. This time the forest let her go. GPS tracking made sense. Distance accumulated proportionally. And after 2 miles of desperate flight, she reached the extraction point on schedule. The helicopter came at 1600 hours, pilot noting she looked shaken, but otherwise fine. Melissa filed her report. Trevor Adams deceased. Cause of death undetermined pending autopsy. Possible spinal trauma from fall or seizure. Location showed no hazards. Body recovered for forensic examination. Standard incident documentation. The autopsy found the broken spine. Found no cause. Ruled it unexplained medical event. Trevor's journal was logged as evidence, but the pages about the woman, the visions, the time loops, those pages were blank when examined by other people. Only Melissa could see the writing. Only Melissa knew what had really happened. She tried to tell people, tried to explain the non-linear time, the vengeful spirit, the pattern of Adams' deaths spanning generations. Colleagues smiled patiently, suggested grief counseling, noted concern about her psychological state following traumatic discovery of a friend's body. Melissa stopped trying to convince anyone after 3 months. The data was there. The pattern was documented. 7 Adams across 66 years, all dead in October, all within 50 miles of the Hoh rainforest. But without witnesses who believed, without framework for impossible phenomena, the observation remained unexplainable. She left the Park Service. Couldn't return to the Olympic Peninsula. Couldn't be in forests without remembering the woman in white, the touch that brought visions, the knowledge that some violations create wounds that never heal across any number of generations. The frostbite on her wrist never healed either. Tissue damage consistent with exposure to temperatures below -50 Fahrenheit, except the recorded air temperature that day was 43 degrees. Doctors had no explanation. Melissa stopped asking for one. She dreams sometimes. Always the same dream. She's in the tent with Trevor watching the woman approach. But sometimes the perspective shifts, and she's the woman, reaching for Trevor, bending his spine backward, unable to stop because the violation demands payment, and payment must be extracted across 7 generations, and Melissa is witness to all of it, observer and observed simultaneously. She wakes from these dreams with her wrist burning, frostbite flaring, and her iPhone, upgraded now through several generations, showing text messages from her own number. You documented it. You have the data. You understand the phenomenon. But understanding doesn't mean you can explain it. Some observations change the observer. You're changed now. You know what's real beyond your models. That's your punishment, not death. Knowing. Sometimes Melissa still tries to write papers, tries to frame the Olympic Peninsula phenomenon in scientific language, tries to create framework for non-linear time and vengeful spirits and observations that violate causality. The documents always corrupt. Files become unreadable. Data vanishes from drives that shouldn't be able to fail. The woman doesn't want documentation, wants only for Melissa to know, personally and privately, that impossible things are real, that some debts transcend generations, that justice patient is still justice, that violations create wounds that exist outside of time, that bleed across decades, that demand payment in forms science can't measure. Melissa knows all this now, knows it with cellular certainty that her PhD can't rationalize away, knows it every time she looks at the frostbite scar, every time she dreams the non-linear dreams, every time she checks her phone and finds messages from herself, warning about futures that are also pasts. She knows. And knowing, without ability to explain or share or integrate into rational framework, is the real horror, not death. Knowing. The woman in white made sure of that. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The emergency radio transmission had been corrupted. That's what Brandon Clark told himself as he listened to the recording for the 7th time. Headphones pressed tight against his ears, trying to convince his rational mind that Harper Martinez's last words weren't what they sounded like. The first part was clear enough. This is Harper Martinez, day permit 3847, requesting immediate assistance at Hetch Hetchy North Rim, grid 379462, 119-7871. I found the cairn. I found what they buried. And I think... Then static consumed her voice, but beneath the static, distinct and impossible to rationalize away, Brandon heard 3 things. Harper Martinez screaming, something else screaming in a language that might have been Romanian, and a third voice, male, ancient, hungry, saying his daughter's name. Lily Clark, it whispered through a century of death. Tell her father I'm coming home. Clark's hands trembled as he removed the headphones. The Yosemite dispatch office was empty at 11 p.m. Just him and the recording equipment and the growing certainty that Harper Martinez hadn't simply fallen from the Hetch Hetchy Rim or gotten lost in the backcountry. Something had taken her. Something that knew his daughter's name. His phone buzzed. A text from Mrs. Chen, his neighbor who watched Lily on his overnight shifts. Lily's asleep. Had nightmares again, but settled down. Take your time. Nightmares. Lily had been having them for 3 weeks now, ever since the anniversary of her mother's death. Dreams about a man standing at her bedroom window, watching her. A man who smelled like wet earth and spoke in a language she didn't understand. Clark had assumed it was grief manifesting through her 8-year-old mind, trauma surfacing in the only way children knew how to process it. Now, hearing that voice on the recording saying his daughter's name, he wasn't so sure. Clark pulled up Harper Martinez's file on his computer. 26 years old, graduate student in anthropology from UC Berkeley, researching death practices of Eastern European immigrants in early 20th century California. She'd requested a research permit for the Hetch Hetchy area specifically, citing historical records of a workers' cemetery from the O'Shaughnessy Dam construction era, 1914 to 1923. The dam had been controversial, flooding the Hetch Hetchy Valley despite protests from John Muir and the Sierra Club. During construction, dozens of workers had died, accidents, disease, exposure. The official records said their bodies had been relocated before the flooding. But Harper's research proposal included references to incomplete exhumations and disputed burial sites. She'd been looking for graves, and apparently she'd found one. Clark forwarded the audio file to his supervisor's email with a subject line reading "Urgent Martinez Sar, possible foul play," then grabbed his go bag. His Garmin InReach GPS showed the coordinates Martinez had transmitted. North rim of Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, about 8 miles from the ranger station. Rough terrain, granite cliffs dropping 2,000 feet to the water. If she'd fallen, recovery would be difficult. If something else had happened. He didn't let himself finish that thought. Instead, he texted Mrs. Chen, "Emergency SAR call. Might not be back until morning. Please stay with Lily. Don't let her answer the door for anyone." Mrs. Chen's response came immediately. "Is everything okay?" Clark typed, "Yes," then deleted it, typed, "I hope so," and sent it before he could reconsider. The drive to Hetch Hetchy took 40 minutes on winding mountain roads, Clark's truck headlights cutting through darkness thick with October fog. The reservoir appeared as a vast black expanse, the drowned valley invisible beneath 300 feet of water. Somewhere down there, beneath the surface, was the original Hetch Hetchy. Meadows, waterfalls, granite formations that John Muir had called a grand landscape garden, one of nature's rarest and most precious mountain temples. And somewhere down there, if Harper's research was accurate, were graves that shouldn't exist. Clark parked at the trailhead and checked his equipment. Motorola APX radio with GPS integration, satellite phone first aid kit, rope, headlamp, emergency beacon. And because he couldn't shake the feeling that normal equipment wouldn't be enough, He added items that would get him laughed out of any CR briefing. A crucifix his late wife had worn. Not that he believed, but she had. Salt. No idea why. Just instinct. And the Glock 22 he wasn't supposed to carry on routine searches. The trail to the North Rim was steep, gaining 1,800 feet in 3 miles. Clark's headlamp illuminated ancient granite and manzanita bushes, the beam catching occasional reflections from animal eyes, deer, possibly coyote. But no human sounds, no response to his calls of Harper Martinez, Park Service SAR, if you can hear me, respond. Just the wind through pine trees and the distant sound of water against rock. He reached the rim coordinates at 1:23 a.m. His headlamp revealed a small clearing on a granite outcropping, with the reservoir spreading dark and silent 2,000 feet below. Harper Martinez's day pack sat against a rock, neatly arranged, the way someone might set it down intending to return. Her GoPro camera was still attached to the pack's shoulder strap, red recording light dark. Clark photographed the scene, then carefully examined the pack. Water bottle half full, trail mix, notebook filled with research notes in small, precise handwriting. The last entry was dated today, time stamped 4:47 p.m. Found it. The cairn is exactly where the 1923 surveyor's notes indicated, 37.9462, 119.7871. Stones arranged in Eastern European pattern, specifically Romanian Transylvanian. Engravings match protective symbols against strigoi, vampire, revenant, which means they knew what they were burying. They knew it wasn't a normal death. Question: if these are protective symbols, why place them on top of the grave? Unless they weren't trying to keep people out. They were trying to keep something in, need to excavate, need to see what... The entry ended mid-sentence, the pen trailing off the page. Clark turned slowly, scanning the clearing with his headlamp. 20 feet from the pack, partially hidden by scrub oak, he saw the cairn. A mound of carefully stacked stones, each rock placed with obvious intention, the pile forming a rough rectangular shape about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. Grave-sized. And the stones had been disturbed. Recently. Someone had pulled away the top layers, exposing a gap in the center where darkness gaped like a mouth. Clark approached slowly, every instinct screaming at him to retreat, call for backup, wait for daylight and proper authorities. But Harper Martinez was missing, and his daughter's name had been spoken by something on that corrupted recording, and he couldn't shake the certainty that time mattered here. He knelt beside the cairn and pointed his headlamp into the gap. The beam revealed more stones beneath, and below those, fragments of wood, a coffin, collapsed from age and moisture. And within the coffin remains, glimpsed through gaps in the wood. Fabric, possibly burial clothing, pale shapes that might be bones, and something else, something that made Clark's throat constrict with irrational terror. The fabric was moving, not wind. There was no wind down in the cairn, but slow, rhythmic movement, like breathing. Clark jerked backward, his hand instinctively going to the Glock on his belt. Harper Martinez, are you down there? No response. Just that slow, rhythmic movement, and now Clark could hear it. A wet, rasping sound, like damaged lungs trying to draw air through fluid-filled passages. His radio crackled with static, and through the static came Harper Martinez's voice. Brandon Clark. It knows your name because I told it. It wanted to know who would come looking for me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It showed me things, promised things. Reunion with lost loved ones, communication with the dead, answers about what comes after. I just had to help it get out. Had to remove enough stones for it to squeeze through. And it did. It got out. And now it's... Where are you? Clark demanded into the radio. Martinez, what's your location? It's wearing me, Harper's voice said. But the tone was wrong now, layered with something else beneath it. Just like it wore the construction worker in 1923. Wore him until the others realized and killed them both. Buried them together. But it's stronger now. Fed on me. Learned from me. And I told it about you. About your daughter. About how you're all alone since your wife died. It liked that. Loved ones, Mr. Clark, are leverage. The voice that had been Harper's dissolved into something else. Male, thick with an accent that might have been Romanian, resonant with malice. I know how you suffer, Brandon Clark. I know the emptiness since your Elena died. 3 years you grieve, raise your Lily alone, push away everyone who tries to help. Such familiar pain. I was widower also once. Came to America for new life. Died building dam for rich men, buried in this mountain far from home. But death is not the end. Death is transformation. And I have learned many transformations. Clark was backing away from the cairn now, his headlamp beam swinging wildly across the clearing. Movement in the periphery. Something rising from behind a rock. Something wearing the shape of Harper Martinez but moving wrong. Joints articulating at impossible angles, skin pulled too tight over a frame that was too large for it. I took the girl's knowledge, the thing said in that layered voice, took her memories, her language, her understanding of this modern world. Useful, but I hunger for more than knowledge. I hunger for life. Warm blood, beating heart, breath in lungs. And your Lily, such young blood, such innocent heart. She will sustain me for decades. Clark drew the Glock, hand steady despite the terror flooding his system. Stay away from my daughter. The Harper thing laughed, and the sound echoed wrong in the mountain air, reverberating with harmonics that shouldn't exist. You think to threaten Strigoi with gun? I was killed before, buried with iron spikes through heart, blessed with priests' prayers, sealed with protective symbols. Yet here I stand. Death cannot hold what refuses to die. It moved toward him with that wrong articulation, and Clark fired. 3 shots, center mass, exactly as trained. The rounds struck the Harper thing and passed through as if through mist, the body rippling where they entered but showing no real damage. Iron and lead, it said, still advancing. Americans love their guns. But this is not enemy you can shoot. This is ancient enemy. This is hunger that transcends flesh. Clark ran. He crashed down the trail, headlamp beam bouncing, his radio squawking static in that terrible layered voice. Run home to Lily, Brandon Clark. Run fast. But I am faster. I am already there. His satellite phone had signal, barely. He dialed Mrs. Chen, hands shaking so badly he nearly dropped the phone. It rang once, twice, 3 times. Hello? Mrs. Chen's voice, groggy with sleep. Mrs. Chen, listen to me very carefully, Clark said, still running. Lock all the doors and windows. Do not let anyone in. Do not let Lily out of your sight. I'm calling the police right now. They'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't open the door for anyone except uniformed police with ID. Do you understand? Brandon, you're scaring me. What's happening? Just please do what I'm asking. I'll explain everything, but right now I need you to... The call dropped. No signal. Clark was in one of the valleys, granite walls blocking satellite line of sight. He kept running, pushing his 42-year-old body harder than he'd pushed it since the army, lungs burning, legs screaming. His radio crackled again. Such love for your daughter. I remember such love. My wife, my Elena. Yes, same name as yours, curious coincidence. She died of typhoid while I worked on this dam. I begged Foreman for time to go to her to say goodbye. He refused. She died alone while I drilled holes in mountain. When I died, falling from scaffold 3 weeks later, I welcomed death. Thought I would see her again. But dead is just empty, cold, aware but powerless. Until I learned the old ways, the ways my grandmother had whispered about. Transformation, hunger, return. Clark reached his truck at 2:47 a.m. His hands fumbled the keys, nearly dropped them. He started the engine, gunned it toward the park exit and the highway beyond. Cell signal returned as he cleared the mountain pass. He called 911, explained there was a threat to his daughter, gave his address in Mariposa, demanded immediate police response. The dispatcher tried to ask questions, but Clark hung up and floored the accelerator, his truck hitting 80 on the winding mountain roads. Please, he thought. Please let them get there in time. Please let Lily be okay. Elena, if you can hear me, if there's anything after death, protect our daughter. Please. The drive to Mariposa took 35 minutes that felt like hours. Clark saw police lights outside his house as he screeched to a stop. 2 sheriff's deputies on his porch. Mrs. Chen standing in the doorway looking confused and frightened. Clark nearly fell getting out of his truck, ran to Mrs. Chen. Is Lily okay? Where is she? She's asleep upstairs, Mrs. Chen said. Brandon, what is going on? These officers said you called about a threat. Clark pushed past her, took the stairs 3 at a time. Lily's bedroom door was closed. He opened it carefully, quietly, and saw her small form in bed, blonde hair spread across the pillow, breathing steady and normal. Asleep. Safe. He sagged against the doorframe, relief flooding through him so intensely he thought he might collapse. Safe. She was safe. Mr. Clark? One of the deputies had followed him upstairs. Sir, we need you to explain the nature of the threat. You told dispatch someone was targeting your daughter. How did he explain? How did he tell 2 rational law enforcement officers that a Romanian Strigoi wearing the skin of a missing anthropologist had threatened his 8-year-old daughter? They'd think he'd lost his mind, possibly call Child Protective Services. There was a situation during a search and rescue, Clark said carefully. The missing person, Harper Martinez, she'd been researching something dangerous. I think she encountered someone, and that someone knew about me, knew about my daughter. I was worried they might come here. Do you have a description of this person? No, I have a recording from Martinez's emergency transmission, but it's corrupted. My supervisor has it. But I thought I heard. How did he finish that sentence? The deputy looked skeptical, but professional. We'll file a report. We'll also increase patrols in this neighborhood for the next few days, but Mr. Clark, if you don't have specific information about a threat... I know how this sounds, Clark said, but something happened out there tonight. Something wrong. And Harper Martinez is still missing, possibly dead, and I needed to make sure my daughter was safe. The deputies left after 20 minutes, promising enhanced patrols and a follow-up visit in the morning. Mrs. Chen left shortly after, still confused but sympathetic. Clark sat in Lily's room watching her sleep, his Glock on his lap, waiting for dawn. At 4:32 a.m., Lily's eyes opened. She looked directly at him, face expressionless, and said in a voice that wasn't hers, "You cannot protect what I have already claimed." Then she blinked, confusion crossing her features, and she was Lily again. "Daddy? Why are you in my room? Did I have nightmares again?" Clark's hands tightened on the Glock. "Sweetheart, did you just say something before you woke up?" "I don't think so," Lily said, yawning. "I was dreaming about the man at the window. He said he was coming inside soon. He said he knew you, that you worked together or something. He seemed nice." "What did he look like?" "Old. Like, really old, but also not. Like he was pretending to be old, but he was really something else. And he smelled funny. Like dirt and water. Can I go back to sleep?" "Of course, honey," Clark said, his voice remarkably steady. "I'll be right here. I'm not going anywhere." Lily curled back under her blankets, asleep within minutes. Clark sat in the chair by her bed, Glock loaded and ready, watching the window where gray dawn light was finally beginning to filter through. The Strigoi had touched his daughter somehow, spoken through her, marked her, and Clark understood with terrible clarity that running wouldn't help, hiding wouldn't help. This thing had fixated on Lily the way it had once fixated on Harper Martinez, and it wouldn't stop until it had what it wanted, which meant Clark had to stop it first. At 7 a.m., he called his supervisor, Chief Ranger Tom Braddock. Explained there had been an incident during the Martinez search, that he needed emergency leave for a family situation, that someone else should take over the case. Braddock tried to ask questions, but Clark hung up and started searching the internet. Strigoi mythology. Romanian vampire folklore. How to kill Strigoi. Protection against revenants. The information was scattered across folklore websites, academic papers, horror enthusiast forums. But certain patterns emerged. Strigoi were dead but not gone. They retained intelligence and personality from life, but twisted by death and hunger. They could possess the living, speak through them, influence their dreams. They fed on blood but also on life force itself, draining victims slowly or quickly depending on need. Traditional methods of destruction, decapitation, followed by burning the head separately from the body, placing garlic in the mouth, reversing the burial, facing the body downwards so if it tried to dig out it would dig deeper. Driving stakes through the heart wasn't enough alone. The stake had to remain in place until the body decomposed completely. And crucially, Strigoi were bound to their burial sites. They could travel, could possess and influence, but their physical form, the revenant body, remained tied to where they were buried. Destroy the body. Destroy the Strigoi. Clark looked at his sleeping daughter, at her innocent face, and made a decision that would either save her or damn him. He was going back to that cairn. He was going to dig up whatever was in there, and he was going to destroy it. But first he needed help, and there was only one person he could think of who might possibly believe him. Father Miguel Rodriguez ran the Catholic Church in Mariposa, a small adobe building that served the town's largely Hispanic community. Clark had never attended. Elena had been the believer, not him, but he remembered Father Rodriguez from Elena's funeral. The priest had been kind, practical, and notably didn't talk about God's plan or better places or any of the platitudes that made grief harder. Clark found him in the church at 8:30 a.m., preparing for morning service. The priest looked up from his Bible as Clark entered, concern crossing his weathered face. "Mr. Clark, it's good to see you. How is Lily?" Clark struggled for words. "Father, I need to ask you something that's going to sound insane. In my experience, the questions that sound most insane are often the ones most worth asking." Clark took a breath. "Do you believe in evil? Not metaphorical evil, not the evil men do. Actual evil, supernatural evil." Father Rodriguez set down his Bible carefully. "I am a Catholic priest. I believe in demons. I believe in possession. I believe in spiritual warfare. So yes, I believe in supernatural evil. Why do you ask?" "Because I think my daughter has been marked by something. A Strigoi, a Romanian revenant, and I think it's going to try to take her unless I stop it." Most people would have laughed or called for psychiatric help. Father Rodriguez just nodded slowly. "Tell me everything," Clark told him. "The recording, the cairn, the Harper thing, the voice speaking through Lily. All of it, expecting disbelief or skepticism or attempts to rationalize. Instead, Father Rodriguez said, "The church has protocols for this. Not common, not often used, but they exist. We'll need to perform a blessing on your home, a protective ritual around Lily, and then we'll need to deal with the source, the body in the cairn. You believe me?" "Mr. Clark, I've been a priest for 35 years. I've seen 3 possessions, 2 of which I witnessed personally during exorcisms. I've blessed homes where genuine evil resided. I've spoken with things that were not human and never had been. Your story doesn't sound insane to me. It sounds like a standard case of revenant attachment, rare but not unprecedented. Can you help me destroy it? I can bless you, protect you, provide the proper prayers and rituals, but the physical destruction, the digging, the desecration of remains, the burning, that you'll have to do. The church cannot officially sanction grave desecration, even of evil." "Unofficially?" Father Rodriguez smiled grimly. "Unofficially, I'll drive you there myself." They left at 10 a.m. after Father Rodriguez performed a blessing over Lily, who thought it was weird but neat, and Mrs. Chen's house, who thought it was sweet but unnecessary. Clark loaded his truck with equipment, shovels, pickaxes, accelerant, matches, salt, the crucifix, and at Father Rodriguez's insistence, a bottle of holy water and a vial of blessed oil, for anointing the body before destruction, the priest explained. "We're not monsters, Mr. Clark. Even evil deserves proper ritual in death." The drive back to Hetch Hetchy felt longer in daylight, every mile taking them closer to something Clark's rational mind still struggled to accept as real. But he thought of Lily's voice saying, "You cannot protect what I have already claimed," and pushed the truck faster. They reached the trailhead at 11:47 a.m. Father Rodriguez climbed out, stretched, and shouldered a pack containing his ritual items. He wore hiking boots and jeans under his clerical collar, practical clothing for spiritual warfare. "Ready?" Clark asked. "I've performed 3 exorcisms and witnessed evil that would break most minds," Father Rodriguez said. "But I've never faced a Strigoi, so no, I'm not ready. But we're going anyway." The hike took 90 minutes, Clark setting a brutal pace despite the equipment weight. Father Rodriguez kept up remarkably well for a man in his 60s, his breathing steady, his hiking boots finding purchase on loose granite with practiced ease. The priest had mentioned growing up in the Sierra foothills, learning these mountains before he learned theology. "I've been preparing for this my entire priesthood," Father Rodriguez said during a brief water break. "Every exorcism, every blessing, every encounter with genuine evil. They were training for moments like this. The church doesn't advertise it, but we maintain protocols. Ancient protocols. Some dating back to the early Christian persecution, when our saints fought Roman demons and pagan spirits. The Strigoi is just another name for the same hunger that's existed since humanity's beginning." Clark wiped sweat from his face, his garment showing they'd climbed nearly 2,000 vertical feet. "Do you think we can actually destroy it? Or are we just postponing the inevitable?" "I think," Father Rodriguez said carefully, "that evil persists because good men do nothing. Your daughter's life is worth fighting for. Even if we only buy her 70 years of safety, that's 70 years of life, of joy, of love. That matters. That's worth any cost." They reached the clearing at 1:23 p.m., exactly 12 hours after Clark had first found the disturbed cairn. The precision of the timing felt significant, as if the location existed in its own temporal rhythm. In daylight, the scene looked different, less immediately threatening, more obviously archaeological. The cairn was clearly old, the stones weathered and lichen-covered, moss growing in the crevices between rocks. The construction showed deliberate patterning, stones arranged in specific geometric configurations that Father Rodriguez identified as protective wards from Eastern European tradition. "This isn't just a grave," the priest said, examining the stone arrangements. "This is a prison. Whoever buried this thing understood exactly what they were dealing with. They used sacred geometry, probably prayers in Romanian or Old Church Slavonic. This wasn't superstition. This was sophisticated spiritual engineering." Harper Martinez's pack was still there, though animals had gotten into it overnight, scattering contents across the granite. Her notebook lay open, pages fluttering in the mountain breeze. Clark retrieved it, read the final entries more carefully now. The symbols aren't just Romanian, they're specifically Transylvanian, from the Maramuresh region where Strigoi legends are strongest. This suggests the buried individual came from that area. Census records from O'Shaughnessy Dam construction show 3 workers from Maramuresh County between 1914 and 1923. One, Nicolae Popescu, died in a scaffold collapse in August 1923. His body was never sent home to Romania, unusual for the time when families typically paid for repatriation. Question, why wasn't he sent home? Answer, because his co-workers knew what he'd become. And near the pack, arranged in a way that definitely hadn't been there before, was a circle of small objects. Clark approached slowly and identified them. Children's toys. A doll, a small truck, a jump rope, a stuffed animal. All old, weathered, damaged by time and elements. Offerings, Father Rodriguez said quietly. From the families of previous victims, children it took over the decades. Mr. Clark, this thing has been hunting for a century. You might not be the first parent to try stopping it. Clark felt his stomach turn. What happened to them? If their children's toys are still here, they probably failed. They began digging. The cairn was deep, stones piled high, and it took 2 hours to remove enough to expose the collapsed coffin beneath. The wood was rotted, easily broken away, revealing the contents. A skeleton, definitely human, wearing the remains of early 20th century clothing, canvas work pants, a collarless shirt, heavy boots. The bones were wrong, though. Too many of them, arranged in ways that didn't match human anatomy. And intertwined with the human skeleton was something else. Smaller bones, possibly from animals, woven through the human remains like a second skeleton wrapping around the first. The construction worker and the Strigoi, Father Rodriguez said, buried together. The locals must have killed them both, tried to bind them together to prevent resurrection. Didn't work, Clark noted. Bindings weaken over time, especially when someone disturbs them. The priest pulled out his holy water. We need to separate the remains, anoint them individually, then burn them separately. Fire for the human, blessed fire for the Strigoi. We have to give the construction worker's soul release while destroying the entity that wore him. They worked carefully, Clark handling the physical separation while Father Rodriguez prayed in Latin, sprinkling holy water over both sets of remains. As they worked, the temperature dropped noticeably, cold air rising from the grave despite the afternoon sun. And Clark heard her voice. Not Harper's this time, but Elena's. His wife, dead 3 years, speaking with perfect clarity. Brandon, stop. You're making a mistake. I'm here, I'm with you, I never left. The Strigoi taught me how to stay, I can come back. We can be a family again. Lily can have her mother. You don't have to be alone anymore. Clark's hand stilled on the bones. Elena's voice was exactly right. Every inflection perfect, saying the things he'd dreamed of hearing for 3 years. Mr. Clark, Father Rodriguez said sharply, that's not your wife. Your wife is at peace. This is deception. But what if it's real? Clark whispered. What if there's a way? There isn't, and even if there was, it wouldn't be Elena. It would be something wearing Elena's memory, using your love as a weapon. You know this. Your daughter needs you present, not chasing ghosts. Clark squeezed his eyes shut, fighting the desperate hope that had surged at Elena's voice. You're right. I know you're right. Brandon, Elena's voice said again, sadder now. Please. I'm so cold here. So alone. Let me come home. You are home, Clark said, opening his eyes. You're at peace, and I'm going to make sure nothing disturbs that peace ever again. He poured accelerant over both sets of remains, Father Rodriguez anointing them with blessed oil and praying. Then Clark struck a match and dropped it. The fire caught instantly, flames rising blue and white, burning hotter than accelerant alone should produce. The bones blackened, cracked, collapsed, and from the fire came screaming. Not Elena's voice now, but that male Romanian accented voice howling in rage and pain. You think this ends me? I am already everywhere. In your daughter's dreams, in the water she drinks, in the air she breathes. You burned my anchor, but I remain. I will take her, Clark. Tonight, tomorrow, next week. I will take her and wear her, and you will watch helpless as I consume your last reason for living. The fire burned for 30 minutes, reducing bones to ash and ash to nothing. When it finally died, Clark and Father Rodriguez scattered the remains, mixing them with salt, burying them deep. Then they rebuilt the cairn, this time with proper blessing, Father Rodriguez marking each stone with holy water and prayers. It's done, the priest said, finally exhausted. The Strigoi's physical anchor is destroyed. Its power should be broken. Should be? Evil is persistent, Mr. Clark. It finds ways. We've dealt with the body, but the entity itself, the hunger, the malice, that's harder to kill. Keep Lily blessed, keep her safe, and pray. That's all we can do. They hiked out as sunset painted the reservoir gold and red. Clark checked his phone obsessively. No messages from Mrs. Chen, which hopefully meant nothing was wrong. They reached the trailhead at 7:42 p.m., darkness falling fast. Clark's phone rang as he started his truck. Mrs. Chen, her voice tight with fear. Brandon, you need to come home right now. Something's wrong with Lily. His heart stopped. What do you mean wrong? She won't wake up. She's breathing, but she won't wake up, and her skin is so cold, Brandon, she's so cold. Clark dropped the phone, gunned the engine. Father Rodriguez grabbed the door handle as the truck fishtailed out of the parking lot. Go, he said. Go fast. The drive took 25 minutes of controlled terror. Clark pushing the truck to its limits, running stop signs, hitting 90 on straight stretches. Father Rodriguez prayed the entire way. Rapid Latin that sounded like both plea and command. They screeched to a stop outside Clark's house. The front door was open. Mrs. Chen must have left it that way in her panic. Clark ran inside, took the stairs, burst into Lily's room. His daughter lay in bed, covers pulled up to her chin, face pale as paper, eyes closed. Mrs. Chen stood beside the bed, crying. I tried everything. I called 911, they're coming, but Brandon, she won't wake up. Clark checked Lily's pulse. Present but weak. Her breathing shallow. Her skin ice cold despite the warm room. This wasn't medical. This was supernatural. Father Rodriguez entered, already pulling items from his pack. Holy water, blessed oil, a small Bible. Mister, Clark, I need you to hold her down. She's going to fight. She's unconscious. She won't be in a moment. The priest began prayers in Latin, sprinkling holy water over Lily's forehead. The effect was immediate. Lily's eyes snapped open, solid black from lid to lid, and she screamed in that layered voice. Mine. She is mine. You burned my flesh, but I am in her blood now. In her breath, in her dreams. I have been feeding for 3 weeks, since the anniversary of the mother's death when the child's grief opened her. You are too late. Too late. Lily's small body convulsed with impossible strength, nearly breaking free from Clark's grip. Her back arched until her spine bent at an angle that should have broken it. Her fingers clawed at his arms with force that drew blood. Father Rodriguez pressed the Bible to her forehead, voice rising in volume, switching between Latin and English. By the power of Christ, I command you to release this child. You have no claim here. You were not invited. You were not welcomed. I was. The thing screamed through Lily's mouth, her voice layering with that ancient Romanian accent. She wished for her mother. She prayed every night for 3 years. Please, God, bring Mommy back. I'll do anything. I'll be good forever. Just let me see her again. Such beautiful desperation. Such perfect invitation. And I came wearing Mother's voice, Mother's memory, Mother's love. The child opened every door, welcomed me into every corner of her spirit. She invited me in. Clark's vision blurred with tears, guilt crushing him. He'd been so focused on his own grief, his own pain, he hadn't seen how deeply Lily was suffering. Hadn't protected her from the predatory thing that heard a child's prayer and twisted it into access. I'm sorry, Lily, he whispered, holding her thrashing body. I'm so sorry I didn't see. I'm sorry I wasn't enough. You were never enough, the Strigoi hissed. Single father, broken man, playing at strength while drowning in grief. The child needed her mother. I gave her that. Gave her dreams of Elena, memories of Elena, hope of Elena. Better than you gave her. Better than abandoning her to boarding schools and babysitters while you worked 70-hour weeks to avoid an empty house. The words cut because they were partially true. Clark had thrown himself into work after Elena died. Anything to avoid the silence of their home, the memories in every room. And Lily had suffered for it, grown quiet and withdrawn, her childhood stolen by loss. Clark felt his world cracking. Lily had wanted her mother so badly she'd opened herself to this. His beautiful, grieving daughter had been vulnerable, and this thing had exploited that. Then I uninvite you, Clark said, his voice shaking. As her father, as her guardian, as the person who loves her most in this world, I uninvite you. You are not welcome in my daughter. You are not welcome in my home. You are not welcome in any space where love exists. Get out. Love? The thing laughed. Love is just fear of loss. Love is just hunger wearing a prettier name. I am hungry. You are hungry. We are the same. We're not, Clark said, because I would rather die than let my daughter suffer. Can you say the same? Did you ever love anything more than your own hunger? For a moment, just a moment, The black in Lily's eyes flickered, and Clark saw his daughter looking out, terrified and trapped. Then Father Rodriguez anointed her forehead with blessed oil in the sign of the cross and shouted the final command. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, depart. Lily screamed, truly Lily this time, not the thing. And black smoke poured from her mouth, her nose, her ears coalescing into a vaguely humanoid shape that writhed and dissipated like fog in sunlight. The temperature in the room spiked 20 degrees in seconds. And then it was gone, truly gone, leaving only Lily sobbing in Clark's arms. Daddy, it was inside me. I could feel it. I'm sorry. I just wanted Mom back. I'm sorry. Shh, baby, it's okay. You're okay. It's gone now. I've got you. I've got you. Father Rodriguez sagged against the wall, exhausted. It's done. The Strigoi is dispersed. Without its physical anchor and without permission to inhabit her, it couldn't maintain cohesion. Is it destroyed? Diminished. Scattered. It would take decades to reconstitute enough power to threaten anyone again. And by then, we'll all be gone. This fight is won, Mr. Clark. Your daughter is safe. The EMTs arrived 10 minutes later, checked Lily, found her vitals normal if weak. They attributed her condition to a severe fever that had broken, recommended hydration and rest, and left after 30 minutes. Mrs. Chen left shortly after, still confused but relieved Lily was okay. Father Rodriguez stayed until midnight, performing a final blessing over the house, leaving Clark with holy water and instructions for daily protection rituals. Keep her close, he advised. Trauma like this leaves scars. She'll need therapy, probably for years, and she'll need you to believe her when she talks about what she experienced. I'll believe her, Clark promised. After tonight, I'll believe anything. After the priest left, Clark sat in Lily's room, watching her sleep peacefully for the first time in weeks. No nightmares, no cold skin, just his daughter, breathing easily, alive and safe. His phone buzzed. A text from Chief Ranger Braddock. Harper Martinez's body recovered at base of Hetch Hetchy North Rim. Appears to have fallen. Medical examiner ruling accidental death. Case closed. Take all the time you need for family leave. Clark stared at the text. Harper Martinez fallen. Her death ruled accidental. No mention of the cairn, the Strigoi, the supernatural predator that had worn her and threatened his daughter. Just another statistic, another tragic accident in the wilderness. He thought about telling Braddock the truth, filing a report about what really happened, then thought better of it. Some truths were too dangerous to record. Some battles were fought in shadows and had to stay there. Instead, he texted back, "Thank you. We'll return when ready." He deleted the corrupted recording from his phone, deleted the photos of the cairn, deleted any evidence that might lead someone else to dig where they shouldn't, to disturb what should stay undisturbed. The Hetch Hetchy North Rim would be there forever, waiting. And somewhere in those mountains, scattered and weakened but not truly destroyed, the Strigoi's hunger remained. Maybe it would find someone else in 50 years. In 100, maybe it would reconstitute and hunt again, but not today, not his daughter, not while he drew breath. Clark pulled the covers up around Lily's shoulders, kissed her forehead, and whispered, "I've got you, baby. Always. Nothing's going to hurt you while I'm here." And for the first time since Elena's death 3 years ago, he felt like maybe that promise was one he could actually keep. Outside Lily's window, dawn was breaking over the Sierra Nevada, golden light touching granite peaks and ancient forests. The mountains were beautiful and terrible, holding secrets in their stone hearts, keeping watch over mysteries that predated human language. Brandon Clark, father and ranger, survivor and protector, watched the sunrise and made peace with the fact that the world was stranger and more dangerous than he'd ever imagined. And that love, real love, the kind that would burn ancient evil and tear apart reality itself to protect a child, was the only weapon that truly mattered. He would tell Lily everything someday when she was older. Tell her about her mother's voice used as a weapon, about the Strigoi that had fed on her grief, about the battle fought for her soul. And he would teach her how to recognize evil, how to protect herself, How to be both kind and strong in a world where darkness wore friendly faces. But today he would just let her sleep. Let her be 8 years old and safe and loved. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new fears, new battles. Tomorrow. But not today. Today, his daughter was safe, and that was enough. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened to Harper. Daniel Freeman found the seventh shadow burned into the oak tree at 11:34 p.m. on October 31st, 2008, and this time he was looking at it with someone who couldn't deny what it meant. Sheriff Anne Holloway stood beside him in the beam of his maglite, her weathered face pale as she studied the perfect silhouette scorched into the bark, human-shaped, arms spread wide, mouth open in what might have been a scream, or might have been something worse. It matched the other six exactly. Same size, same pose, same impossible burn pattern that forensics couldn't explain, because fire didn't work like this, didn't leave negative space images without consuming the surrounding wood. This is where Alexis Ford was last seen, Daniel said quietly. 48 hours ago. Witness said she walked toward the tree line and a shadow moved wrong, not with the light against it, and then she was gone. Daniel Freeman had spent 5 years as a National Park Service ranger at Great Smoky Mountains. After 2 tours in Afghanistan taught him that civilian life required structure and purpose, or the transition would kill him faster than any IED. At 6'3" and 220 pounds, most of it muscle memory from Marine training he'd never quite let go, Daniel was the ranger other rangers called when situations required physical presence. Bear encounters, violent domestic disputes at campgrounds, the occasional drunk hiker who thought rules didn't apply. Daniel handled it all with the same calm competence he'd used clearing buildings in Kandahar. But this was something his training hadn't covered. 7 people, Sheriff Holloway said, her voice tight. 7 people in 18 months, all disappeared during new moon phases, all leaving these. She gestured at the shadow burn, her hand shaking slightly. What the hell are we dealing with, Freeman? Daniel had been asking himself that question since the 3rd disappearance, when he'd first noticed the pattern everyone else seemed determined to ignore. The park saw 9 million visitors annually. People got lost constantly. Most were found, some weren't. It happened. But this was different. The first victim had been Marcus Chen, experienced hiker, last seen near Cades Cove in March 2007. Found his pack, his phone, his wallet. Found the shadow burned into a poplar tree where his girlfriend said he'd been standing when something moved in the corner of her eye and he just wasn't there anymore. Second victim, Emma Rodriguez, disappeared in June 2007 from the Alum Cave Trail. Different location, same shadow burn, same witness statement about movement in peripheral vision. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all following the pattern, always during new moon, always leaving the shadow burn, always with witnesses who couldn't quite explain what they'd seen because it happened in the edges of vision, in the spaces where attention didn't quite focus. And now Alexis Ford, 27 years old, wildlife photographer from Atlanta, camping alone near Cades Cove. Last seen by another camper at dusk on October 29th, walking toward the tree line to photograph deer. The camper had glanced away for literally 3 seconds, looked back, and Alexis was gone. No scream, no struggle, just absence where a person had been. I don't know what we're dealing with, Daniel admitted. But I know it's not natural. I know it's going to happen again unless we figure this out. And I know every law enforcement agency we've contacted thinks we're seeing patterns where none exist. Sheriff Holloway's jurisdiction technically ended at the park boundary, but she'd been involved since victim number 3, when Daniel had driven to her office in Townsend and laid out everything he'd found. She was maybe 60 years old, born and raised in these mountains, and unlike the federal investigators who'd briefly looked at the case, she didn't dismiss the shadow burns as coincidence or hoax. My grandmother used to tell stories, she said quietly, still staring at the burned silhouette. Cherokee legends. about the Nunahai, spirit people who lived in these mountains. They'd appear sometimes to help lost travelers, or sometimes to lead them away, into the mists, into the places between. She shook her head. I always thought they were just stories, folklore to keep kids from wandering off alone. Daniel didn't believe in folklore, didn't believe in spirits or legends or anything that couldn't be explained by physics and biology. 2 tours in a combat zone had taught him that the most dangerous thing in the world was always another human being, and the most reliable tool was training and discipline and the willingness to use violence when necessary. But he also couldn't explain the shadow burns, couldn't explain how 7 people had vanished without trace except for these impossible images. Couldn't explain the growing feeling he'd had over the past 6 months that something was watching him when he investigated the sites. Something that existed just outside his ability to perceive it directly. I'm staying here tonight, Daniel said. Setting up trail cameras, motion sensors, the works. If something comes back, I want evidence. You think it comes back? I think this is the 8th tree. I think victim number 8 is coming. I think the pattern isn't finished yet. Sheriff Holloway studied him for a long moment. You want backup? Daniel thought about that. About whether bringing more people would help or just provide more targets. Yeah, he said finally. But stay in your vehicle. Stay where there's light. Don't let yourself get isolated in the dark. They set up a perimeter using Daniel's equipment. 4 trail cameras with motion activation and infrared capability. A portable motion sensor that would trigger an alarm on his Garmin GPS unit, and 2 high-powered LED floodlights powered by a generator. The sheriff parked her cruiser 50 feet from the marked tree, engine running, high beams illuminating the area like a stage set. Daniel took up position between the cameras and the tree, his service weapon holstered but accessible, his military-grade flashlight in one hand, his flip phone in the other, ready to document anything unusual. The fog was rolling in, typical for the Smokies, where weather could change from clear to 0 visibility in minutes. And within an hour, Daniel was standing in a white wall that reduced the world to maybe 20 feet of visibility. The generator for the floodlights cut out at 1:47 a.m. Daniel's training kicked in immediately. Threat assessment, scanning for danger, hand moving to his weapon. The lights died simultaneously, plunging the area into darkness broken only by his flashlight and the sheriff's headlights behind him. Holloway? He called. You see anything? No response. Daniel's pulse elevated slightly. Not panic, just the body's natural response to potential threat, the way his nervous system had been trained to recognize danger and respond appropriately. He turned toward where the cruiser should be, where headlights should still be illuminating the fog. The headlights were gone. The cruiser was gone. Sheriff Holloway was gone. Impossible. She'd been right there, engine running, radio on. Daniel had looked away for maybe 15 seconds when the generator died, but the space where her vehicle had been was now just empty forest, fog swirling through trees that seemed taller than they'd been moments ago. Daniel's flashlight beam caught something in the mist. Movement. Not toward him or away, perpendicular to his line of sight, something passing between trees. Human-shaped but wrong, darker than the fog should allow, moving in a way that suggested it wasn't walking but gliding, like footage played at slightly wrong speed. He aimed his flashlight directly at it. The beam passed through where the figure should be, illuminating nothing, the light seeming to get swallowed by darkness that had no physical source. Daniel's rational mind insisted this was hallucination, exhaustion, the fog playing tricks. But his combat-trained instincts were screaming different warnings: ambush, threat from multiple vectors, retreat and regroup. He backed toward where the generator had been, intending to restart it, re-establish the lights. Found nothing. The generator was gone too. So were his trail cameras, his motion sensors, all his equipment. Just forest and fog and the growing certainty that something fundamental had gone wrong with reality in the last 3 minutes. Daniel pulled out his flip phone, Motorola Razr, state-of-the-art for 2008, and flipped it open. No signal, which wasn't surprising this deep in the park, but the screen showed something that made his skin prickle. The date read October 31st, 2008, 11:34 p.m., the same time he'd arrived at the tree with Sheriff Holloway, 2 hours ago. Except his watch showed 1:52 a.m. Daniel checked his watch again. Digital display, military issue, reliable, still showing 1:52 a.m., November 1st. But his phone insisted it was 2 hours earlier, still Halloween. Peripheral movement again. Multiple figures now, circling, always just at the edge of his vision. When he turned his head to look directly, they vanished. When he looked away, they reappeared. Dark human-shaped silhouettes that existed only in the spaces his attention didn't cover. His training said fight or retreat. But fight what? How do you engage an enemy that exists only in peripheral vision, that vanishes when directly observed? Daniel tried his radio. Dead. Tried his GPS. The screen showed his position, but the coordinates were wrong, placing him 3 miles from where he actually stood. Tried walking back toward where his Jeep was parked, following the trail he'd used to reach this location. After 10 minutes of walking, he was back at the oak tree with the shadow burn. Impossible. He'd walked in a straight line, had followed terrain features, had used his compass. But he was back at the starting point, as if the forest had folded around him, as if the concept of a way had lost meaning. The figures in his peripheral vision were closer now. Daniel could hear them, or hear something. Not footsteps. More like the absence of sound. Dead spaces in the ambient noise where his ears insisted something existed, but couldn't identify what. He tried again. Walked in the opposite direction this time. Marked his trail with reflective tape. Counted his steps to ensure he was moving in a straight line. After 8 minutes, back at the oak tree. Daniel had seen a lot in Afghanistan, had experienced fear in its purest form, had learned to function through it, to let training override panic. But this was different. This was his understanding of reality coming apart, was the fundamental assumptions about cause and effect, and linear time proving unreliable. The shadow burn on the tree was changing. When Daniel had first arrived, hours ago or minutes ago, depending on which device he trusted, the silhouette had shown arms spread wide. Now the arms were lowered. Now the mouth looked less like screaming and more like laughing. Daniel's flashlight flickered. When it came back on, there were 8 shadow burns on the tree. Not 1. 8. All slightly different poses, all human-shaped, all looking like they'd been there for years despite 7 of them being impossible. One of the new silhouettes was wearing a Park Service uniform, was the right height and build to be Daniel Freeman. He touched his chest, his arms confirming he was solid, was present, was still physically existing. But the shadow on the tree insisted otherwise. Insisted he was already one of the disappeared, already consumed by whatever existed in the spaces between perception. This isn't real, Daniel said aloud, his voice steady despite his accelerating pulse. PTSD episode, hallucination, not real. The figures in his peripheral vision stopped moving. And then, horrifyingly, they spoke. Not with voices, with the absence of voices, with silence shaped into words that Daniel heard directly in his auditory cortex. Real is a category error. We exist in the spaces your neurology ignores, in the peripheral fields your brain discards, in the moments between attention and recognition. You cannot fight what you cannot fully perceive. You cannot escape what exists outside linear causation. You are already gone, Daniel Freeman. Have been gone since you arrived. Will be gone before you got here. Time is negotiable here. Reality is consensus, and the consensus is breaking. Daniel's Marine training provided no protocols for this. No combat manual covered reality-breaking entities that spoke in auditory hallucination and existed only in peripheral vision. But his training did provide something else, the ability to function through fear, to complete the mission even when the mission made no sense. The mission was simple. Understand what happened to Alexis Ford and the 6 others. Find them if possible. Stop it from happening again. Daniel pulled out his digital camera, separate device in 2008, before smartphones made dedicated cameras obsolete, and began photographing everything. The multiple shadow burns on the tree, the the fog that moved wrong. The figures he could only see peripherally that showed up in photos as darker patches in already dark mist, human-shaped voids where light seemed to stop rather than scatter. The figures spoke again. Documentation is meaningless. Your devices measure only one layer of reality. We exist in all of them simultaneously. The people you seek are here with us, are experiencing every moment of their disappearance eternally, are screaming and laughing and sleeping and dying across infinite instances. Time is a direction you move through. Time is an ocean we swim in. You cannot save them. You cannot save yourself. You can only choose which instance you wish to experience forever. The fog began to clear, not gradually, instantly, like a switch had been thrown. Daniel found himself standing in the exact same location, but it was now daylight. Bright noon sun, temperature comfortable, birds singing, everything normal. Except he was surrounded by people. Alexis Ford stood 20 feet away, holding her camera, looking confused. Beside her, the 6 previous victims, Marcus Chen, Emma Rodriguez, all of them looking disoriented but physically present, physically real. "Daniel," Alexis said, "how did you... we were just... I was photographing deer and then everything got weird. Repeating. I've lived the last 5 minutes maybe 1,000 times. Different each time, but the same. Where are we?" Daniel approached slowly, his hand away from his weapon, his body language non-threatening. "Great Smoky Mountains, Cades Cove area. What's the last thing you remember before the loop started?" "Walking toward the tree line. Sunset. Something moved wrong in my peripheral vision and then..." She gestured helplessly. "This. Fragments. Moments that don't connect. Are you real? Am I real? I can't tell anymore." Marcus Chen spoke up, his voice shaking. "I've been here for 18 months, or 18 seconds, or 18,000 years. Time doesn't work right. We see you arrive over and over, different ways each time. Sometimes you save us, sometimes you join us, sometimes you were never here at all." Daniel's tactical mind was trying to process this. 7 people, all present, all claiming to experience non-linear time, all trapped in some kind of loop or liminal space. "Is there a way out?" he asked. Emma Rodriguez laughed, the sound brittle. "Out implies direction, implies a stable geography. This place, it's not a place. It's a fold in reality, a place where attention doesn't focus. The shadow people, that's what they are. Entities that exist in the blind spots of consciousness, and we're stuck here with them, in the blind spot, experiencing every possible timeline simultaneously." As if summoned by the name, the shadow people appeared, not in peripheral vision this time, directly visible now that Daniel was in their space rather than his own. They were humanoid but hollow, silhouettes with depth, 3-dimensional absences of light shaped like people but containing nothing, containing less than nothing, containing the active negation of existence. One of them approached Daniel. Didn't walk, transitioned, existing at different points in space without moving through the intervening distance. When it spoke, the words formed directly in Daniel's mind. "You understand now. This is where we exist, between the seconds. In the angles of perception your neurology smooths over. Humans see in narrow bandwidth, experience time as linear progression, exist in single instance. We exist in all the ignored spaces, all the dismissed moments. We are what you delete to maintain consensus reality." "Why take people?" Daniel demanded. "Why trap them here?" "We don't take. You cross over. You step into the spaces between your attention, usually briefly. Usually you return before noticing. But sometimes, at specific lunar phases, at specific locations, when the boundary thins, you cross over and cannot find the way back. You become aware of us, and awareness here is permanent. You cannot unsee us, cannot return to the limited perception you left. The disappeared are not missing. They are perceiving too much." Daniel looked at Alexis, at the others. They seemed solid, real, present, but Marcus Chen flickered slightly, as if existing in multiple states simultaneously. Emma's edges were blurred, like a photograph taken with slow shutter speed. They were coming apart, fragmenting across whatever this space was. "How do I get them out?" Daniel asked. "You don't. They are not out to be gotten. They exist here, exist there, exist in between. Consciousness is location, and their consciousness is now distributed across dimensional boundaries. You can join them. Can exist here consciously instead of disappearing into our blind spot. Or you can return to your limited perception and forget this ever happened. Forget them. Forget us. Forget that reality is consensus, and consensus is arbitrary." Daniel's military training insisted there was always a way, always an exit strategy, always a solution if you thought hard enough, fought hard enough, refused to accept defeat. But this wasn't combat. This wasn't even physics. This was something that existed outside the frameworks his entire worldview depended on. "Show me," he said. "Show me how this works." The shadow person didn't move, but suddenly, Daniel was seeing from its perspective, if perspective was the right word. He saw reality as layers, as overlapping instances, as probability clouds where single definite states were the exception, rather than the rule. He saw himself standing in the forest across 1,000 different timelines, where he arrived alone, where he arrived with backup, where he never arrived at all because he'd died in Afghanistan, where he'd never joined the Marines, where he'd never been born. He saw Alexis Ford existing in multiple states, alive, dead, disappeared, found, merged with the shadow people, escaped, trapped forever, all simultaneously true, all equally valid. All existing in the same space because space itself was a simplified model of something much more complex. And he saw the shadow people themselves, not as entities but as the spaces between entities, as the ignored background against which foreground reality played out, as the deleted data that made the signal comprehensible. They weren't malicious. They just existed in the gaps, and sometimes humans fell through the gaps and couldn't get out because getting out required not perceiving them, and once perceived, they couldn't be ignored. The vision ended. Daniel was back in his single perspective, his linear time, his limited bandwidth of perception. But he understood now. Understood that rescuing the disappeared wasn't possible because they weren't gone. They were experiencing too many places at once, too many times simultaneously, and returning to single instance existence would require them to collapse back into one timeline, would require choosing which version of events was real, and deleting all the others. "There's a choice," the shadow person said. "You can take one instance, pull one version of these people back to your consensus reality, but doing so collapses all other versions, kills them across every other timeline, murders infinite instances of themselves to save one. Or you accept that they exist here, in superposition, alive in some timelines and dead in others and trapped in still more. And you return to your world with the knowledge that reality is not what you thought." Daniel looked at Alexis Ford, or one version of her, one instance selected from infinite possibilities. She looked back at him with eyes that showed too much understanding, that had seen across dimensional boundaries and couldn't unsee. "Don't," she said quietly. "Don't collapse me. I can feel all the other versions. In some of them I'm home, I'm safe. In some I'm dead, but it's peaceful. In some I'm here forever, but I'm not alone. If you pull one version back, you kill all the rest. You make one arbitrary instance real and delete everything else. I don't want that responsibility. Don't want to be the version that survived at the cost of infinite other selves." Marcus Chen nodded. "We're not suffering. Not exactly. We're experiencing everything. It's overwhelming, but it's also, we see so much more than we did. See how arbitrary reality is. How many versions of ourselves exist. How fragile the consensus is that makes any of it seem solid." Daniel's training said leave no one behind. His orders said investigate and rescue. His entire worldview said there was right and wrong, success and failure, mission accomplished or mission failed. But this wasn't a binary situation. This was something his frameworks couldn't process. "What happens to me?" Daniel asked. "I've seen you now, seen this. Can I go back?" "You are already back." the shadow person said. This conversation is happening in the space between your decision to investigate and the moment you'll forget investigating. You'll return to your timeline with no conscious memory of us. We'll file a report saying you found nothing. We'll slowly forget the victims. We'll eventually convince yourself this never happened. No, Daniel said firmly. I won't forget. You will. You must. Human neurology cannot maintain awareness of us and function in consensus reality simultaneously. You will remember for hours, then minutes. Then you'll remember that you forgot something important. Then you'll forget that you forgot. Then we'll be gone from your conscious access. We'll exist in your blind spot again. And when you arrive at this tree in 2 hours, because time is flexible here, you'll investigate the shadow burn and find nothing and file your report and move on. Daniel felt it happening even as the shadow person spoke. The memories were already becoming slippery, hard to grasp, like trying to remember a dream after waking. Alexis's face was blurring. The shadow people were fading back into peripheral vision. The daylight was dimming. He grabbed his camera, took more photos, physical evidence. Something to anchor the memories when his neurology deleted them. The shadow person that might have been amused. Your devices will show only fog and trees. The images exist in your perception only. When you return to single-instance consciousness, they'll revert to standard documentation of empty forest. Daniel checked his camera's display screen. Empty forest. Fog. No people. No shadow entities. Just normal landscape photography of normal woods. You cannot document what exists outside your perceptual bandwidth. The shadow person continued. Cannot prove what you're about to forget. Cannot save what doesn't need saving. The disappeared are fine. Better than fine. They exist in expanded consciousness now. They see more than you can imagine. They would not return to your limited existence even if offered. Is this real? Daniel asked. Last question before the memory deletion took hold. Real is consensus. You're asking if this matches your consensus reality. No, it doesn't. But your consensus reality is a shared hallucination, an agreed upon deletion of infinite complexity to maintain functional sanity. This is what exists when consensus breaks. Is it more real? Less real? The question assumes reality is binary. It isn't. The fog was returning. The daylight was fading. Daniel could feel himself transitioning back to his original timeline, could feel the memories compressing, could feel his neurology doing what it was designed to do: delete the overwhelming data, maintain the simple story, preserve the functional narrative. He tried to hold on to the important part. Alexis Ford is okay. All of them are okay. They're experiencing something we can't understand, but they're not suffering. Mission accomplished in a way that doesn't map to mission parameters, but is still somehow success. The memory slipped further. What had he been trying to remember? Something about the victims being okay? But that didn't make sense. They were gone. Disappeared. That's why he was investigating. He was standing at the oak tree with the shadow burn. His watch showed 11:47 p.m., October 31st, 2008. His phone showed 11:47 p.m. Sheriff Holloway stood beside him, her face pale as she studied the silhouette burned into the bark. This is where Alexis Ford was last seen, Daniel said. Had said? Was about to say? His mouth was forming words he couldn't quite remember, deciding to speak. 48 hours ago. Witness said she walked toward the tree line and a shadow moved wrong, not with the light, against it, and then she was gone. Had this conversation already happened? Daniel felt a bizarre sense of déjà vu, like he'd lived this moment before. But that was impossible. He'd just arrived, hadn't he? Sheriff Holloway was talking about Cherokee legends, about Nunahai, about spirit people. Daniel tried to focus, but his attention kept sliding away, like trying to remember something on the tip of his tongue. They set up equipment. Trail cameras, motion sensors, lights. The sheriff parked her cruiser, kept the engine running, maintained the lights. Daniel took up position and waited. The fog rolled in. The generator cut out at 1:47 a.m. He turned to check on the sheriff and she was there, engine running, lights on, everything normal. He'd just checked 2 minutes ago. Why had he thought she'd disappeared? The generator restarted on its own, probably just a fuel flow issue. Daniel made a mental note to get it serviced. Nothing happened for the rest of the night. No shadow people, no disappearing, no reality fragmentation, just a normal stakeout that produced no results. At dawn, Daniel packed up his equipment. Sheriff Holloway looked exhausted but relieved that nothing had occurred. Maybe the pattern is broken, she suggested. Maybe whatever was happening has stopped. Daniel nodded, but something felt wrong. Felt like he was forgetting something crucial. Had he dozed off at some point? Had he dreamed something important? The feeling faded as he drove back to the ranger station. By the time he filed his report, conducted overnight surveillance at Cades Cove Shadowburn site, no unusual activity observed, no evidence of foul play and Ford disappearance. He'd forgotten there was anything to forget. Daniel Freeman continued working as a ranger at Great Smoky Mountains, continued investigating disappearances. Never connected them to a pattern because the pattern existed in his blind spot now, existed in the spaces his neurology had learned to ignore. He didn't remember the shadow people, didn't remember Alexis Ford explaining that she existed in multiple states, didn't remember the conversation about consensus reality and perceptual bandwidth. But sometimes, in his peripheral vision, he'd see something move wrong. Something human-shaped, but not human. Something that existed in the corners of attention and vanished when looked at directly. And in those moments, Daniel Freeman would feel a bizarre sense that reality was thinner than it seemed, that the solid world was consensus, that just beyond perception, infinite other versions of everything existed simultaneously. Then the feeling would pass. He'd dismiss it as fatigue, as stress, as the lingering effects of combat-related PTSD. He'd return to his work, to his investigations, to his carefully maintained worldview where things were solid and time was linear, and reality was singular. And the shadow people watched from their space between spaces, from the blind spots of consciousness, from the deleted data that made the signal comprehensible. They didn't take people. People crossed over on their own, stepped through cracks in consensus reality, saw too much and couldn't unsee it. Some returned. Most forgot. A few, like Alexis Ford and Marcus Chen and the others, stayed in the spaces between, experiencing all possible timelines simultaneously, alive and dead and trapped and free in equal measure across infinite instances. The shadow burns on trees marked the locations, marked where the boundary thinned, marked where attention failed and perception expanded, and humans briefly touched something their neurology wasn't designed to process. Daniel never figured out what caused them, never solved the disappearances, never understood that he'd had the answers and his brain had deleted them to maintain functional sanity. He continued working, continued living, continued existing in his single instance, his linear time, his limited bandwidth. And if sometimes he felt like he'd forgotten something important, like there was a conversation he'd had that mattered but couldn't quite recall, well, that was just how memory worked. The brain deleted irrelevant data to maintain the essential narrative. Reality was consensus. Daniel Freeman had agreed to that consensus by forgetting, had chosen functional limitation over overwhelming perception, had returned to the simple story because the complex truth would have broken him. The shadow people understood, held no grudge, simply waited in the spaces between attention, in the peripheral fields of vision, in the blind spots that let humans function without being overwhelmed by infinite complexity. And when the next person stepped through, when the next consciousness expanded beyond its designed bandwidth, the shadow people would be there. Not to take, not to trap, simply to witness. To exist in the spaces that consensus reality required be empty. Because something had to exist in the blind spots. Something had to occupy the deleted data. Something had to be what humans agreed not to see. They were the shadow people. They were the gaps in attention. They were the price of functional sanity. And they were always watching from just outside perception, patient and eternal. waiting for the next moment when consensus failed and someone saw too much. Daniel Freeman would never remember them, would never know he'd met them, would never understand that he'd been given a choice and had chosen forgetting. But somewhere in the spaces between his thoughts, in the blind spots of his attention, the memory existed. Fragmented, inaccessible, real. And if that tree in Cades Cove now showed 8 shadow burns instead of 7, if one of them was shaped exactly like a Park Service ranger, if Daniel sometimes drove past it and felt inexplicable unease, well, that was just the mountain playing tricks. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing that existed in the spaces between. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Your interpretation about what's real? Michelle Carter's iPhone 7 showed the voicemail notification at 0342 hours. Heather Bryant, timestamp 3 hours ago, duration 3:47. Michelle pressed play and heard her mentor screaming about trees that walked on root legs, trails that rewrote themselves behind her. A thing made of moss and eyes that spoke her name in a voice like wind through dead branches. The recording quality was perfect, no static. Every word clear, including Heather's final sentence. Michelle, don't come looking. The forest doesn't want found, it wants... Then the sound of something wet, something breaking, and a voice that wasn't Heather using Heather's throat to whisper in a language Michelle didn't recognize but understood, meant, mine now, always mine. The trees remember everyone who cuts them. Michelle played the voicemail 7 times in her ranger station bunk, hands shaking, trying to apply 6 months of training to a situation that had no protocol. Heather Bryant was senior ranger, 15 years with the National Park Service, her field mentor since Michelle had graduated the academy in March. They'd been partnered on every deployment, Heather patiently teaching the 1,000 small skills that textbooks couldn't convey. How to read weather in leaf patterns, which animals signaled wrong by their absence. When to trust instinct over GPS. The voicemail shouldn't exist. Heather had been on routine trail maintenance in Cataloochee Valley, 12 miles into backcountry where cell coverage was theoretically impossible. Her radio check-ins had been normal. Aero 900 hours cleared Fallen Oak from Palmer Creek Trail, 1,300 hours lunch at Caldwell Fork Junction, 1,600 hours heading to Big Creek Campsite for overnight before finishing circuit tomorrow. Standard solo deployment for experienced ranger in September when traffic was light. Then silence until the voicemail at 0027 hours. 3 hours ago. Michelle had been sleeping, phone on silent because rookie rangers pulled every shift senior staff didn't want. She'd seen the notification when her alarm woke her for the 0400 shift rotation. Dispatch needed to know. Protocol said, report immediately. Wait for senior rangers to organize proper search and rescue. But the voicemail had said Michelle's name specifically. Don't come looking. Which meant Heather knew Michelle would, knew her rookie eagerness would override common sense. Michelle grabbed her pack anyway. Garmin GPS map 60 Forest, fully charged. Motorola VHF radio. iPhone 7 at 96% battery. GoPro Hero 5 black chest mounted for documentation. First aid kit, emergency shelter, 3 days food. Her bench-made Griptilian knife that Heather had given her after first successful solo patrol. Inscription reading, trust yourself, HB. She left a note for dispatch. Following up on Bryant's missed check-in, Cataloochee Valley Circuit, back by 1,800 hours. Not technically violating protocol if she framed it as proactive investigation rather than unauthorized rescue. Rookie logic, Heather would have called it. Do the thing you want, find justification later. The September morning was cool, fog settling into valleys like the mountains were exhaling. Michelle drove the Park Service truck 40 minutes to Cataloochee entrance, hiked in on Palmer Creek Trail as first light filtered through old-growth forest. Tulip, poplar, eastern hemlock, oak species she'd memorized from field guides. Trees here were 400 years old in places, trunks 8 feet across, canopy so dense it created permanent twilight at ground level. Heather's GPS track showed on Michelle's device. They shared location data for safety, standard partner protocol. The track ran normal for 12 miles, then stopped abruptly at coordinates that made Michelle's mapping software glitch. The location marker flickered, jumped half a mile east, returned to original position, jumped again. GPS satellites didn't malfunction like that. Position was position, triangulated from orbital assets that didn't care about terrain. Michelle reached the last normal waypoint at 0847 hours. Heather's chainsaw sat beside a cleared oak trunk, still shiny with bar oil. Her water bottle hung from a branch. Radio clipped to a stump, turned off. She'd set down her gear and walked into the forest without it. No signs of struggle, no blood, no animal tracks suggesting bear or cat encounter. Just abandoned equipment and a trail that continued northeast exactly as mapped. Michelle keyed her radio. Dispatch, this is Carter. Located Bryant's equipment at Palmer Creek mile marker 12. No sign of Ranger herself. Continuing search northeast on established trail. Static answered. She tried again, checked frequency, verified battery. The radio worked mechanically but couldn't find the relay tower that should have been clearly accessible from this elevation and angle. Her iPhone showed no signal, expected in backcountry, but the voicemail had come from here somehow, from coordinates where cellular transmission shouldn't penetrate. Michelle activated the GoPro, documenting everything. Evidence for the incident report, for whatever investigation would follow. Time is 0851 hours, September 23, 2016. Located Bryant's abandoned gear. GPS is showing anomalous behavior. Location data inconsistent. Radio communication unsuccessful. Proceeding with search. The trail continued clear for another mile, then started wrong. Subtle at first. The path curved left where Michelle's map showed it curving right. She stopped, checked the Garmin against the paper map Heather had taught her to always carry as backup. The paper showed right curve. The trail physically went left. She followed it anyway. Sometimes maps were outdated, sometimes trails got rerouted for erosion control. After 300 yards, the trail circled back to where she'd started. She was standing beside Heather's chainsaw again. Except she'd just walked a clear loop that should have taken her half a mile northeast. Her GPS track log confirmed the distance, 0.34 miles traveled. The chainsaw said otherwise. Michelle tried again, this time following the right curve her map indicated even though no physical trail was visible. She pushed through underbrush, maintaining bearing, checking compass every 30 seconds. After 10 minutes of difficult bushwhacking, she emerged onto clear trail. The same trail, Heather's chainsaw, the same stump, except her previous GPS track wasn't visible on the device anymore. The log showed her starting from the ranger station, driving to Catalucci, hiking to this exact spot. No record of the loops she'd just walked. That's not possible, Michelle said aloud. Grounding technique Heather had taught her. Vocalize observations to combat panic. GPS tracks don't delete themselves. I walked those loops. The data should exist. She pulled out her iPhone, checked the photo log. She'd taken pictures of the abandoned gear at 0851. Those photos still existed, but new photos from the two loops, the curved trail, the underbrush route, those weren't in the gallery despite Michelle clearly remembering taking them. The forest was too quiet. That's what finally penetrated her confusion. September in the Smokies should have bird calls, squirrel chatter, insects. Instead, silence so complete Michelle could hear her heartbeat in her ears. She played Heather's voicemail again. Trees that walked on root legs, trails that rewrote themselves. Michelle had dismissed it as panic, trauma, maybe bear encounter causing hallucination. Now standing beside equipment she'd reached 3 times via different routes, the explanation felt less impossible. Her radio crackled. Not dispatch. Heather's voice, clear and calm. Michelle, you're doing exactly what I knew you'd do. Ignoring the warning. Coming anyway. The forest likes that. Likes eagerness. Likes people who think they're competent. A pause. Sound of wind through branches. I thought I was competent too. 15 years meant I knew these woods. Meant I understood the boundaries. I was wrong. The Smokies aren't forest. They're entity. and entities have rules. Michelle grabbed the radio. Heather, where are you? Are you injured? I'm at your equipment. GPS is malfunctioning. I need your coordinates. More static. Then Heather's voice again, but different, layered, like multiple Heathers speaking slightly out of sync. Can't give coordinates. Don't have position anymore. Position implies location in space. I'm in the forest now, Michelle, not walking through it. Part of it. Can feel every root system, every branch, every decomposing leaf. It's actually beautiful. Terrifying, but beautiful. You'll understand soon. Heather, you're not making sense. Did you hit your head? Take any substances? I need you to... The transmission cut to a sound that wasn't static. Organic. Like wood creaking under pressure, or lungs full of dirt attempting to breathe. Michelle dropped the radio, watching it crackle on the ground. Heather's voice emerging. The Leshy doesn't like people who cut trees. Doesn't like chainsaws. Doesn't like trail maintenance that removes deadfall. Deadfall feeds the forest. We were taking food from something that's been here since these mountains formed. It tolerated us for decades because we were small, insignificant. But Heather Bryant cut down a 300-year-old oak yesterday. Chainsawed it for trail clearance. The Leshy felt that. Felt the tree scream. So it came for payment. Michelle's mind raced through training. Wilderness first aid didn't cover supernatural forest entities. Park Service orientation mentioned historical context. Slavic immigrants settling Cataloochee Valley in the 1890s, bringing old country traditions, oral histories about forest guardians, but framed it as cultural anthropology, not operational reality. The Leshy was Slavic mythology, guardian spirit of forests, protector of old growth, punisher of those who harmed trees. Michelle had taken comparative folklore as an elective, remembered the general concept. Tall humanoid covered in moss and bark, owl eyes, voice that echoed from all directions, ability to disorient travelers and reshape forest space. Folklore. Not real. Except Michelle had walked 3 different roads to the same location, and her GPS couldn't decide where she was, and Heather's voice was coming from a radio that couldn't possibly reach her. Okay, Michelle said to herself to the silent forest, operating on hypothesis that something anomalous is occurring. Unknown entity or phenomenon affecting spatial navigation and electronic equipment. Hypothesis allows for range of explanations from equipment malfunction to other options. Professional framing. Make it investigation instead of panic. Heather had taught her that too. Michelle marked the chainsaw location with bright orange flagging tape tied to a branch at eye level. Reference point. She photographed it from 4 angles with her iPhone. Then she picked a direction, due north by compass, and walked exactly 100 paces, counting aloud, maintaining bearing. At pace 100, she marked another tree with flagging tape, photographed it, turned around and walked south, counting paces back. She reached the chainsaw at pace 73. Impossible. Distance was objective. 100 paces out meant 100 paces back, unless the forest had compressed distance in one direction, expanded it in the other. Michelle checked her photos. The orange flagging tape she'd just tied was visible in pictures from 3 hours ago, when she'd first found Heather's gear. Present in images time-stamped before she'd placed it. Causality was negotiable here. She'd learned that from Melissa Rodriguez. Michelle had read the incident report from Olympic National Park, the ranger who'd documented temporal anomalies and been quietly reassigned to administrative desk work. Everyone said Rodriguez had experienced psychological break following traumatic discovery of colleague's body. But the report's details had been too specific, too consistent with impossible phenomena. Now Michelle understood why Rodriguez had stopped trying to convince anyone. Her radio crackled again. Different voice this time. Old male. Accent that sounded Eastern European. Little ranger, little tree cutter. You come looking for your friend? The voice echoed from multiple directions simultaneously, originating from the trees themselves. She's here. Part of growth now. Roots need blood. Soil needs bone. The forest accepts all offerings. Michelle spun, trying to locate the source. saw nothing but trees, fog, the oppressive green twilight of old growth canopy. "I'm not here to cut trees," she said, keeping voice steady. "I'm here to find Heather Bryant and ensure her safety. I mean no harm to the forest." Laughter like wind through hollow trunks. "Mean no harm? You wear boots that crush seedlings, carry knife of metal harvested from earth, breathe air the trees make. You are harm. All humans are. But the forest is generous, offers bargain. One ranger given, one ranger leaves. Heather Bryant stays. Michelle Carter goes. Fair trade. No trade. I'm taking Heather home." Confident, like she was. Confident rangers make best fertilizer. Their certainty feeds roots deeper. Something moved in Michelle's peripheral vision. She turned, saw nothing, turned back, and the forest had changed. The chainsaw was gone. Heather's water bottle, the radio. All equipment vanished, replaced by undisturbed moss and ferns like no human had ever been here. Her GPS now showed her position 3 miles southwest of the actual location. Her track log still showed her at the ranger station, hadn't moved all morning. The photos on her phone were corrupting in real time. Heather's gear pixelating into static, orange flagging tape dissolving into image noise. Michelle forced herself to think. Heather had taught her. When navigation fails, establish reliable landmark and work outward systematically. Find something that can't change, a major stream, a ridgeline, a road. Big Creek was 1/2 mile east, significant water flow, too large for even anomalous phenomenon to hide. She oriented to east by compass and started walking. The forest resisted, not metaphorically, physically. Branches reached across her path where none had been. Roots rose from soil, ankle-height trip hazards appearing with each step. The ground itself felt wrong, sloping upward when her topo map showed downslope to the creek. Michelle pushed through anyway, rookie determination overriding rational fear. After 20 minutes of fighting vegetation, she heard water. Big Creek, unmistakable sound of major stream flow. She broke through the last line of underbrush and found herself in a clearing she'd never seen on any map. Old structures stood in various states of collapse. Cabins from Catalucci's settlement era, built by Slavic immigrants a century ago, and abandoned when the park was established in 1934. Most settlement buildings had been removed or had decayed completely. These looked wrong, too well preserved, doors still hanging, windows intact, smoke curling from a chimney despite no one living here for 8 decades. And everywhere, trees, growing through floors, pushing through walls, roots tearing apart foundations. The forest was reclaiming the structures, but slowly, deliberately, like it enjoyed watching human construction fail piece by piece. Heather Bryant sat on a porch, back against a cabin wall. Michelle ran to her. "Heather, are you hurt? Can you walk? We need to get you to medical. You've been missing for..." She stopped 3 feet away. Heather was growing, not metaphor, literal growth. Her skin had texture like bark, roughening in patches across her arms and face. Her fingers were elongating, darkening, tips splitting into root-like tendrils that dug into the porch wood. Moss grew in her hair, green and vibrant. Her eyes had shifted color, brown irises now showing golden yellow, pupils contracting to vertical slits like an owl's. She smiled. Teeth were still human, but the jaw that held them was wrong. Mandible extending too far, temporomandibular joint relocated to allow mouth opening wider than anatomy should permit. "Hey, rookie," Heather said. Her voice was still recognizable under the layered echo. "Took you 4 hours. I was betting 3. Guess even desperation has limits. What happened to you? What is this?" "Told you on the voicemail, the forest, the Leshy. Payment for cutting that oak." Heather lifted her right hand, watching roots curl from her fingertips. "I thought it was folklore. Slavic immigrants, superstition, cultural remnant with no basis in observable reality. Then I put chainsaw to that tree and felt it scream. Not sound, feeling. Like cutting into something alive and aware and ancient. The Leshy came before I could finish the cut. Asked why I was murdering, I said trail maintenance, safety protocol, standard procedure. Wrong answer. We need to reverse this, get you medical attention. There has to be no reversal, Michelle. That's the point. The forest doesn't take temporarily, takes permanently. I'm being absorbed. Another 72 hours and I'll be tree, indistinguishable from the oaks around me. My consciousness will spread through root networks, become part of the mycorrhizal web. It's not death. It's transformation, integration. Michelle's hands found her radio, fingers moving through emergency protocols automatically. This was medical emergency, biohazard, unknown pathogen causing radical physiological transformation. Needed medevac, needed containment, needed. Heather's hand shot out, grabbed Michelle's wrist with grip like iron. The bark skin was rough, warm, alive. Don't. Call for help and the Leshy takes them too. Every person who enters becomes payment. Forest is hungry, Michelle. Has been hungry since pioneers started clear-cutting in the 1800s. Since the Park Service started managing wilderness. Every trail we maintain is wound. Every campfire is burning. The Leshy tolerates small violations. But accumulation matters, we cross threshold. Then what do? Leave you here? Let you turn into a tree? The Leshy offered bargain. One leaves, one stays. I'm already staying. You can go. Walk east to Big Creek. Follow it downstream. You'll reach the ranger station in 6 hours. Probably. Space is unstable here, but the creek is real. Has to obey physics because it predates the Leshy's anger. I'm not leaving you. Heather's owl eyes blinked sideways, nictitating membrane Michelle had never seen before sliding across yellow irises. Rookie mistake number 8. Emotional attachment overriding operational necessity. We talked about this. About knowing when to cut losses, when to prioritize your own survival. Fuck operational necessity. You're my partner. Was your partner. Now I'm Forest. And the Forest is offering you way out. Take it. Something moved between the cabins. Not human. Tall figure, maybe 8 feet, covered entirely in moss and lichen that grew in living patterns across its form. Where it stepped, mushrooms sprouted. Its face was wrong. Too long, too narrow, dominated by eyes that were golden and round and never blinked. The Leshy. It spoke in that layered voice. Touching. Loyalty. The forest appreciates loyalty. Roots are loyal. Always reaching toward water, toward nutrition. Never abandoning the tree. It tilted its head at an angle no human neck achieved. Michelle Carter. 24 years. First season. 43 days employment. You have cut no trees, cleared no trails. You are clean. The bargain allows you departure. What if I refuse? Then 2 rangers feed roots. Forest grows stronger. More old growth protects itself. Balance shifts toward wildness, away from human control. The Smokies return to what they were before roads, before trails, before the arrogance of calling wilderness park. Michelle's mind raced through training that had no answers for this. Her GoPro was still recording, capturing everything, evidence that would never be believed. Her GPS showed her location as somewhere in Nevada. Her phone was corrupting its own photo gallery, deleting images as she watched. There has to be another option, she said. Some kind of compromise. Restitution without permanent transformation. Community service for the forest, something. The Leshy laughed. Trees swayed without wind. Restitution? You offer to serve? Clean little ranger wants to pay debt? It moved closer, each step causing earth to shift, moss spreading in its wake. There is work, always work. The forest needs tenders, needs those who understand balance. Who will guard old growth from humans who see only lumber, only fuel, only obstacles to clearing? What kind of work? Heather Bryant cut tree. That violation bought her transformation. But you, Michelle Carter, you are clean. If you swear service, 20 years tending this valley, ensuring no chainsaws, no trail expansion, no human harm, the forest releases Heather. Partial release. She remains changed but conscious, mobile, able to leave. You remain ranger. But your loyalty shifts. You serve the Smokies, not the Park Service. Michelle looked at Heather, bark spreading across her mentor's chest, roots curling deeper into porchwood. 20 years was career-length commitment. Would mean lying to supervisors, sabotaging trail maintenance, preventing the very work rangers were employed to perform. And if I refuse? If I try to leave with Heather anyway? Then neither leaves. Both become Forrest. And the next ranger sent to find you meets same choice. The Forrest is patient, will consume Park Service one ranger at a time until humans learn boundaries. Heather's voice barely recognizable now. Take the deal, rookie. Get yourself out. I made my choice when I fired up that chainsaw. You didn't. You don't owe me this. Yes, I do. You taught me everything I know. Kept me from a dozen stupid mistakes. I'm not leaving you to become a tree. Exactly the kind of rookie decision I'd expect. Emotional, impulsive, tactically unsound. But Heather smiled. Human smile despite the transforming face. Okay, 20 years. Make them count. Don't let me down. Michelle turned to the Leshy. I swear, 20 years service to the Forest. I'll protect this valley, prevent harm to old growth, maintain the boundaries. In exchange, Heather Bryant is released, transformation halted, free to leave. The Leshy extended one moss-covered hand. Where its palm should be, a circular pattern like tree rings, like a contract written in living wood. Touch. Bind yourself. The Forest witnesses, the mountains witness. Break the oath and transformation resumes. For both of you. Michelle placed her hand against the tree ring pattern. Pain shot through her arm, white-hot and total, like every nerve ending igniting simultaneously. She felt the Forest entering her consciousness, roots pushing into her mind, showing her things. Every tree in the Smokies, every stream, every animal, all perceived simultaneously through a network of awareness that predated human existence. She was individual and collective, Michelle Carter and something much older. Consciousness expanded beyond singular perspective. Then it released her. Michelle gasped, falling to her knees, hand smoking slightly where it had touched the Leshy. A mark remained on her palm. Perfect circle of tree rings, burned into skin deep enough that healing would leave permanent scar. The Leshy stepped back. Where it had stood, Heather was changing, reversing. Bark receding from skin, roots withdrawing from porchwood, owl eyes fading back to human brown. The transformation wasn't complete. Moss still grew in patches through her hair. Her fingers retained slight woody texture, but she was recognizably human again. She stood shakily. Michelle caught her, supported her weight. 20 years, the Leshy said. The Forest remembers, the mountains witness. Serve well, Michelle Carter. Protect what humans would destroy, or join what you protect. It stepped backward into the tree line and vanished, not walked away. Vanished, absorbed into the Forest itself, moss and lichen and bark reconfiguring into normal vegetation patterns. The clearing dissolved around them. Michelle blinked and they were standing on Palmer Creek Trail, mile marker 12. Heather's abandoned equipment exactly where Michelle had first found it. Her GPS showed correct coordinates. Phone showed normal signal. The GoPro had 4 hours of footage of Michelle walking in circles, talking to empty air, touching trees. No clearing, no cabins, no Leshy. Just normal September forest. Except the mark on Michelle's palm, and the moss in Heather's hair that wouldn't wash out. They hiked out together in silence. Reached the ranger station at 16:47 hours. Michelle filed report. Equipment located. Ranger Bryant found mild dehydration and disorientation. Recommend 3 days medical observation. Standard wilderness incident. Heather corroborated. Got confused in the fog. Went off trail. Took shelter in a seasonal hunter's cabin until mental state cleared enough to navigate. GPS malfunction, radio malfunction, combination of equipment failure and human error. The investigation accepted their story. Michelle Carter and Heather Bryant returned to duty after 72 hours. Both showed good judgment under stress, maintained professional standards, worked well as a team. The GoPro footage was corrupted, unable to be recovered. 20 years began. Michelle learned what it meant to serve the forest. Trail maintenance requests got delayed for equipment issues or scheduling conflicts. Old growth sections were marked for preservation, preventing expansion even when Park Service pushed for accessibility. When hikers reported feeling watched in certain valleys, Michelle filed reports noting local wildlife and quietly encouraged visitors to stay on main trails. She felt the forest now. Not constantly. The Leshy's presence wasn't oppressive, but she knew when someone was cutting live trees, knew when trail crews were planning expansion into protected areas, knew when the boundaries were being tested. And sometimes in dreams, she walked through that clearing with the impossible cabins, stood before the Leshy, and received instructions whispered in a voice like wind through ancient branches. Heather retired after 2 years. The partial transformation had left her unable to fully reintegrate with normal life. She bought property bordering the park, planted native species, tended a forest garden. The moss in her hair remained. Her fingers kept their woody texture. Some nights, she felt roots trying to grow from her feet, seeking soil. They didn't talk about it. Couldn't, without risking investigation, psychological evaluation, forced retirement. Michelle visited when she could, brought updates about the valley, about which sections were staying wild, about tourists who'd gotten too deep into protected groves, and emerged speaking about tall figures in moss who'd shown them the way out. The mark on Michelle's palm darkened with time, tree rings becoming more defined, as if her skin was aging into wood grain. She kept it covered, wore gloves even in summer. No one asked why. 18 years later, a new ranger fresh from the academy got assigned to Michelle's district. Eager kid, early 20s, wanted to prove himself through aggressive trail maintenance. He had plans for Cataloochee Valley, talked about clearing old-growth deadfall, establishing new campsites in the backcountry. Michelle watched him present the proposal, watched park administration approve it, and felt the forest's response like pressure against her skull. That night she hiked into Cataloochee alone, found the clearing that officially didn't exist. The Leshy was waiting. 2 years remain, it said. Your service has been adequate. The valley stays wild. The old growth persists. But new threats emerge. This young ranger, he will cut trees. I'll stop him, delay the projects, redirect him to safer areas. He will resist, will push, will eventually succeed unless forest responds. The Leshy's owl eyes fixed on her. You have choice. Complete your service. 20 years ends, you are released, oath fulfilled, walk away. Let what happens happen. Michelle thought about the new ranger, about herself at 24, eager and convinced of her competence, about Heather being absorbed into porchwood, becoming tree. Or, she asked, or extend service, another 20 years, and the forest grants you authority, ability to truly protect, to be more than ranger with delayed paperwork, to be guardian. What does guardian mean? The Leshy smiled, expression wrong on its elongated face. Mean you become something between human and forest, like Heather almost did, but with consciousness intact, mobility preserved. Mean you can enforce boundaries the forest cannot currently reach. Mean you give more of yourself but gain protection for the valley. Michelle looked at the mark on her palm. 18 years binding herself to service that destroyed her career prospects, isolated her from normal human connection, made her complicit in obstructing park management. 2 more years, and she could walk away. Find new work, new life. Leave the forest to whatever fate awaited. Or she could stay, could give another 20 years, could transform into something that could actually protect what she'd spent 2 decades guarding. If I extend, Michelle said, what happens to the new ranger? If you extend, you handle him. Your responsibility, your methods. The forest trusts its guardians to maintain boundaries as needed. Michelle thought about all the ways that could be interpreted, thought about what handling might require, thought about lines between protection and harm, between guardian and enforcer. I need time to decide. Time given, 2 years. Complete original oath or renew with extended service. The forest waits. The clearing dissolved. Michelle stood on Palmer Creek Trail alone, dawn breaking through old-growth canopy, birdsong returning as the Leshy's presence faded. She hiked out, filed her patrol report. Normal evening in the Smokies. Nothing unusual to document. The new ranger started trail maintenance that week. Michelle watched him work, watched the forest respond, and wondered what her decision would be when the 2 years ended. The mark on her palm ached. The trees whispered. And somewhere in the valley, in a clearing that officially didn't exist, the Leshy waited. Patient. Always patient. The forest had time, had mountains, had centuries of growth and decay and renewal. What were 20 more years against that? What was one ranger's humanity against the preservation of something ancient and wild and untouchable? Michelle didn't know yet, but she had 2 years to decide who she was. Human who walked away, or guardian who stayed. The trees would have their answer, one way or another. Christopher Brennan had always believed that every mystery had a logical explanation. 23 years with the National Park Service, 15 of those as a senior investigator, had only reinforced this conviction. Missing hikers were found disoriented or injured. Strange sounds had natural sources. Unusual tracks belonged to known animals, just distorted by terrain or decomposition. The universe operated according to rules, and Christopher's job was simply to understand which rules applied. That certainty began to crack on a Tuesday morning in late October 2009, when he received the call about Rachel Morrison. The ranger station at Canyon de Chelly National Monument sat at the edge of Navajo Nation land, a modest building that had witnessed decades of tourists, sacred sites, and the occasional search and rescue. Christopher arrived at dawn, the Arizona sky still holding on to the deep purple of night. Inside, Junior Ranger Tommy Begay looked like he hadn't slept, his usually steady hands trembling slightly as he poured coffee. She was supposed to check in yesterday at 4, Tommy said, spreading a map across the desk. Rachel Morrison, 31, experienced hiker. She had a satellite phone, GPS, everything. Was doing botanical surveys near Spider Rock. Christopher studied the map, his analytical mind already plotting search grids. Family notified? Her sister in Albuquerque. She's the one who called us when Rachel missed their daily check-in. Tommy hesitated, and something in that pause made Christopher look up. The younger ranger's face had gone carefully neutral. The expression Christopher had learned meant discomfort among the Navajo staff. Chris, there's something else. She left a voicemail for her sister around 3. I'm going to play it for you. The message started normally enough. Rachel's voice was cheerful, professional, describing a rare species of evening primrose she'd found. Then her tone shifted. That's weird. There's someone... Steph, there's someone down in the canyon, but they're moving wrong. Like they're... Static burst across the line, and when Rachel's voice returned, it was tight with something between confusion and fear. That's not right. People don't move like that. Their legs are... Oh God, it's looking at me.
Stephanie, its neck just... The message ended abruptly. Christopher replayed it 3 times, his investigator's mind cataloging details. The timestamp put the call at 3:47 p.m. Rachel's GPS had stopped transmitting at 4:02 p.m., just 15 minutes later, near the base of Spider Rock. No distress signal, no further communication, just silence. I want to be on site by full light, Christopher said, already mentally inventorying equipment. Get me Rodriguez and Chen for the search team.
Tommy didn't move, his dark eyes fixed on Christopher with an intensity that felt like warning. Chris, you know I respect you. You've been good to work with, but you need to know something before you go out there. He glanced toward the window, toward the vast expanse of sacred Navajo land beyond. The elders in Chinle have been talking. They say something's been moving through the canyons. Wrong things. They say someone's been walking in a bad way. Christopher had heard variations of this before. Local legends, cultural beliefs that he'd learned to acknowledge respectfully while pursuing empirical evidence. Tommy, I appreciate the cultural context, but right now we have a missing person. Whatever's out there, we'll deal with facts. Facts. Tommy's laugh was bitter. My grandfather is a Hatali, a medicine man. He told me that when you see someone walking in a bad way, you don't look at them directly. You don't speak to them, and you sure as hell don't follow them. He paused. He also said that this time of year, when the veil is thin, they're hungry. Christopher felt a flicker of irritation. I need you focused, Tommy. Get the team ready. But as he prepared his gear, radio, GPS, first aid kit, emergency beacon, Christopher couldn't quite shake the memory of Rachel's voice on that recording. Their legs are... What had she been trying to say? The sunrise revealed Canyon de Chelly in all its austere beauty. Red sandstone walls rose 800 feet, carved over millennia into a labyrinth of side canyons and hidden valleys. Spider Rock thrust upward like a skeletal finger pointing at heaven, sacred to the Navajo people, forbidden to climb. Christopher had been in these canyons hundreds of times, had navigated their treacherous terrain in all seasons, and he'd never felt what he felt now, a subtle wrongness in the air, like the pressure before a storm that never breaks. Rodriguez and Chen met him at the trailhead. Both experienced search and rescue. They descended into the canyon and practiced silence, following the coordinates from Rachel's last GPS ping. The October air was crisp, carrying the scent of juniper and sage. Overhead, a raven circled, its harsh cry echoing off stone walls. They found Rachel's campsite intact, tent still standing, sleeping bag undisturbed, equipment organized with the precision of someone who'd done this many times. Her water bottles were full, food supplies untouched. The satellite phone sat on a flat rock, still powered on, displaying a battery at 37%. Christopher bagged it as evidence, his mind already working through scenarios. If she'd left in distress, why not take the phone? Why leave everything behind? Chris. Chen's voice was strained. You need to see this. 20 yards from the campsite, they found the first footprint. Christopher crouched beside it, pulling out his camera and measurement tools. The print was human, or appeared to be at first glance. Barefoot, roughly size 9, consistent with Rachel's build. But something about it triggered his analytical mind's warning systems. The depth was wrong, too deep in the heel, too shallow at the ball of the foot, as if the weight distribution was inverted, and the spacing between prints. She was running, Rodriguez said, following the track line with his eyes. No. Christopher's frown deepened as he measured the stride. This is nearly 6 feet between prints. That's not human running, that's something else. The tracks led deeper into the canyon, toward a side passage that narrowed between sheer rock walls. Christopher had been this way before, knew it dead-ended at a spring that the Navajo considered sacred. As they followed the prints, he noticed more anomalies. Occasionally, the footprints would be joined by what looked like handprints, but placed where feet should be. Then they'd shift back to bipedal. The pattern made no anatomical sense. Chen, normally unflappable, had gone pale. Boss, this isn't right. Document everything, Christopher said tersely, fighting his own growing unease. Facts, evidence, logical explanations. They found Rachel's jacket first, torn and discarded on a boulder. Then her GPS unit deliberately smashed. The screen spiderwebbed with cracks. Then, in a patch of red sand that held prints beautifully, Christopher saw something that made his breath catch. 2 sets of tracks. Rachel's normal human prints, running. And beside them, following them, something that walked on 2 legs but left prints that suggested the legs bent wrong, the knees hyperextended backward. He'd seen similar tracks exactly once before, in a textbook on gait abnormalities. But those had been medical rarities, not something you'd encounter chasing someone through a canyon. The tracks converged, became confused. Then only one set of prints led away, human-shaped but with that same unnatural depth distribution. Rodriguez keyed his radio. Base, this is Search Team Alpha. We've got a situation here. Evidence suggests our missing person may have encountered Another individual. Requesting backup, and the radio erupted in static, then died completely. Christopher's GPS unit flickered, the screen scrambling. Chen's did the same. Within seconds, all their electronic equipment was dead or malfunctioning, including Christopher's usually reliable radio. Equipment failure, Christopher said automatically, though his hands were shaking slightly as he tried to restart his GPS. Must be some kind of localized electromagnetic. A sound echoed through the canyon. Human laughter, but wrong somehow, the pitch wavering like a poorly tuned instrument. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, bouncing off the stone walls until Christopher couldn't determine its source. Then they saw her. Rachel Morrison stood at the entrance to the narrow passage, perhaps 50 yards away. She wore her hiking clothes, her dark hair pulled back in the ponytail visible in her case file photo. She waved at them, a normal gesture, friendly, beckoning them forward. Christopher felt relief flood through him. Rachel Morrison, are you hurt?" She didn't respond, just kept waving, that smile fixed on her face. Something about the smile bothered him. "Rachel, we're with the National Park Service. Stay where you are, we're coming to help." Chen grabbed his arm. "Don't." "What are you—" "She's right there, she's obviously—" "Look at her legs, Chris. Look at how she's standing." Christopher looked. At first he saw nothing wrong. Then his analytical mind, trained to notice details, caught it. Rachel's knees. They were bending slightly the wrong way, hyper-extended backward in a way that human joints simply didn't move. And her neck, even from this distance, he could see it was tilted at an angle that suggested her head was turned further than anatomy allowed. "That's not Rachel," Rodriguez whispered. "Dios mío, that's not her." The thing that looked like Rachel cocked its head, the movement sharp and bird-like, too fast, rotating a full 90 degrees. Its smile widened and widened, stretching past what human facial muscles could achieve. Then it turned and walked into the narrow passage, its legs moving with that strange inverted gait, knees bending backward with each step. Christopher's rational mind scrambled for explanations. Optical illusion caused by distance and shadow. Some kind of neurological condition causing abnormal movement. Mistaken identity. Perhaps they'd found someone else, not Rachel at all. But he'd seen the jacket. He'd seen the equipment. And he'd heard that laugh. "We need to get back to base," Chen said, already backing away. "Now. We can't leave without Christopher." Rodriguez's voice was flat, drained of its usual warmth. "I grew up near the Navajo reservation. My grandmother told me stories. When something looks like a person but moves wrong, when it tries to lead you somewhere alone, you don't follow it. Ever. That's a Yi Naldlushi, a skinwalker." The word hung in the air between them, and Christopher wanted to dismiss it, wanted to laugh and cite rational explanations. But his hands were still shaking, and his mind kept replaying that impossible rotation of Rachel's head, that backward bend of her knees. "Skinwalkers are mythology," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "There has to be a logical—" The laughter came again, closer now from multiple directions. Christopher spun and saw figures standing on the canyon rim high above them, 3 of them silhouetted against the bright sky. They wore human shapes, but something about their proportions was subtly wrong. Limbs too long, heads too large. As he watched, one dropped from the 800-foot cliff face, simply stepped off and fell. It should have been fatal. Instead, it hit the canyon floor with a sound like breaking branches, then stood and began walking toward them with that lurching, wrong-jointed gait. Chen ran. Rodriguez followed. And Christopher, his rational worldview crumbling, ran too. They scrambled back toward the main canyon, equipment forgotten, following the wash that would lead them out. Behind them, Christopher could hear footsteps. Too many footsteps, moving too fast, and voices, calling to them in perfect English, using their names, asking why they were running, promising help just ahead. Rodriguez's grandmother's voice, Chen's dead brother, Christopher's ex-wife, voices that couldn't be there, shouldn't be there. Christopher risked a glance back and immediately wished he hadn't. The thing that had looked like Rachel was running on all fours now, its spine arched wrong, its head hanging beneath its body, neck impossibly extended, and it was gaining, closing the distance with each bound, moving faster than anything human could move. They reached the main canyon floor and ran for the trail that would take them up and out. Christopher's lungs burned, his 52-year-old body protesting this sprint. He heard Chen cry out and looked back to see the younger ranger on the ground. Someone, crouched over him. It wore Chen's face now, perfectly mirrored, and it looked up at Christopher with Chen's eyes while its hands, elongated and wrong, did something to Chen's body that made terrible wet sounds. Rodriguez pulled Christopher forward. "Don't look. Don't stop. They feed on fear, on attention, on..." A figure stepped out of the canyon wall itself, materializing from shadow and stone. It wore Rodriguez's face, his uniform, everything perfect except for the eyes, which were solid black from corner to corner. "Where are you going, amigo?" it asked in Rodriguez's voice, tilting its head at that sharp avian angle. "Don't you want to stay with me?" Rodriguez screamed and shoved past it, and Christopher followed, his rational mind finally, completely shattered. There was no logical explanation for this, no scientific framework that could encompass entities that wore human skins like costumes, that moved through stone, that mimicked voices and faces with perfect fidelity, while their bodies bent in ways that defied anatomy. They reached the trailhead as the sun began to set, painting the canyon walls blood red. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit had faded, but Christopher knew with a certainty that went beyond logic, that they were being allowed to escape, that whatever hunted these canyons was playing with them, the way a cat plays with wounded prey. Tommy was waiting at the ranger station, his face grave. "Chen?" Christopher shook his head, unable to speak. His hands still trembled. His entire worldview had been disassembled in less than 3 hours. "I need to call this in," he finally managed. We need backup, federal resources. We need to seal off that canyon." "No." Tommy's voice was firm. "You call in federal agents, you bring more people here, you'll just give them more skins to wear, more faces to steal." He moved to the window, looking out at the darkening canyon. "This is Navajo land. This is a Navajo problem. I've already called the elders. They'll perform the proper ceremonies, lay the proper protections, but you..." He turned back to Christopher. "You need to leave. Tonight. And you need to forget what you saw. I can't just... Rachel is still out there, or what's left of her, and Chen..." Rachel Morrison walked too close to places she shouldn't have walked. She looked at things she shouldn't have seen. And now something is wearing her skin, walking in her shape. Tommy's eyes were hard. Chen didn't know the old ways, didn't know not to let them catch him. But you can still leave, so leave. Christopher wanted to argue, wanted to insist on proper procedures, investigation, evidence. But when he closed his eyes, he saw that thing with Rachel's face and backward knees, felt the wrongness of its movement, heard the wet sounds it had made while wearing Chen's face, and he packed his bags and drove away from Canyon to Chelly that night, Rodriguez beside him, both men silent. In his rearview mirror, Christopher saw figures standing on the road behind them, silhouetted in his taillights. They waved goodbye, friendly and human-shaped, until the darkness swallowed them. The official report listed Rachel Morrison as missing, presumed dead due to fall or exposure. Chen's death was ruled an animal attack, though no one could identify what animal. Christopher took early retirement 3 months later, claiming health issues. He moved to Maine, as far from the desert Southwest as he could manage, and tried to rebuild his rationalist worldview. But sometimes, in the gray light of pre-dawn, he sees figures standing at the edge of his property. They wear familiar faces. Rachel's, Chen's, even his own face sometimes, grinning at him from the tree line. They move with that characteristic wrong-jointed gait, heads tilted at impossible angles, and they wave, always waving, beckoning him closer. Christopher keeps his doors locked and his windows covered. He doesn't go out after dark, and he never, ever waves back, because he knows now, with the certainty that comes from having his rational worldview shattered and reassembled into something far more terrifying, there are rules to this universe, just as he'd always believed. But some of those rules were written in languages older than science, carved into the bones of the earth by forces that wore human faces only when it suited their hunger. And somewhere in the red canyons of Arizona, something still wears Rachel Morrison's skin, still walks in her shape, still calls out to hikers with her voice, waiting for the next person who believes mysteries always have logical explanations. The next person who will look when they shouldn't look, follow when they shouldn't follow. The next person who doesn't know the old ways, the old warnings, the old truths that Christopher Brennan learned too late. When you see someone walking in a bad way, you run. And you never ever stop running. Hope you felt real chills. If you appreciate genuine horror, consider following. Which moment scared you most? Robert Chen had stopped believing in monsters when he turned 12. Now, at 35, standing in the parking lot of Olympic National Park's ranger station with rain drumming against his bureau-issued sedan, he found himself wishing he'd never lost that childhood certainty. At least then, he would have had a framework for what he was about to encounter. The missing person case had landed on his desk 3 days ago with a bureaucratic thud that suggested routine. Charlotte Morrison, 28, park ranger, last radio contact 6 days prior, while conducting a solo patrol in the Hoh rainforest backcountry. Her supervisor had waited the requisite 48 hours before escalating, expecting her to emerge with equipment failure and an apologetic smile. She hadn't. The local sheriff's office had conducted preliminary searches. They'd found her truck at a trailhead, keys in the ignition, and absolutely nothing else. What made the case federal was a detail buried in paragraph 7 of the initial report. Charlotte's last radio transmission had included the phrase, "Something's wrong with the Peterson party," referring to a family of 4 who'd obtained a backcountry permit 2 weeks earlier. When rangers finally located the Peterson campsite, they'd found it abandoned mid-meal, food still on plates, sleeping bags unzipped from the inside, and a smell that made 2 seasoned rangers vomit into the undergrowth. No bodies, no blood, just that smell, and claw marks on the trees that went up 20 feet. Robert locked his car and approached the ranger station, a modest building that seemed to huddle beneath the enormous Sitka spruces surrounding it. The Olympic Peninsula in late October was a study in gray. Gray sky, gray rain, gray mist that clung to the rainforest canopy like something alive. He'd read that the Hoh rainforest received over 12 feet of rain annually, making it one of the wettest places in the continental United States. The moisture was already seeping through his jacket, and he'd been outside less than 3 minutes. Inside, Ranger Supervisor Michael Takota waited with the kind of stillness that Robert associated with people carrying heavy knowledge. Takota was Quileute, early 60s, with deep-set eyes that tracked Robert's movement across the room with an intensity that felt almost predatory. "Agent Chen." No handshake offered. "You made good time from Seattle." The report mentioned time-sensitive evidence degradation. Robert set his briefcase on the table between them, noting how Takota's office was decorated with maps but no photographs, documents but no personal effects. "I'd like to see the Peterson campsite first, then Charlotte Morrison's last known location. I'll take you to Charlotte's truck, the campsite." Takota paused, and something crossed his face that Robert couldn't quite classify. Not fear, exactly. Something older. "The campsite isn't safe right now. Contaminated, in a manner of speaking." Takota stood, reaching for a coat that looked like it had weathered 50 seasons. "Agent Chen, are you familiar with the indigenous peoples of this region?" Robert's analytical mind cataloged the question's strangeness. "Generally, Quinault, Quileute, Hoh tribes. Why?" "Because Charlotte Morrison was." Takota's eyes fixed on him with an intensity that made Robert's skin prickle. "She spent 3 months with tribal elders last winter, documenting traditional stories. She knew the old rules, the taboos. When someone like Charlotte breaks radio silence to say something's wrong, she means something fundamentally wrong, not lost hikers or injured wildlife." The rain intensified as they drove deeper into the park, the road narrowing until it felt like the forest was actively trying to reclaim it. Dakota navigated with the ease of decades, but Robert noticed how his eyes kept flicking to the rearview mirror, as if checking whether they were being followed. "The Knoll have a word," Dakota said suddenly. "Tseek. It means the hungry one that walks." Most people think it's just their version of Bigfoot, a story to keep kids from wandering off. But the elders, the ones who still remember the old ways, they know it's not about keeping children safe. It's about keeping everyone away from something that should never be disturbed. Robert had dealt with enough cases in rural areas to recognize when local folklore was being introduced as evidence. "Mr. Dakota, I respect traditional knowledge, but..." Charlotte's camera was in her truck. Dakota interrupted. "SD card still inside. We pulled the photos before calling you. There's a reason this went federal so fast, and it's not bureaucratic procedure. They parked at a trailhead where yellow crime scene tape fluttered in the wind like prayer flags." Charlotte's truck sat exactly as described. Keys in ignition, driver's door ajar, and a wrongness that Robert could feel before he'd even approached it. His training kicked in. Observe, document, analyze. But his hindbrain, the part that evolution had honed over millions of years to recognize predators, was screaming at him to get back in the vehicle and drive until the rainforests were a memory. The truck's interior was meticulous. Maps folded perfectly, emergency supplies secured, a half-eaten granola bar on the dashboard that birds hadn't touched despite 6 days of exposure. Robert photographed everything, his movements mechanical, professional. Then Dakota handed him Charlotte's camera. The first dozen photos were routine. Landscape shots, evidence of trail maintenance, a family of elk grazing at dawn. Then the images changed. Photo 37 showed a clearing Robert didn't recognize, and in its center, a structure that made his analyst's brain stutter. It looked like a hunting blind, but wrong. The proportions were off, the materials bizarrely chosen, bones interwoven with branches. And was that hair? Human hair? Photo 38, closer now, and Robert could see symbols carved into the surrounding trees. Not random graffiti, but deliberate patterns that repeated with unsettling precision. His fingers trembled slightly as he advanced to the next image. Photo 39 made him understand why this had gone federal. The structure's interior was visible, and hanging from its ceiling were objects that his mind initially refused to classify as human remains because accepting that meant accepting something impossible. They'd been stripped and arranged with terrible purpose, and scattered around them were items that didn't belong to the 21st century. Clay vessels, stone tools, and what looked like ceremonial masks that predated European contact by centuries. But it was photo 40 that stopped his breathing entirely. Charlotte had photographed something emerging from the tree line. The image was slightly blurred, as if she'd been shaking, but the shape was unmistakable in its impossibility. Tall, easily 8 feet, and skeletal in a way that suggested starvation taken past death and into something else. Its skin had a grayish pallor that absorbed light rather than reflecting it, and its eyes. Robert zoomed in on those eyes. They weren't animal. They weren't human. They were aware in a way that made the photograph feel like it was looking back at him. "The last photo," Dakota said quietly, "was taken at 3:47 p.m. 6 days ago, approximately 4 miles north of here. Her radio call came in at 4:02 p.m. In 15 minutes, she traveled 4 miles through terrain that should take 2 hours to traverse, and her voice on that recording..." He paused. The dispatcher said she sounded hungry. Robert's analytical mind assembled the facts with mechanical precision. Unexplained disappearances, evidence of ritualistic activity, photographs suggesting an unknown presence in the forest, and Charlotte Morrison, an experienced ranger, fleeing toward her truck with something pursuing her. The logical explanation would involve a cult, perhaps survivalists who'd established an illegal settlement in the backcountry. The photographs could be staged. The structure could be some twisted art project. The figure could be a person in costume, except nothing about the evidence supported that. The bones in that structure had weathered for years, possibly decades. The symbols carved into the trees showed growth patterns that indicated they'd been there since at least the 1970s. and the figure in the photograph had been captured in the middle of a step, its leg extended in a biomechanically impossible angle that no costume could achieve. "I need to see that clearing," Robert heard himself say. Dakota nodded slowly, as if he'd expected this. "There's something you should know first. The Quileute word for what's in those woods is Wetiko. The Algonquian tribes farther east call it Wendigo. Different languages, same entity. It's not a creature, Agent Chen, it's a punishment. A curse that transforms someone who commits certain violations, particularly cannibalism, but also other taboos, into something that can never be satisfied, something that hungers eternally." "Folklore," Robert said, but the word felt hollow even as it left his mouth. "The Peterson family," Dakota continued as if Robert hadn't spoken, "obtained their backcountry permit on October 2nd. They were experienced campers, well supplied for 2 weeks. On October 7th, a winter storm hit unexpectedly. Temperatures dropped below freezing overnight. On October 9th, their expected check-in was missed. Rangers found their campsite on October 11th. He paused. There was a smell. Meat that had been cooked. But no remains, and all their food supplies were intact and untouched. The implication hit Robert like ice water. I think they got desperate. I think they broke a taboo that's existed in these forests for thousands of years, and I think Charlotte Morrison found evidence of what they became." They hiked in silence, Dakota leading with the confidence of someone who'd walked these trails in the dark. The rainforest closed around them like a fist. Massive trees draped with moss, ferns erupting from every surface, and a silence that felt unnatural. Robert's analytical mind noted the absence of bird calls, the way even the rain seemed to fall more quietly here. But another part of him, the part that still remembered being 12 and afraid of the dark, recognized the silence for what it was. Predator territory. The clearing appeared without warning, a wound in the forest where nothing grew. Robert's first thought was contamination, but soil contamination didn't explain the arrangement of the space. The structure from Charlotte's photos stood in the center, and approaching it felt like walking against a physical force. His legs moved, but every instinct screamed at him to stop. Up close, the construction was worse. The bones were human. He could see that now, and they'd been arranged with terrible intelligence. Not randomly, but according to some principle that his mind couldn't grasp, but his body recognized as profoundly wrong. The symbols carved into the surrounding trees were deeper than he'd thought, cut with something sharp enough to penetrate 3 inches into living wood. Dakota stayed at the clearing's edge, his face expressionless, but his knuckles white, where they gripped his walking stick. The Quinols say you can feel it in places where the boundary is thin, where the spirit world presses against ours. This is one of those places, Agent Chen. It has been for a long time. Robert photographed everything with methodical precision, but his hands were shaking. The structure's interior contained items that should have been in a museum, pottery that could have been 500 years old, tools that predated metalworking, and masks whose empty eye sockets seemed to track his movement. But scattered among them were modern objects: a cell phone, its screen shattered, a GPS unit, its casing cracked, and a ranger's badge that Robert recognized from Charlotte's personnel file. She'd been here, she'd seen this, and then she'd run. The sun was setting when Robert noticed the tracks. He'd been so focused on the structure that he'd missed what surrounded it. Footprints in the soft earth, dozens of them, all converging on this spot. But they weren't normal footprints. They started human-sized at the clearing's perimeter, but as they approached the structure, they changed, lengthened, deepened. By the time they reached the center, they were easily twice the size of his own boots, and the stride between them suggested something that could cover 20 feet in a single step. "We need to leave," Dakota said, his voice tight with an emotion Robert was starting to share. "Now, before dark." But it was already too late. The sound started low, a clicking that Robert's brain initially classified as insects. But insects didn't make sounds that reverberated in your chest cavity. Insects didn't make sounds that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, that bypassed your ears and resonated directly in your bones. Something was circling the clearing. Robert's hand went to his service weapon, and the absurdity of that gesture hit him with the force of revelation. What was he going to do, arrest it? Read it, its Miranda rights. The thing in Charlotte's photograph hadn't looked like something that cared about federal law. "Don't run," Dakota whispered. "For the love of God, don't run. Running triggers the chase reflex. Stand your ground." The clicking intensified, and Robert saw movement in the tree line. Not just one figure, multiple figures, all moving with that same impossible fluidity. His mind tried to count them, tried to catalog their positions, but they kept shifting, appearing in one spot and then another, 20 feet away, without seeming to cross the intervening space. Then they stopped. Complete silence descended on the clearing, more absolute than anything Robert had experienced. Even his own heartbeat seemed muffled, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The largest figure stepped into view. Robert's training had prepared him for violent criminals, for terrorists, for the worst that humanity could produce. It had not prepared him for this. The thing that emerged from the tree line had once been human. He could see the echo of human proportions in its frame, but it had been transformed into something that violated every rule of biology he knew. Its skin was stretched taut over bones that seemed too long, too angular, and it moved with a grace that was beautiful and horrifying in equal measure. But it was the hunger in its eyes that broke something fundamental in Robert's worldview. This wasn't animal hunger, the simple need of a predator for prey. This was existential hunger, the aching void of something that had been empty so long it had forgotten what satisfaction felt like, and it was looking at him with terrible intelligence, evaluating, calculating. "Charlotte Morrison," Robert said, his voice steady despite the terror flooding his system. "I'm looking for Ranger Charlotte Morrison." The thing's head tilted with a sound like cracking ice. When it spoke, the voice was wrong. Too many tones layered over each other, as if a dozen throats were producing sound simultaneously. "Charlotte." The name came out distorted, chewed. "Charlotte fed us. Charlotte understood. Charlotte joined us." One of the other figures stepped forward, and Robert's analytical mind shattered completely. This one was fresher, more recently transformed. It still wore tattered remains of a park ranger's uniform, and on its chest, barely visible through the decay, was a name tag, Morrison C. She'd been missing 6 days. The transformation should have taken weeks, months. But time seemed to move differently in this clearing, in this space where the boundary was thin. Charlotte's face, what remained of it, turned toward him, and for a moment Robert saw awareness flicker in those hungry eyes. Recognition, and then it was gone, drowned in that endless, terrible hunger. "The Petersons broke the taboo," Dakota said, his voice hollow. "They ate of human flesh to survive the storm. The curse took them fast. But Charlotte came to investigate. She breathed the air here. She touched the remains. The hunger is contagious, Agent Chen. It spreads like disease, but faster. And once it takes hold..." Robert's weapon was in his hand, though he didn't remember drawing it. The gesture was absurd. What was he going to do, shoot folklore? But the weight of it was comforting, a talisman of the rational world he was desperately trying to hold on to. "We can help you," he heard himself say, speaking to the thing that had been Charlotte Morrison. "There are treatments, psychiatric facilities." The sound that came from the creatures was laughter, but wrong, filtered through throats that had forgotten how human laughter worked. They moved closer, a slow tightening of the circle, and Robert understood with crystalline clarity that he was about to die in a way that wouldn't even leave remains for a proper burial. Dakota's hand closed on his arm with surprising strength. "There's one way to survive this," he whispered. "One rule the old stories agree on. You have to offer them something they want more than they want you. What could they possibly want more than food? Release." Dakota's eyes were bright with something that might have been tears, or might have been the reflection of the dying light. They're trapped in hunger that can never be satisfied. Every moment is agony. Every breath is torture. The mercy of death is the only gift they understand anymore. Robert looked at the creatures surrounding them, 6, maybe 7, he'd lost count, and saw the truth in Dakota's words. Behind the hunger in their eyes was something worse. Awareness. They knew what they'd become. They remembered being human, and they were begging for it to end. His weapon felt impossibly heavy in his hand. "I can't," he whispered. "They're victims. They're not. They're already dead, Agent Chen. Their bodies are still moving, but everything that made them human is gone, devoured by the hunger. What you'd be killing are just the shells, and you'd be doing them the greatest kindness possible." The creatures were close now, close enough that Robert could smell them. A scent like spoiled meat and burning hair and something else, something his brain refused to classify. Close enough that he could see the intelligence in their eyes warring with the hunger, could see them fighting against what they'd become and losing, always losing. Charlotte Morrison reached toward him with hands that had too many joints, and Robert saw his death in that gesture. But he also saw something else. Pleading. She was asking him to end it. His finger tightened on the trigger. The gunshot was obscenely loud in the clearing silence, and for a moment, time seemed to stop. Charlotte Morrison's body jerked, a hole appearing in her chest that should have been instantly fatal. But she didn't fall. She stood there, looking down at the wound with something like curiosity, and then back at Robert with those terrible eyes. The hunger made them strong. It made them fast. It made them nearly impossible to kill. Nearly. "The head," Dakota shouted. "Destroy the brain. It's the only way." Robert fired again, and this time, Charlotte Morrison fell. The other creatures screamed, a sound that wasn't quite human and wasn't quite animal, and rushed forward. Robert's training took over, target acquisition and precise shots. But there were too many, and they were too fast. Claws raked his shoulder, opening his jacket and the flesh beneath in one smooth motion. Pain exploded through his system, but he kept firing, kept moving, kept fighting against the impossible. One creature fell, then another. But they were dragging him down, their strength overwhelming, and he could feel their hunger like a physical force, trying to hollow him out from the inside. Dakota was there suddenly, a knife in his hand that looked like it had been old when Columbus landed. The blade was obsidian, and it moved through the creatures like they were made of smoke, cutting something deeper than flesh. Where it struck, they screamed and fell and didn't rise. "Spirit knife," Dakota gasped, fighting back to back with Robert. "Blessed by 3 generations of elders. It's the only thing I've carried since Charlotte went missing, hoping I wouldn't need to use it." Together, they fought with the desperation of men who understood they were battling something that shouldn't exist but did anyway. Robert's bullets and Dakota's knife carved through the creatures until finally, the clearing was silent, except for their ragged breathing. 7 bodies lay in the dirt, returning slowly to dust as if their cells were giving up the fight to remain solid. Charlotte Morrison's face was peaceful in death, more peaceful than it had been in those final transformed moments. Robert wanted to feel relief. Instead, he felt only horror at what they'd been forced to do. "We have to burn this place," Dakota said, his voice shaking. "Burn it all. The structure, the remains, everything. And then we seal this area, make it officially off limits. No one can be allowed to come here again." Robert nodded mutely, his analytical mind trying and failing to process what had just happened. He'd shot 7 victims of what? Curse? Disease? Mass psychosis? His training had no framework for this. The FBI manual didn't have a chapter on supernatural transformations. As they worked to gather fuel for the fire, Robert found Charlotte's camera again, this time with a note wrapped around it, her handwriting shaky but legible. "If anyone finds this, the hunger is real. It's always been real. The old tribes knew. They tried to warn us. Don't investigate the disappearances. Don't touch the remains. Don't breathe the air near the places of transformation. The hunger spreads, it spreads so fast I can feel it in me now, growing, consuming. By the time you read this, I won't be Charlotte Morrison anymore. I'll be something else, something hungry. Please, end it. Don't let me hurt anyone else." The note was dated 3 days after her disappearance. She'd known what was happening to her. She'd tried to warn them. and she'd asked for exactly what they'd given her: release. They watched the clearing burn as night fell completely, the flames reaching high into the dark sky. The fire consumed the structure, the remains, the cursed ground itself. But Robert knew it was just containment, not solution. The hunger was still out there, waiting in other forgotten places where the boundary was thin. When they finally left, hiking back to the ranger station by flashlight, Dakota spoke once more. "You'll file a report. You'll make it sound reasonable, explainable. Gas leak, toxic exposure, mass delusion from contaminated water. Whatever bureaucratic explanation lets people sleep at night. But you'll know the truth now. You'll carry it with you, and you'll understand why the old tribes had taboos, why they had forbidden places, why they had rules that seemed superstitious to outsiders." Robert wanted to argue, to assert his faith in rational explanation. But he couldn't. He'd seen too much, felt too much. The hunger had touched him in that clearing, had tried to take root in his mind, and he could still feel its echo, a small voice whispering that he was empty, that he needed to fill himself, that satisfaction was just one terrible act away. He would file his report. He would use the rational explanations Dakota suggested. He would close the case and move on to the next one. But late at night, when sleep wouldn't come, he would remember Charlotte Morrison's eyes in those final moments. Human awareness trapped inside something inhuman, begging for mercy. And he would understand with terrible certainty that there were things in the deep forests that civilization had tried to forget, but that had never forgotten us. Things that waited in places where the boundary was thin, where hunger could take root and transform and spread. The Olympic National Park officially closed the northern Hoh rainforest sector 2 weeks later, citing soil contamination from illegal dumping. The closure was supposed to be temporary. It became permanent. And if hikers occasionally reported strange sounds from deep in the restricted area, or if rangers sometimes found tracks that didn't match any known animal, well, those reports were filed away and forgotten. Robert Chen returned to Seattle and requested a transfer to white-collar crime. His superiors approved without question, noting in his file that he seemed to have lost his enthusiasm for fieldwork. They had no way of knowing that he still checked the Park Service databases every night, looking for missing person reports, for unexplained disappearances, for any sign that the hunger was spreading. Most nights, there was nothing. But sometimes there were patterns. Disappearances clustered around old-growth forests, abandoned campsites with food left untouched, radio transmissions that ended with phrases like "something's wrong" or "they're so hungry," or simply screaming that cut off mid-cry. And on those nights, Robert Chen would sit in his apartment with all the lights on, trying not to think about how easy it would be for the hunger to spread, trying not to remember the desperate pleading in Charlotte Morrison's eyes, trying not to hear the voice that still whispered sometimes in the back of his mind, telling him he was empty, so empty, and wouldn't it be so easy to fill that void? He never did. But he understood now why the old tribes had taboos. He understood why they had forbidden places, and he understood that some hungers, once awakened, could never truly be satisfied, only endured. If this story gave you chills, follow for more quality terror. Could you survive in Robert's place? Hope you felt real chills. If you appreciate genuine horror, consider following. Which moment scared you most? Tentar novamente. Claude pode cometer erros. Confira sempre as respostas. The radio crackled with static before dispatch's voice cut through. Ranger Hayes, we've got a missing hiker report. Tyler Martinez, 26-year-old male, failed to return from the Alum Cave Trail yesterday evening. Vehicle still at the trailhead. Families getting anxious. Chris Hayes pressed the transmit button on his truck's radio, squinting through the windshield at the thick morning fog blanketing the Smoky Mountains. 3 weeks into his transfer from Yellowstone, and he still felt like a stranger in these ancient Appalachian woods. Copy that. I'm 15 minutes out. Chris, dispatch continued, and he caught the hesitation in her voice. Be careful up there. That area, just keep your radio on, okay? He'd heard the whispers in the ranger station. The Smokies had a reputation. Over 1,000 people documented missing in the park's history, more than any other national park in America. But Chris didn't believe in mountain superstitions. He believed in hypothermia, bear attacks, and people making stupid decisions in the wilderness. The fog grew denser as he drove higher into the mountains, his headlights barely penetrating the gray wall. When he reached the Alum Cave trailhead, Tyler Martinez's blue Honda Civic sat alone in the gravel lot, beads of moisture covering its windows like tears. Chris grabbed his pack, checked his radio one more time, and started up the trail. The forest pressed in immediately, rhododendron thickets creating tunnels of green that swallowed the path. Somewhere in the canopy above, a bird called out, a sound Chris didn't recognize, sharp and almost human. The fog clung to everything, muffling the world until even his own footsteps seemed distant and unreal. He'd studied the trail maps obsessively since arriving, trying to compensate for his outsider status. Alum Cave Trail was popular, well-maintained, 5 miles to the bluffs with a clear path. People shouldn't disappear here. And yet the park's missing persons list kept growing, a fact his colleagues mentioned with resigned acceptance, as if the mountains themselves were hungry. 2 miles in, Chris found the first sign. A blue bandana tied around a tree branch, fluttering weakly in the breeze. He photographed it, marked the GPS coordinates. Tyler's family had mentioned he wore a blue bandana, but something about it bothered Chris. The knot was elaborate, decorative almost, not the hasty tie of someone marking their path. Dispatch, I've got possible evidence at mile marker 2.3. Blue cloth, could be the missing hikers. Static answered him. He adjusted the radio, tried again. Nothing but white noise. The fog, probably, interfering with the signal. Chris continued up the trail, but a prickling sensation crawled up his spine, the feeling of being watched by something just beyond the gray curtain of mist. The second marker appeared a half-mile later. Another bandana, this one tied to a rhododendron branch well off the trail. Chris stepped into the undergrowth to examine it, and his boots sank into soft earth that squelched like wet flesh. The smell hit him then. Not decay exactly, but something organic and wrong, like flowers rotting in standing water. He photographed the bandana and noticed something that made his stomach tighten. Tiny scratches on the branch, deliberate marks that almost looked like symbols. He traced them with his finger, curved lines that reminded him of antlers, or reaching hands. Chris tried the radio again. Dead static. He checked his cell phone. No service. Expected this deep in the park. The isolation settled over him like a physical weight. In Yellowstone, he'd always had backup close by, other rangers who knew the land and its moods. Here, he was alone in a forest that predated European contact by millennia, walking trails the Cherokee had walked before Andrew Jackson forced them west on the Trail of Tears. The third bandana hung from a dead tree, its bark blackened and peeling. This time, Chris didn't need to step closer to see the wrongness. The fabric was shredded, torn by something with claws, and the tree trunk bore deep gouges that revealed white wood beneath. Not bear marks, too deliberate, too patterned. The scratches formed those same curved symbols, repeated over and over like obsessive prayer. "Tyler!" Chris called out, his voice swallowed immediately by the fog. "Tyler Martinez, Forest Service." Silence answered. Then, distant and distorted, he heard what might have been a response. A voice calling back. But the words were incomprehensible, stretched and strange like a recording played at the wrong speed. The sound came from deeper in the forest, far from the maintained trail. Every instinct Chris had developed in 15 years of wilderness work screamed at him to turn back, call for backup, wait for conditions to improve. But Tyler Martinez had already been missing for over 24 hours. In these mountains, with overnight temperatures dropping into the 40s, that could be a death sentence. Chris marked his position, noted the time, 10:47 a.m., and pushed into the undergrowth, following the direction of that distorted voice. The forest changed as he left the trail behind. The rhododendrons grew thicker, their waxy leaves creating a claustrophobic maze. The fog seemed alive here, moving against the wind, curling around tree trunks like searching fingers. Chris's compass began spinning slowly, the needle refusing to settle. He tapped it, checked for interference. Nothing that should cause this kind of malfunction. He found the clearing 20 minutes later. The fog lifted slightly in the open space, revealing a circle of dead grass roughly 30 feet in diameter. At the center stood a structure that made Chris stop cold. Branches woven together in a dome shape, covered with leaves and what looked like... He stepped closer, his hand instinctively moving to the bear spray on his belt. Animal pelts. Deer hides stretched over the frame, but arranged in a way that seemed intentional, almost ceremonial. The skulls were still attached, eyeless sockets staring outward in all directions. 7 of them positioned at cardinal and ordinal points like a compass rose. Jesus, Chris whispered. Some kind of hunting blind, maybe, but the design was all wrong, too elaborate, too purposeful. And the smell, that same rotting flower scent, stronger now, making his eyes water. His boot struck something half buried in the dead grass, a leather journal, swollen with moisture. Chris picked it up with trembling hands and opened it. The handwriting was frantic, deteriorating from neat script on the first pages to barely legible scrawls near the end. Day 3 in the mountains. Beautiful hike. Saw a woman on the trail. Most beautiful person I've ever seen. She smiled at me. I followed her off the path just to talk. The entries grew stranger. Day 4. Can't find the trail. My GPS isn't working. Neither is my compass. I keep seeing her through the trees. She's always just ahead, always smiling. Her eyes are so dark, like looking into deep water. Day 7 or 8. Can't remember. So hungry. The woman is closer now. She's wearing a deer hide. No, she is wearing a deer. No. God, I don't know what I'm seeing anymore. Her legs are wrong. They bend wrong. She wants me to follow her to the water. She says there's water. The symbols protect nothing. I tried to make them like she showed me, but they just bring her closer. She's not a woman. She's never been a woman. The old man at the gas station in Cherokee warned me. He said, don't follow the deer woman, don't let her catch your scent. If she calls your name, you're already gone. I laughed at him. Superstitious bullshit. But her hooves on the dead leaves sound like... The entry ended mid-sentence. The remaining pages were covered in those curved symbols, drawn over and over until the paper tore. Chris's hands shook as he closed the journal. Tyler Martinez had written this. The handwriting matched the signature on the missing person report. But Tyler had only been missing for 1 day. This journal described over a week in the mountains. The fog thickened suddenly, rolling into the clearing like a living thing. Chris spun around, disoriented. Which direction had he come from? The dead grass circle looked the same in every direction, the skull-covered structure leering at him with empty sockets. Then he heard it. Hoofbeats, slow and deliberate, circling the clearing just beyond the fog's edge. Not the quick patter of a startled deer. These were measured, purposeful, accompanied by something else. Something that sounded like a woman humming. "Tyler?" Chris called out, knowing it was wrong, knowing no human made that sound. The humming stopped. The hoofbeat stopped. In the sudden silence, a voice answered. Female, beautiful, with an accent Chris couldn't place. Christopher Hayes, from Yellowstone, the outsider. "You don't belong here." Ice flooded his veins. "Who are you? Where's Tyler Martinez?" Laughter, melodic and terrible. "Tyler stays. Tyler followed me willingly. Saw beauty and wanted to possess it, like all men. But you..." The fog parted slightly, and Chris saw movement. "You, I can smell your loneliness. New to these mountains. No friends here. No one who'd miss you. Perfect." A shape materialized in the mist. At first, Chris saw a woman. Tall, impossibly beautiful, with long dark hair and eyes like polished obsidian. She wore what looked like a buckskin dress decorated with beadwork. But as she stepped closer, the image fractured. Her legs were wrong, jointed like a deer's back legs, ending in cloven hooves. The dress wasn't a dress, but her skin, fur, and flesh merged seamlessly, and her smile revealed too many teeth, pointed and sharp. Dear woman, Chris breathed, remembering fragments of stories he'd heard in the ranger station, dismissed as folklore. A spirit from Native American mythology, a shapeshifter who lured men to their deaths. Some said she punished those who disrespected women. Others claimed she was simply a predator, ancient and hungry. You know the old stories, she said, pleased. Good, then you know running is useless. Chris stumbled backward, his hand closing on the bear spray. The creature laughed, that same musical sound that made his bones ache with longing despite his terror. Iron and chemicals can't touch me, outsider. I am older than your park service, older than your country. These mountains knew my hoof prints before your people stole them. She moved closer, and Chris saw the clearing wasn't empty. Behind her, partially obscured by fog, stood figures, 7 of them, matching the 7 skulls on the structure. They'd been men once. Now they were hollowed out, skin stretched over bones, eyes replaced by dark holes that wept black fluid. Their mouths hung open in permanent silent screams. One wore the tattered remains of hiking gear. Tyler Martinez, transformed in impossibly short time, added to her collection. The mountains are thin here, Dear Woman said, circling Chris like a predator. The Cherokee knew. They left offerings, respected the boundaries. But you outsiders, you think you own these woods. Build your trails and visitor centers over sacred ground. The veil between worlds tears a little more each year, and we slip through the cracks. Chris's back hit a tree. The bark felt wrong under his palms, too smooth, too warm, almost like skin. He jerked away and saw that the tree was carved with those same symbols, hundreds of them, and they seemed to writhe in his peripheral vision. What do you want? His voice came out hoarse. Want? She tilted her head, the gesture disturbingly bird-like. I don't want, Christopher. I am. Like the mountains are. Like the fog is. You ask what the winter wants, what the storm wants. I take what wanders into my territory. I've taken for thousands of years. Your Tyler thought he could possess beauty, thought he could take what he desired. So I took him instead, kept him here where time flows like water, where one day becomes 7 becomes 70. And you? She reached out with fingers that were too long, nails like black talons. You're so lost already. No one here knows you. No one here would search long. If this story has given you chills, follow for more quality terror. Could you survive in Chris's place? Chris's radio crackled suddenly, violently. Through the static came a voice, dispatch, frantic. Hayes, Chris, we're reading. Proximity alert. Cherokee. The transmission dissolved into screaming static that sounded almost like voices, chanting in a language Chris didn't recognize. Dear Woman hissed, recoiling. The radio's noise seemed to hurt her, and her beautiful face rippled, revealing something ancient and terrible underneath. Too many eyes, a mouth that opened like a flower filled with thorns. Chris ran. He crashed through the undergrowth, branches tearing at his face and clothes. Behind him, the hoofbeats thundered, impossibly fast. The fog swirled and clutched, trying to drag him back. His lungs burned, legs pumping, every instinct screaming that death followed on cloven feet. He burst through a rhododendron thicket and nearly fell over a precipice. Chris skidded to a stop at the edge of a cliff he didn't recognize, overlooking a valley filled with fog so thick it looked solid. No cliff should be here, not on this trail. But the mountains had rearranged themselves, or he'd crossed into somewhere else, somewhere the maps didn't show. The hoofbeats stopped. Chris turned slowly. Dear Woman stood 10 feet away, but she'd changed. Grown. She towered 8 feet tall now, her deer aspects dominating. Massive antlers sprouted from her skull, her face elongated into something between woman and animal, beautiful and grotesque. The other figures shuffled behind her, Tyler's fresh corpse puppet among them. You can't leave, she said, voice echoing with unnatural harmonics. The mountains claim you now, just like they claimed all the others. Your name is already written in the soil. Chris's hand found the journal in his jacket pocket. Tyler's journal, filled with those obsessive symbols. The symbols Tyler had tried to use for protection, but had only drawn her closer. Unless, you showed him these marks, Chris said, thinking fast, stalling. You taught him to make them. She smiled, revealing rows of teeth. Clever outsider, yes. Marked himself like cattle, made it easier to find him, track him, own him. The symbols don't protect, they bind. Chris looked down at the journal, then at the radio on his belt, still emitting faint static. Dispatch's voice had hurt her. Modern technology, cutting through ancient magic, or not magic. She'd said the mountains were thin here, that the veil between worlds was tearing. Reality, bleeding through reality. He grabbed the radio and turned the volume to maximum, switching through channels rapidly. The static grew louder, more chaotic, and through it came voices. Other rangers calling to each other, hikers reporting in, the mundane chatter of the modern world. It created a wall of sound, ordinary and electric, and completely foreign to this timeless place. Deer Woman shrieked, a sound like breaking glass and dying animals. She staggered back, her form flickering. Woman, deer, nightmare, woman again. The fog roiled and churned. The corpse puppets collapsed, strings cut, becoming just bodies again, released. The old world dies, Chris shouted over the static, backing toward the cliff edge. Your veil is tearing because we're everywhere now. Our voices fill the air. Our signals cross your sacred ground. You're not hunting me, you're drowning in modernity. Then I'll drag you down with me. She lunged impossibly fast. Chris jumped. He fell backward off the cliff, and the world inverted. The solid fog caught him, and he wasn't falling but floating, suspended in gray nothing. Around him he saw shapes in the mist. Other lost hikers, suspended in time, trapped in the spaces between. Some looked fresh. Others were ancient, dressed in clothes from decades past. All reached toward him with desperate hands. But the radio kept screaming its static prayer, and the fog began to thin. Chris felt himself falling again, truly falling now, and he glimpsed the truth of this place. Not a mystical spirit realm, but a fold in reality itself. A pocket where the normal rules collapsed, where time pooled and predators from older ages could still hunt. He hit solid ground hard, knocking the wind from his lungs. When his vision cleared, Chris lay on the Alum Cave Trail, the maintained, normal, real trail. Above him, the fog was breaking up, revealing patches of blue sky. His radio crackled with normal traffic. Ranger Hayes, please respond. Chris, are you there? He grabbed the radio with shaking hands. I'm here. I found him. Tyler Martinez. Chris looked back the way he'd come. The forest looked normal now. Just trees and rhododendron. No shifting fog or impossible clearings. But he knew if he went back, if he looked carefully, he'd find a body. Maybe 7 bodies. Send a recovery team. And dispatch. Don't send them alone. This area, there's something. We know, the voice said quietly. There's always something. That's why we tried to warn you. Chris made it back to the trailhead as the sun broke through completely, burning away the last of the fog. A team of rangers met him there. Local rangers. People who'd worked these mountains for years. They didn't ask many questions. They just nodded when he tried to explain about the clearing and the symbols and the woman who wasn't a woman. Dear woman, one old ranger said, a Cherokee man named Tom. My grandmother warned me about her. Said she walks the old paths, claims those who wander off the trail. Used to be just the disrespectful ones, the ones who came to these mountains to take without giving back. But the veil's been tearing for years now. She's getting desperate, less choosy. He looked at Chris with sad, knowing eyes. These mountains are dying, Ranger. The old spirits along with them. Makes them dangerous. They found Tyler Martinez's body in the clearing Chris described, though it took 3 rangers with GPS to locate the spot, and they all agreed the area seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at it. Tyler looked like he'd been dead for weeks, not one day. The autopsy would call it exposure and dehydration, but Chris saw the marks on the body, those same symbols carved into the skin. They found 6 other bodies in the surrounding area, all missing persons from the past decade. The Park Service quietly closed that section of trail for environmental concerns. The media reported a tragic discovery of multiple lost hikers. No one mentioned impossible clearings or women with hooves. Chris requested a transfer back to Yellowstone a week later, but it was denied. "We need people who've seen," his supervisor said. "People who understand what they're really protecting against." "You're not an outsider anymore, Chris. You've been marked by these mountains now. They'll remember you." That night, Chris sat in his ranger station cabin and listened to the forest outside. In the distance, impossibly distant but somehow clear, he heard hoofbeats, and under it, like a whisper carried on the wind, a woman's voice humming. The Smokies had claimed part of him after all. He understood now why the other rangers never seemed surprised by the disappearances, why they accepted the mountain's hunger as a fact of life. The veil was tearing, and things were slipping through, and all they could do was try to keep people away from the thin places where reality bent. Chris pulled out Tyler's journal and turned to a blank page. He began to write, documenting everything, knowing it was useless but needing to record it anyway. Maybe the next outsider who came here would find it. Maybe it would save them. Or maybe it would just be one more warning that no one believed until too late. Outside, the hoofbeats faded. But Chris knew she was still there, patient and eternal, waiting for the next person to wander off the trail. The mountains kept their secrets and fed their ancient hunger, and the modern world pressed in, tearing reality a little more each day. Some nights, when the fog rolled thick, Chris thought he could see her watching from the tree line. A beautiful woman with 2 dark eyes, wearing a dress that might be deerskin or might be something else entirely. She never came close, not anymore. But she watched, waited, reminded him that he'd crossed into her world and barely escaped. The mountains had let him go, but they'd never let him forget. And deep in the forest, where the old paths still remembered, 7 skulls decorated a structure made of branches and skin, and the symbols carved into the trees continued to writhe when no one was looking, binding the boundaries between worlds that grew thinner every year. Hope you felt real chills. If you appreciate genuine horror, consider following. Which moment scared you most? Christopher Hayes had never believed in superstition. In his 9 years with the United States Geological Survey, he'd mapped fault lines across 3 continents, spent months in isolated field stations, and slept in places most people would consider haunted. Every unexplained sound had a rational source. Every shadow had a physical cause. The natural world operated according to immutable laws, and Christopher's job was to document them with precision instruments and peer-reviewed methodology. That certainty died somewhere in the red dust of the Navajo Nation, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly when. Maybe it was the moment he found Lauren's camp, or maybe it was later, when he realized something was watching him from the ridgeline. Or perhaps it had been dying slowly since he'd first arrived in Monument Valley, and he'd simply been too stubborn to notice. The assignment had seemed routine. Lauren Martinez, a graduate student from the University of Arizona, had been conducting seismic surveys near the Utah-Arizona border as part of her dissertation on micro-earthquake activity. She'd been checking in via satellite phone every 48 hours, like clockwork, for 3 weeks. Then she'd missed a check-in, then another. Her thesis advisor had contacted the university. The university had contacted the USGS, and because Christopher was already in Flagstaff reviewing data from the San Francisco Peaks monitoring station, he'd been the logical choice to investigate. He'd driven out on a Tuesday morning in late October, the sky that impossible desert blue that made everything seem clean and simple. His truck kicked up rooster tails of rust-colored dust as he followed the access road past Goulding's Lodge and into the deeper backcountry. Lauren's last known coordinates put her about 15 miles into Navajo land, in a remote valley system the locals called Tse-Be-Zizgai, the Valley of the Rocks. Christopher had obtained the necessary permits, loaded his GPS with waypoints, and packed enough supplies for a 3-day search. The first sign that something was wrong came at mile marker 12, where an elderly Navajo man stood beside the road next to a battered pickup. Christopher slowed and rolled down his window. The man didn't smile. He was perhaps 70, wearing a worn denim jacket and a silver bracelet that caught the sunlight. "You going out to Tsebinziskai?" the man asked. His voice was rough, like sandpaper on wood. "Yes, sir. I'm with the USGS. We have a researcher who—" "I know about the girl. She shouldn't have been there." The old man's eyes were dark and unreadable. "Neither should you." Christopher felt a flicker of irritation. He'd dealt with access disputes before, landowners who resented government presence. "I have all the permits," he said, keeping his voice professional. "I'll be respectful of—" "It's not about permits." The man stepped closer to the truck, and Christopher caught the smell of sage smoke clinging to his jacket. "There are old places out there, places where—" He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. "Where the boundaries are thin. White people, you always want to measure and catalog everything, but some things shouldn't be measured." "I appreciate your concern," Christopher said, "but I have a job to do, a missing person to find." The old man studied him for a long moment. "If you see something walking on 4 legs but standing like a man, don't look at it. If you hear someone calling your name at night, don't answer. And if you see eyes reflecting light where no animal should be, you drive away and don't come back." He stepped back from the truck. "My grandson, he saw something out there last month. Won't talk about it now. Won't even say its name." Christopher wanted to dismiss it as local folklore, the kind of superstitious warnings he'd heard in a dozen different countries. But something in the old man's expression made him hesitate. It wasn't the theatrical fear of someone telling ghost stories. It was the quiet, absolute certainty of someone who'd seen something real. "I'll be careful," Christopher said, and meant it, even if he didn't believe. The old man nodded slowly. "You have a weapon?" "I have bear spray." "That won't help." He turned back to his truck, then paused. "The Navajo, we have a word. Yi Naldlushi. We don't speak it lightly. If you're smart, you won't speak it at all." He climbed into his truck and drove away without another word, leaving Christopher alone on the dusty road with the red monuments rising around him like silent witnesses. Christopher drove on, the encounter settling uneasily in his stomach. He was a scientist. He dealt in measurable phenomena. But he'd been in enough remote places to know that local knowledge mattered. People who lived on the land for generations noticed patterns, even if they explained them in supernatural terms. The old man's warning might be rooted in superstition, but it probably indicated something real. Dangerous wildlife, unstable terrain, something. He reached Lauren's base camp 2 hours later. She'd set it up in a small canyon sheltered from wind by towering sandstone walls. Her tent was still standing, but the flap hung open, moving slightly in the breeze. Christopher parked 50 yards away and approached on foot, his field kit slung over his shoulder. The camp was wrong. That was his first thought. Immediate and visceral. He'd seen abandoned campsites before, and they all had a certain quality. The gradual entropy of human spaces returning to nature. But this was different. This looked interrupted. Lauren's sleeping bag was half out of the tent, as if she'd been dragged from it. Her cooking gear lay scattered across the fire ring, a pot overturned with the dried remains of what might have been soup coating the inside. Her field notebook sat open on a folding chair, pages fluttering in the wind. Christopher picked it up carefully, noting the date on the last entry, October 17th, 11 days ago. The handwriting started neat and scientific, typical field observations about seismic readings and geological formations. But as he flipped through the pages, he noticed the entries becoming more erratic. On October 15th, she'd written, "Unusual animal sounds at night. Coyotes? But the vocalizations are wrong. Mimicry pattern." The next day, found tracks near camp, canine, but gait is bipedal in places, possible injury or deformity. And then, on the 17th, the final entry, written in hasty, nearly illegible scrawl. "It knows I'm watching. It looked at me with his eyes. Need to leave. Need to—" The entry stopped mid-sentence. Christopher felt his heart rate increase. He was a geologist, not a search and rescue specialist, but he'd had enough wilderness training to recognize signs of mental distress. Heat exhaustion, dehydration, altitude sickness, all could cause paranoid delusions. But Lauren was experienced. She knew the protocols. He circled the camp, looking for more clues. Her seismograph equipment was still set up 100 yards away, the sensors properly placed, the data recorder blinking its steady green light. He checked the recordings, scrolling through days of information, mostly minor tremors, the kind of microseismic activity you'd expect in a geologically active area. But on October 16th, something odd, a rhythmic pattern, almost musical. Not an earthquake signature. It repeated every few hours for a full day, then stopped. Christopher downloaded the data to his laptop, frowning. The pattern was too regular to be natural, but what could create that kind of vibration? Heavy machinery? But there was nothing out here. Mining equipment would require roads, power. He made a note to analyze it more carefully later. The sun was starting to sink toward the horizon, painting the rocks in shades of orange and crimson. Christopher decided to search the immediate area before making camp. He followed a game trail leading away from Lauren's site, scanning for any sign of her passage. He found it a quarter-mile out, her GPS unit lying face down in the dirt. The screen was cracked, but when he picked it up, it still powered on. The last waypoint showed coordinates about 2 miles northwest, deep into the canyon system. He should call this in. That was protocol. But his satellite phone showed no signal. The canyon walls blocked transmission. He'd need to drive back to higher ground, and by then it would be dark. Christopher looked at the GPS coordinates, then at the darkening sky. 2 miles. He could make it there and back before full nightfall. Just a quick reconnaissance to see if Lauren had established a secondary camp. He grabbed his flashlight and started walking. The canyon narrowed as he progressed, the walls closing in until the sky was a ribbon of deep blue overhead. His boots crunched on gravel, echoing off the stone. He'd gone maybe half a mile when he noticed the smell. Something rotten, organic, like meat left in the sun. His first thought was a dead animal, mountain lion kill maybe. But the smell intensified as he walked, becoming almost overwhelming. He found the source in a small alcove where the canyon wall had collapsed, creating a shallow cave. Bones, dozens of them, scattered across the dirt. Christopher knelt, his scientific training overriding his revulsion. Deer mostly. The skulls were cracked open, the long bones splintered. Marrow extraction. That was normal predator behavior. But the sheer quantity disturbed him, and there was something else. The bones were arranged. Not randomly scattered, but placed in a rough circle, with what looked like symbols scratched into the larger pieces. Human symbols. Deliberate marks. Christopher took photographs, his hands steady despite the cold fear spreading through his chest. This wasn't animal behavior. Someone had done this. Some person had collected these bones and arranged them in this pattern. He thought of the old man's warning, of Lauren's final journal entry. A rational explanation existed. Had to exist. Maybe Lauren had found this, had been disturbed by it, had fled in panic. Maybe she'd stumbled, hit her head, was lying injured somewhere ahead. He continued walking, now moving faster, urgency overriding caution. The GPS coordinates were close, just around the next bend. The canyon opened into a small valley, maybe 200 yards across, surrounded by sheer walls. And there, in the center, he saw her tent. A second camp just like the first, but this one was pristine, neat, untouched. Christopher approached slowly. Something was very wrong. Why would Lauren establish a second camp so close to the first? Why had she left the first one in such disarray but kept this one immaculate? He called out her name. His voice echoed off the rocks, came back distorted, and for a moment it sounded like someone else was answering, mimicking his words in a slightly different pitch. The tent was empty. But inside he found her equipment, her laptop, her personal gear, her wallet with her university ID smiling up at him from the photograph. People didn't abandon these things, not willingly. He checked her laptop. It was password protected, but the power light blinked. showing battery charge. She'd been here recently, within the last few days. A sound made him turn. From somewhere in the valley, a voice called, "Christopher." He froze. It was Lauren's voice. He was certain, but it came from the wrong direction, from the canyon wall where nothing could be, and there was something hollow about it, like it was coming from very far away and very close simultaneously. "Lauren?" he called back. "Christopher." The voice repeated his name, but it was changing now, becoming lower, rougher. "Christopher, I need help." Every instinct screamed at him not to respond. He remembered the old man's warning. If you hear someone calling your name at night, don't answer. But it was still afternoon, the sun not yet set, and this was Lauren, his colleague, possibly injured. He moved toward the voice. It came from a narrow cleft in the canyon wall, a crack barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. "Lauren, where are you?" He shined his flashlight into the darkness. The beam caught something reflective, 2 points of light about 6 feet off the ground. Eyes, but they were too far apart, too high up for a human. And they didn't blink. Christopher stepped back. The rational part of his mind supplied explanations. An animal, a coyote or fox, distorted by perspective. But another part, the part that operated on instinct and pattern recognition, knew he was looking at something wrong. The eyes moved, tracking him, and he heard breathing from the cleft. Deep, wet, like something with damaged lungs. "Christopher." The voice came again, but now it was beside him, to his right, where nothing had been a moment before. He spun, bringing his flashlight around, and caught a glimpse of something that made his mind stutter. It was on 4 legs, but the legs were wrong, jointed in places they shouldn't be. The body was covered in fur, but the fur was patchy, revealing skin underneath that was too pale, too smooth. And the head, God, the head. It turned toward him, and the face was almost human, but the mouth opened too wide, showing too many teeth. And those eyes, those same reflective eyes, looked at him with something that wasn't animal intelligence and wasn't quite human either. Christopher ran. Pure terror overrode logic. He bolted back through the valley, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his heart hammering. Behind him he heard movement, the sound of something large keeping pace, but not on 2 legs or 4, something in between, something that scraped and clicked against the stone. He didn't look back, couldn't look back. The canyon stretched before him, shadows lengthening. His flashlight beam jerked wildly as he ran, casting crazy shadows on the walls. He heard his name again, called in his mother's voice, then his ex-wife's, then Lauren's again, each iteration becoming more distorted, more wrong. The rational part of his mind, the part that still functioned, knew this was impossible, knew there had to be an explanation. Hallucination from heat stroke, maybe. Carbon monoxide poisoning from a geological vent. Something. Anything. But the primal part, the part that had kept humans alive for millennia, knew he was being hunted. He burst into Lauren's original camp as the sun touched the horizon. His truck sat where he'd left it, solid and real. He fumbled for his keys, hands shaking so badly he dropped them twice. Behind him, at the canyon entrance, something moved. Something large. He saw it in his peripheral vision. A shape that was all wrong, that hurt to look at directly. Like his brain refused to process what his eyes were reporting. Christopher got the truck started, threw it into reverse and floored the accelerator. Gravel sprayed. The truck fishtailed. In the rearview mirror, he saw it standing in the middle of the camp, upright now, impossibly tall, with arms that hung too low, and a head that tilted at an angle that would break a human neck. It watched him go. Didn't chase. Just watched. And somehow that was worse. He drove for 20 minutes before his hands stopped shaking enough to hold the wheel steadily. The sun had set, and his headlights carved a tunnel through the darkness. He tried to organize his thoughts, to apply scientific method to what he'd seen. Rule out the impossible. What remained, however improbable, must be the truth. But he couldn't rule out anything. He'd seen it. The thing in the canyon. Whatever it was. His phone finally found signal when he reached the main road. He pulled over, his hands still trembling, and dialed the local sheriff's office. The dispatcher listened to his report. Missing person, abandoned camp, urgent search needed, without comment. But when he mentioned the location, she went quiet. Sebi Nzizgai, she said finally. You were at Sebi Nzizgai. Yes, we need search and rescue out there immediately. Lauren Martinez, Sir, I'm going to transfer you to Officer Begay. Don't hang up. The line clicked. Christopher waited, watching the darkness beyond his headlights. Something about the way she'd said the place name made his stomach twist. That same quiet certainty he'd heard in the old man's voice. This is Officer Begay. The new voice was younger, professional. You reported a missing person? Christopher gave him the details, trying to keep his voice steady, trying not to sound crazy. He didn't mention what he'd seen. Not yet. Just the facts. Lauren's camp, the scattered equipment, the abandoned secondary site. And you searched how far into the canyon system? Begay asked. Maybe 2 miles. I found her second camp, but she wasn't there. I heard... He paused. How to explain without sounding insane? I heard sounds. I think something might have scared her off. Wildlife, maybe. Another pause. Mr. Hayes, I need you to stay on the main road. Don't go back to that area. A team will be out at first light. First light? But Lauren could be injured. She could... Mr. Hayes. Begay's voice was firm. Nobody goes into that canyon after dark. Nobody. Do you understand? Christopher understood. He understood that everyone here knew something he didn't. Something they wouldn't say directly. He thought of the bones in their circle, the symbols scratched into them. He thought of Lauren's journal entry. It looked at me with his eyes. What's out there? He asked quietly. The silence stretched so long he thought Begay had hung up. Then, my grandfather, he's a Hatawi, a medicine man. He told me once that some knowledge is dangerous, that speaking certain words can draw attention. The old ways, they're not superstition, Mr. Hayes. They're survival. Another pause. Stay on the main road. We'll call you with an update. The line went dead. Christopher sat in his truck, the engine running, the heater blowing warm air that did nothing for the cold in his bones. His laptop was in the back seat. He pulled it out, opened the seismic data he'd downloaded from Lauren's equipment. That strange rhythmic pattern on October 16th. He isolated it, ran it through analysis software. The frequency was wrong for geological activity. It was too complex, too structured. He ran a spectrographic analysis, and his breath caught. The pattern, when visualized, looked almost like speech, like syllables. He enhanced it, filtered out noise, and played it back through his speakers. A voice emerged from the static. Low, inhuman, speaking in a language he didn't recognize. But underneath it, barely audible, he heard Lauren screaming. Christopher closed the laptop with shaking hands. He should drive to the nearest town, should get somewhere with people and lights and locked doors. But he couldn't move. His mind kept circling back to what he'd seen, trying to fit it into his understanding of reality. Every explanation failed. Hallucination, but the recordings were real. Mass hysteria, but he was alone. Unknown predator, but nothing moved like that. Nothing looked like that. He pulled out his phone and searched for information about the area. The results were sparse. A few academic papers on Navajo folklore, warnings on hiking forums about getting permission before entering tribal lands. But one thread caught his attention. A discussion on a paranormal forum from 2004. Someone asking about experiences near Monument Valley. Most responses were typical internet nonsense, but one posted by someone with the username Bilagana No More read, "They're real." I was a skeptic too. Anthropology PhD, spent 2 years studying Navajo culture, thought I was enlightened and rational. Then I saw one. Near Shiprock. It was wearing my research partner's face, but the body was wrong, all wrong. He'd been missing for 3 days. They never found him. I left academia. Some things aren't meant to be studied. Some things study back. Christopher put down his phone. His hands were shaking again. He was a scientist. He'd built his entire worldview on empirical evidence, reproducible results, peer review. But here, in the darkness of the Navajo Nation, all his certainty was crumbling. He'd seen something. The recordings proved something had been there. Lauren's camp proved something had happened. The question wasn't whether something supernatural existed. The question was what he was going to do about it. He started the truck and drove toward Goulding's lodge. He'd wait for the search team. He'd provide his evidence. He'd help find Lauren, if she could be found. But he wouldn't go back into that canyon. Not at night. Not ever, if he could help it. The roads were empty, his headlights the only source of light in the vast darkness. He drove fast, watching his mirrors, telling himself nothing was following. But twice he thought he saw something in the distance, a shape moving parallel to the road, too fast to be human, too large to be any animal he knew. He reached the lodge just after 9 p.m. The parking lot was nearly empty. He got a room, locked the door, checked the lock twice, then checked it again. His room was on the second floor. He left the lights on, pulled the curtains closed, and sat on the bed with his laptop open, reviewing the data again and again, trying to find a rational explanation that his mind would accept. Sleep didn't come. Every sound made him jump. The wind against the window, footsteps in the hallway, the ice machine cycling on. At 2 a.m. he heard something scratch at his door, soft, deliberate like fingernails on wood. He held his breath, staring at the door. The scratching continued for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. He waited for an hour before he dared look through the peephole. The hallway was empty. At dawn, his phone rang. Officer Begay. The search team had entered the canyon at first light. They'd found Lauren's camps, they'd found her equipment, but they'd found no sign of Lauren herself. No tracks leading out, no blood, no disturbance beyond what Christopher had already reported. It was as if she'd simply vanished. "We're expanding the search," Begay said. "But Mr. Hayes, I need to ask you something. When you were out there, did you see anything unusual?" Christopher thought of the thing in the valley, the impossible proportions, the wrong movements. He thought of the voice mimicking Lauren, calling his name. He thought of his entire education, his career, his commitment to rational thought. "Yes," he said quietly. "I saw something." "Describe it." Christopher did, expecting skepticism, expecting to be dismissed as unreliable. But Begay just listened. When Christopher finished, there was a long pause. "You should leave the area," Begay said finally. "Today. Go back to Flagstaff. File your report with the USGS. Let them know the location is compromised." "What about Lauren?" "Mr. Hayes, if what you saw is what I think you saw, Lauren's been gone for 11 days. If she was taken into the old ways, into those places where the boundaries are thin," Begay sighed. "We'll keep searching. But you should go, and you should probably talk to someone about what you saw. Not a therapist. Someone who understands." "Understands what?" "That the world is bigger and stranger than what your science can measure. My grandfather, I can give you his number. He's helped people before. People who've seen things they shouldn't have." Christopher took the number, thanked him, and hung up. He sat on the edge of his bed, watching the sunrise paint the monuments outside his window. Beautiful and terrible. He'd come here to find a missing person using grid searches and GPS coordinates and rational methodology. Instead, he'd found the edge of his understanding, the place where certainty ended and something older began. His laptop still showed the seismic data, the voice in the frequencies. He'd submit it to the USGS. They'd analyze it, find some explanation. Seismic anomaly, equipment malfunction, atmospheric conditions. They'd file it away, and Lauren would become another missing person statistic, another unsolved case. But Christopher knew the truth, and that knowing had changed him in some fundamental way. He could feel it, like a crack in foundation, spreading slowly. He wasn't sure if he believed in Yi-Nald Lushi, in skinwalkers and Navajo witchcraft, but he believed in what he'd seen, and he believed that the old man had been right. Some things shouldn't be measured. Some places demanded respect, not investigation. He packed his equipment, checked out of the lodge, and drove back toward Flagstaff. The October sun was bright, the sky impossibly clear, but he kept checking his rearview mirror, kept watching the rocks for shapes that moved wrong. And that night, in his apartment 200 miles away when he finally tried to sleep, he dreamed of Lauren calling his name in a voice that wasn't quite hers anymore, from a place that wasn't quite part of the world he knew. The USGS closed the investigation 3 weeks later. Insufficient evidence to continue. Lauren Martinez was officially listed as missing, presumed dead from exposure or accident. Christopher filed his report, omitting the parts he knew no one would believe. He requested a transfer, got assigned to a monitoring station in Southern California, about as far from the desert as he could get while staying in the same state. But sometimes, late at night, his phone would ring with no number displayed. And when he answered, he'd hear breathing. Deep, wet, wrong. And once, just once, he heard his own voice coming from the other end, saying his name over and over like something had learned the shape of the word but not its meaning. Christopher stopped answering unknown calls after that. He never went back to the Navajo Nation. And he never spoke about what he'd seen in Sebi and Ziskai, because speaking about it felt like an invitation, like calling attention to himself from something that was still out there, still watching, still wearing the faces of the people it had taken. Some boundaries, he learned, existed for a reason, and some knowledge came with a price. He'd crossed into a place where his certainty meant nothing, where his instruments couldn't measure what mattered, where the old warnings he'd dismissed as superstition were the only truth that counted. And that knowledge would haunt him more completely than any ghost ever could. The knowledge that he'd been wrong about everything, and that the world was far darker than any peer-reviewed journal would ever admit. If this story gave you chills, follow for more quality terror. Could you survive in Christopher's place? Hope you felt real chills. Christopher Martinez had stopped believing in ghost stories the same year he stopped believing his father would come home. He was 8 then, old enough to understand that some disappearances had explanations too ordinary to comfort anyone. 23 years later, standing in the ranger station at dawn with coffee burning his tongue, he still preferred hard facts to folklore. The radio crackled. Dispatch to Ranger Martinez. Martinez here. We've got a missing hiker, 26-year-old female Lauren Hayes. Last contact was yesterday at 1700 hours from the Hoh River Trail, approximately mile marker 7. She was solo hiking, planned to camp at Blue Glacier. Family reported her overdue this morning. Chris set down his mug, already calculating. October in the Hoh rainforest meant 14 hours of daylight, temperatures dropping to the low 40s at night. Survivable, but uncomfortable. The trail followed the river for most of its length. Hard to get truly lost if you stayed on it. Any medical conditions? Experience level? Experienced hiker, no known medical issues. She's a graduate student, mycology. Was collecting samples. A scientist. That was good. Scientists didn't panic easily. Chris pulled on his fleece, checked his pack. First aid kit, emergency blanket, satellite phone, handheld GPS, topographic map, water purification tablets, headlamp with extra batteries. His Motorola radio was fully charged. Standard SAR protocol for a day search. I'm heading out ETA to Trailhead 20 minutes. The drive to the Hoh Rainforest Visitor Center took him through corridors of Sitka spruce and western hemlock, so dense the morning sun barely penetrated. Moss hung from every branch in thick curtains, transforming the forest into something primordial. Tourists loved it. Chris found it claustrophobic, all that green pressing in, muffling sound, making distance impossible to judge. He parked at the trailhead and studied the registry. Lauren Hayes had signed in at 09:15 yesterday morning. Her handwriting was neat, controlled. Lauren Hayes, solo, Blue Glacier, return 10:14. Today was the 15th. The trail started level, following the milky green Hoh River through a tunnel of moss-draped maples. Chris moved at a steady pace, eyes scanning for anything unusual. Disturbed vegetation, discarded items, footprints in the mud. At mile marker 3, he keyed his radio. Martinez to dispatch. Trail conditions normal. No signs of disturbance. Copy that. Keep us posted. The forest pressed closer as he hiked deeper. Sword ferns taller than his head crowded the path. Nurse logs, fallen giants hosting entire ecosystems on their decaying backs, forced the trail into serpentine curves. The air tasted like decay and growth happening simultaneously, Earth churning itself into something new. At mile marker 7, where Lauren had made her last call, Chris stopped. The trail here skirted a steep embankment down to the river. He examined the area carefully. No broken branches, no scuff marks in the dirt, no sign anyone had slipped or fallen. He pulled out his satellite phone and called the number dispatch had provided. Lauren's mother answered on the first ring. Have you found her? Not yet, ma'am. I'm at her last known location. Can you tell me about your daughter's hiking habits? Does she stick to trails? How does she navigate? She's careful. Always has her GPS. Always tells us her plans. The woman's voice fractured. She called us yesterday afternoon, said she was making good time, that the moss samples were incredible. She sounded happy. What time was that call? 5 o'clock, right before. She stopped. Right before we lost signal. Chris thanked her and continued hiking. The trail climbed steadily now, switchbacking up the valley wall. Elevation 2,200 feet. His breath came harder in the thin air. At mile marker 9, he found something. A backpack. Chris approached carefully, documenting its position with his camera before touching it. The pack leaned against a massive Douglas fir, 20 feet off the trail. Not abandoned, placed. Deliberately set down by someone who expected to return. He opened it. Water bottles, full. Energy bars unopened, rain jacket, and a GPS unit still powered on. Chris activated it. The last waypoint, marked at 5:47 p.m. yesterday. Incredible growth here. Must document. He looked around. The forest here seemed no different than the previous 9 miles. Same moss, same ferns, same trees. What had she seen? He marked the location on his own GPS and keyed his radio. Martinez to dispatch. Found the subject's backpack at mile marker 9. Contents intact. Subject's GPS shows last waypoint approximately 100 yards northeast of trail. I'm going to investigate. Copy. Be careful, Chris. He left the trail, pushing through salal bushes and Oregon grape. The understory was thick here, decades of growth creating layers upon layers. His boots sank into earth so soft it felt sentient. 50 yards in, he found the camera, a digital Canon, expensive, lying in the moss. The LCD screen was cracked, but the power button worked. Chris scrolled through the photos. Mushrooms, dozens of them. Lauren had photographed shelf fungi, coral fungi, delicate white clusters he couldn't name. The shots were meticulous, professional. The timestamps showed she'd been taking pictures until 6:23 p.m., well after her last GPS waypoint. Then the photos changed. 6:31 p.m., a blurred shot of trees. 6:31 p.m., darkness, the flash creating a sphere of white and black. 6:32 p.m., another darkness shot, but this time, Chris squinted at the screen. Was that a shape? Something pale between the trees? 6:32 p.m., the pale shape closer. Definitely humanoid, possibly another hiker. 6:33 p.m., just forest again, trees and moss. That was the last photo. Chris felt something cold settle in his stomach, and he hated himself for it. This was explainable. Lauren had seen another hiker, probably tried to ask for help, lost her camera in the confusion. Rational, simple. Lauren Hayes. His voice disappeared into the moss. This is Ranger Martinez. If you can hear me, call out. Nothing, not even an echo. The forest swallowed sound here, acoustic dampening so effective it felt artificial. He continued northeast, following a compass bearing. The trees grew larger, older. Some of these Sitka spruce were probably 500 years old, their trunks wider than his car. The moss covering them was so thick he couldn't see bark, just green, endless green, soft and damp and somehow wrong. His radio crackled with static, then cleared. Martinez. Status. Martinez here. I'm about 200 yards northeast of the trail. Found the subject's camera. Photos suggest she encountered another person at approximately 1830 hours. I'm continuing the search pattern. Copy. Getting interference. The signal dissolved into white noise. Chris checked his satellite phone. Full battery, but no signal. That shouldn't be possible. Satellite phones worked anywhere with a clear view of the sky. He looked up. The canopy was dense, yes, but he'd used the sat phone in thicker cover. He marked his position on the GPS and kept moving. The forest changed gradually, so gradually he didn't notice at first. The moss grew thicker. The trees leaned at odd angles. Nurse logs that should have been parallel to the ground tilted upward at impossible degrees, defying rot and gravity. And the light was wrong. It was barely noon, but the forest seemed to be darkening as if dusk were approaching from below rather than above. Lauren! This time he heard something. A response. Faint, distant, but definitely human. Help. Chris froze, every nerve suddenly alert. Lauren? Keep calling. I'll follow your voice. Help, please. Northeast. The voice was coming from northeast. He crashed through the undergrowth, professional caution abandoned. A missing hiker calling for help. This was the good outcome, the one that ended with a rescue, a grateful family, paperwork, and coffee back at the station. Keep talking. I'm coming. Help me. Please. It's so cold. The voice was clearer now. Close. Chris burst through a wall of ferns into a small clearing and stopped. Nothing. No one. Just trees and moss and the dim green light filtering through the canopy. His breath came fast, fogging in air that had grown noticeably colder. Had he miscalculated the direction? Sound could do strange things in dense forest, bouncing off trees, creating false echoes. Lauren? I'm here. Behind him. The voice was behind him now. Chris spun. Nothing. Please, help me. To his left. No, his right. No. The voice was coming from everywhere, surrounding him, layered like the growth on a nurse log, not echoing, multiplying. Help, help, help. Where are you? Chris heard the edge in his own voice and hated it. Stay professional, stay calm. There was an explanation. Here, here, here. The voices overlapped now, slightly out of sync, creating a dissonant chorus that made his teeth ache. Chris pulled out his compass. The needle spun lazily, unable to find north. He tapped it. The needle continued its slow rotation. Magnetic anomaly. That was possible. Iron deposits in the bedrock could disrupt a compass. It happened. Lauren Hayes, if you can hear me, stay where you are. I'm a park ranger. You're safe now. The voices stopped. The silence that replaced them was absolute. Chris realized he couldn't hear the river anymore. Couldn't hear wind in the trees. Couldn't hear birds or insects or his own breathing. No, wait, he could hear his breathing. He could hear it clearly, but nothing else. The forest had gone completely, impossibly silent. If this story is capturing your attention, follow for more quality content. What would you do in Christopher's situation? Share your thoughts. His radio crackled. Not static this time, but something else. A voice, female, speaking through layers of interference. Chris. He stared at the radio. No one called him Chris on official channels. It was always Martinez, or Ranger Martinez. Christopher. That voice. He knew that voice. Mijo. No, that wasn't possible. Why didn't you look for me? Chris dropped the radio. It hit the moss with no sound, just disappeared into the green like a stone into deep water. His hands were shaking. This wasn't happening. This was shock, or dehydration, or Christopher. Not from the radio now. From the trees. His mother's voice, speaking Spanish like she had when he was small, before the cancer, before everything. This isn't real. He said it out loud, needing to hear something rational. Auditory hallucination. Stress response not real. So cold here, mijo. So cold and alone. Stop it. His voice sounded thin, ineffective. You're not here. You died in 2003. I was there. I held your hand. You stopped looking for your father. You stopped believing. Chris backed away from the voice, realized he didn't know which direction he'd come from. Every tree looked the same. Every moss-covered trunk. Every fern. The clearing. Where was the clearing? He'd just been in a clearing, but now he was surrounded by dense forest again, as if the space had sealed itself behind him. His GPS. Check the GPS. Follow the waypoints back. He pulled out the unit. The screen showed his position as a blinking dot, in the middle of blank space. No trail, no topographic features, no waypoints, just him, alone, in digital void. Lauren's here too. She's waiting. She wants to show you. No, Chris forced his mind to work. This was explainable. Had to be. Gas pocket in the soil, methane could cause hallucinations. Or fungi. Lauren was studying fungi. Some species produce psychoactive compounds. He'd read about that. This was biological, chemical, rational. Christopher. He ran. Branches whipped his face. Ferns caught his legs. He ran anyway, crashing through undergrowth, desperate to find the trail, the river, anything familiar. His pack snagged on something and he shrugged out of it, leaving it behind. Had to get out. Had to. He broke through the trees and nearly fell off a cliff. Chris grabbed a branch and pulled himself back. His heart hammered. He was standing on a ledge, a narrow shelf of rock overlooking a drop he couldn't see the bottom of. This wasn't on the map. The Hoh River Trail didn't have cliffs. It followed the valley floor. Gentle grades, no technical terrain. Unless he'd gotten completely turned around. Unless he'd climbed without realizing it, or descended, or... There you are. Chris turned slowly. A woman stood 10 feet away, between two massive spruce trees. She wore hiking clothes, synthetic pants, fleece jacket, boots caked with mud. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She looked completely normal, except for her eyes. Her eyes were wrong, too dark, pupils dilated so wide the irises had disappeared. Lauren Hayes. She smiled. You came looking for me. That's kind. Are you hurt? We need to get you back to the trail. The trail. She tilted her head. I don't remember the trail. Do you remember the trail, Christopher? He hadn't told her his name. How did you... Your mother's very worried. Lauren took a step closer. She's been calling and calling, don't you hear her? Chris's hand moved to his belt, to the canister of bear spray he kept there. Not a weapon, just insurance. Just in case. You should stay back. You might be experiencing... Experiencing? Lauren laughed. The sound was layered, multiple voices speaking in imperfect unison. I'm experiencing everything, the whole forest, every root and spore and dying thing. It's wonderful. Don't you want to experience it? I need you to sit down. I think you've been exposed to... She moved impossibly fast, crossing the distance before he could react. Her hand locked on his wrist. Her skin was cold, far too cold, but her grip was strong. It's hungry, she whispered. It's been hungry for so long. The forest feeds it scraps, beetles, mice, deer when it's lucky. But it prefers us. Human minds are so rich, so full. It could feed for months on one of us. Chris tried to pull away. Couldn't. Her fingers were like iron. Lauren, listen to me. Whatever you think is happening, I thought like you once. Her dark eyes bored into his. Rational, scientific. Everything has an explanation. Then I found the growth, the real growth deep under the moss. Mycelium networks 1,000 years old, all connecting to something at the center. Something that learned to think, to want, to call. You're not well. Let me help you. Help? She pulled him closer. He could smell earth on her, rich and deep. It helped me. Showed me what's underneath everything. The decay, feeding the growth, feeding the decay. We're just part of the cycle, Christopher. The forest eats us all eventually. Why wait? He yanked his wrist hard, felt something tear. Lauren stumbled backward and disappeared. Not walked away. Disappeared. There one moment, gone the next, as if she'd never been there at all. Chris stood on the ledge, breathing hard, staring at the space where she'd been. His wrist throbbed. He looked down. 4 perfect finger-shaped bruises, already darkening to purple. Real. Those bruises were real. His radio, still lying in the moss 20 yards back, crackled to life. Martina, do you copy? Dispatch. Real voices. Real people. He ran back, grabbed the radio. Martinez here. I found her. Lauren Hayes is alive, but she's... What was she? Infected? Possessed? She's experiencing severe psychological distress. Possible toxic exposure. I need immediate evac and medical support. Can't... Signal... Poor. Did you copy? I found her. She's... The radio died. Completely dead, despite a full battery indicator. Chris looked around. The forest had grown darker still. The light was fading, but his watch showed only 12:47 p.m. Hours of daylight left. Hours. He tried his satellite phone. No signal. His GPS. Blank screen. His compass. Needle spinning. Every piece of technology failing simultaneously. Not possible, he said to the forest. Not possible. The forest said nothing. But beneath his feet, he felt something. A vibration, subtle and rhythmic. Like breathing, like something vast and patient stirring beneath the earth. Chris closed his eyes, opened them. The rational part of his mind was screaming that this was explainable, must be explainable. Everything has an explanation. But the older part, the part that remembered being 8 years old and terrified of the dark, was screaming something else entirely. He had 2 choices. Stay here, wait for rescue, trust that dispatch would send a team when he didn't check in. Or move, try to find the trail, get out under his own power. The vibration beneath his feet increased just slightly. Chris moved. He picked a direction, south, he thought, based on the sun's position through the canopy, and walked. Deliberately, calmly. A hiker returning from a day trip, nothing unusual. If he acted normal, maybe normal would reassert itself. The forest had other ideas. Trees moved. Not obviously. He never saw them actually shift position. But he'd pass a distinctive nurse log and then pass it again 5 minutes later from a different angle. Trails would appear, tempting footpaths through the ferns, and then dead end at walls of impenetrable salal. The cliff would appear ahead of him, forcing him to turn back, even though he was certain he'd been moving away from it. And the voices continued. His mother, his father, Lauren, other voices he didn't recognize. Decades of lost hikers, maybe, or centuries of lost souls. They called from the trees, from beneath the moss, from everywhere and nowhere. Christopher, help us. So hungry. Join us. He walked faster, then ran, then stopped running because he realized he'd passed the same tree 3 times and running wasn't helping. Think. He was a ranger, trained for this. Not for supernatural bullshit, because that's what this was, supernatural, impossible, not real, but for survival situations. When technology fails, use nature. Moss grows on the north side of trees. Water flows downhill. Follow water and you'll find people. Chris looked for moss. Found it on all sides of every tree. Looked for water. The ground was saturated. Water everywhere and nowhere. Looked for any sign of human passage and found only trees and green and that terrible soft moss that absorbed everything. Sound, light, hope. His watch showed 3:00 p.m., then 3:00 p.m. again, then 12:47 p.m. Time was breaking down. Okay, he said it to the forest, to himself, to whatever was listening. Okay, you want me? Here I am. I'm lost. I admit it. I don't understand what's happening. Are you happy? I don't have an explanation. The forest held its breath. But Lauren Hayes was a real person. She had a family, a mother who loved her, and I'm a real person. I had, what did he have? No family left, no wife, no kids, just a job and an apartment and a certainty that the world made sense. I have a responsibility to find her, to get us both out. Silence. So if you're intelligent, if you can understand me, let me do my job. Let me help her. Please. Nothing. Then, slowly, a gap appeared in the trees ahead. Not a clearing, not a trail, just a space, an absence of forest, leading in a specific direction. Chris didn't trust it, couldn't trust it, but he had no other options. He walked through the gap. The forest opened around him, trees stepping back like theater curtains, revealing what they'd been hiding. A circle of ancient Sitka spruce, trunks so massive they formed a natural cathedral. At the center, a growth, the growth Lauren had mentioned. It emerged from the earth like a tumor, a mass of fungal bodies woven together into something that couldn't exist. White and gray and brown, pulsing with some internal rhythm, spreading across the ground in networks so complex they looked intentional, designed. And at the edge of the growth, Lauren, kneeling, her hands buried in the mycelial mat. Lauren, she turned, smiled. You came. It knew you would. We need to leave. Now. Why? She looked genuinely curious. What's out there? Jobs and bills and the slow decay of aging? Here, everything makes sense. The forest feeds on us. We feed the forest. Circle of life. Simple. That's not life. That's parasitism. What's the difference? She stood, and Chris saw that the growth clung to her skin, fine white threads connecting her to the mass. It's been here for thousands of years, Christopher, growing, learning, waiting. Do you know what mycelium networks can do? They transmit information, make decisions, form memories. This one's been absorbing the forest for millennia, and everyone who dies in it. We don't disappear. We become part of something bigger. Lauren, listen. It showed me my father. Her voice cracked. He died when I was 12. I never got to say goodbye. But it pulled him from my memories, let me hear his voice again. It gave me that gift. All it wants in return is connection. Chris understood then. This wasn't possession. It was seduction. The thing in the ground, whether fungal network or something older, something that had learned to think through centuries of slow growth, wasn't forcing anyone. It was offering comfort, connection, an end to loneliness. And he was alone, wasn't he? Had been alone since his mother died, maybe since his father left. No one was waiting for him. No one would truly miss him. The thought appeared fully formed, and he recognized it immediately as not his own. Get out of my head. The forest pulsed. Christopher, his mother's voice tender and sad. I'm here, mijo. I never left. Let me hold you again. He wanted to believe it. God, he wanted to believe it so badly his chest ached. But he'd watched his mother die. Held her hand as the morphine pulled. The phone rang at 11:47 p.m., pulling Christopher Hayes from the kind of half-sleep that had become his default state over the past 8 years. Not quite rest, not quite waking, just a gray space where the mind processed things it refused to acknowledge in daylight. Hayes. His voice came out rougher than intended. Mr. Hayes, this is David Chen. My daughter. The man's voice cracked, reformed. Amanda. She went hiking in the Hoh 4 days ago. She was supposed to check in Wednesday night. We haven't heard from her. The rangers, they're saying they need to wait for daylight, but you know that forest. Everyone says you know it better than anyone. Chris sat up, the familiar weight settling across his shoulders. The Hoh rainforest. Of course it was the Hoh. He reached for the lamp, squinting against the sudden brightness. On his desk, Beneath a stack of incident reports, the corner of an old photograph peeked out. A reminder he kept meaning to throw away but never did. Mr. Chen, the search and rescue team is very capable. They'll start at first light with, she left a voicemail. The father's desperation cut through the standard reassurance. Wednesday evening. It cuts off mid-sentence. She sounds... Mr. Hayes, she sounds confused, disoriented. My daughter is a biology teacher. She knows wilderness protocol. Something's wrong. Chris closed his eyes. In his mind, the trees were already forming. Those massive Sitka spruce draped in moss like burial shrouds. The way sound moved strangely through the dense canopy, arriving from directions that made no geometric sense. The Ho had its own rules. He'd learned that the hard way. Send me the coordinates of her last known location in that voicemail, Chris heard himself say. I'll be there in 40 minutes. After he hung up, Chris sat motionless for a full minute, staring at nothing. Then he pulled out the photograph he'd been avoiding. 5 faces smiled back at him from 2001. His old search team, standing victorious after finding a lost Boy Scout troop. All of them were still alive in that photo, still whole. He dressed in the dark, checking his gear with practiced efficiency. Garmin eTrex GPS unit, fully charged. Silva Ranger compass, the old reliable kind that didn't need batteries. Streamlight Survivor LED headlamp with spare batteries. His Motorola two-way radio felt heavy on his belt, though he knew from experience that the radio would be useless once he got deep enough into the Ho. The moisture and density played havoc with signals. His truck's headlights cut through the October mist as he drove Highway 101 south. This time of year, the peninsula existed in perpetual twilight. The sun barely made it above the horizon before sliding back down. Good for the moss, bad for everything else. The voicemail arrived as he passed Lake Quinault. Chris pulled over, dreading what he was about to hear. Amanda Chen's voice was steady at first. Hi, Dad. Hi, Mom. Making camp near the Elk Creek Junction, about 3 miles past the visitor center. The forest here is incredible. The moss is so thick you could sleep on it. I'm going to explore a bit more before dark. Maybe check out the old growth grove near... A pause. When she spoke again, her tone had shifted into something Chris recognized. The careful steadiness of someone trying not to panic. That's strange. I could have sworn I heard you, Dad, calling my name from the North Trail. But that's impossible, you're in Seattle. Must be another hiker. Anyway, signal's getting spotty, so The message cut off with a burst of static. Chris played it 3 more times, listening for details others might miss. The ambient sound changed halfway through, the quality of the silence behind her words. In the first part, he could hear the normal forest sounds, distant raven calls, the whisper of wind through branches. In the second part, after she mentioned hearing her father's voice, there was nothing. Complete acoustic dead space, as if she'd stepped into a vacuum. He knew that silence. He'd heard it before. Chris reached the Ho Rainforest Visitor Center at 1:30 a.m. The parking lot was empty except for a silver Honda Civic with Washington plates, Amanda's car, presumably. He swept his flashlight across the interior through the windows. Organized, clean. A stack of field guides on the passenger seat, university parking permit on the dashboard. No signs of distress or hasty departure. The trail register showed her last entry. Amanda Chen, solo day hike, Elk Creek Loop, Oct. 21, 2:15 p.m. That was 4 days ago. The entries after hers showed a couple from Portland who'd hiked the same day and returned by 5 p.m. Then nothing until yesterday when a ranger had noted no sign of Chen, grid search planned for dawn. Chris clicked on his headlamp and started into the forest. The trail was well maintained near the visitor center, but he knew it would deteriorate quickly. The Ho wasn't designed for easy access. Over 160 inches of rainfall annually created a prehistoric landscape where nurse logs became gardens for new trees, where everything grew on top of everything else in an endless cycle of decay and renewal. His boots made soft sounds on the moss-covered path. Within 10 minutes, the temperature dropped 15 degrees, and the darkness became absolute beyond his light's narrow beam. The air smelled of wet earth and decomposition, rich and almost sweet. At the half-mile marker, Chris stopped. Something felt off about the trail, though he couldn't immediately identify what. He'd walked this path hundreds of times, knew every route and turn. But tonight the spacing seemed wrong. The distances between familiar landmarks didn't match his internal map. He checked his GPS. According to the coordinates, he was exactly where he should be. But his instincts said otherwise. Ranger Hayes? The voice came from ahead, feminine and clear. Chris's hand moved to his radio before he processed what he'd heard. There shouldn't be anyone out here at this hour. Certainly not anyone who knew his name. Who's there? He aimed his light forward, seeing only the tunnel of trees and hanging moss. I'm so glad you came. The voice was closer now, maybe 20 yards ahead. I knew you'd understand. You've seen them too, haven't you? Amanda Chen. It had to be. But the tone was wrong. Too calm, too knowing. Chris moved forward cautiously, his other hand on his canister of bear spray, even though he knew, deep in his gut, that bear spray wouldn't help with whatever this was. Amanda, I'm here to help you. Your parents are worried. Can you step into the light? They're always here, you know. The voice shifted slightly to his left, though he hadn't seen any movement. The ones who got lost. They never really leave. They just become part of the forest, part of the green. Chris's pulse kicked up. He'd heard these kinds of statements before 8 years ago from Marcus, his partner who'd been found 3 days after disappearing, sitting against a western hemlock with his eyes open but unseeing, muttering about voices in the moss. Marcus had never fully recovered. He'd retired on disability, moved to Arizona where the landscape was empty, and the silence made sense. Amanda, I need you to stay where you are. I'm going to come to you. Keep talking so I can locate you. But I am talking, the voice said, now from behind him. Chris spun, his light sweeping across the trail he'd just walked. Nothing. Just the endless repetition of dark trunks and hanging moss, each tree identical to the last. If this story is holding your attention, follow for more quality content. What would you do in Christopher's situation? Share your thoughts below. He pulled out his compass, needing something analog, something that couldn't be affected by whatever was happening. The needle spun lazily before settling on north, or what his compass claimed was north. Chris had a sickening feeling that direction had become negotiable out here. You came back, the voice said, now to his right. After what happened to Marcus, after you promised yourself you'd never go deep into the hoe again. But you came back anyway. Why? Because someone needs help, Chris said, keeping his voice level even as his mind raced. Because it's my job. Is that what you told yourself when you left Marcus here? When you ran? The words hit like a physical blow. Chris had never told anyone the full truth of that night in 2001. The official report said he'd gone for backup when his partner became disoriented. But the real truth was simpler and more damning. He'd been terrified. He'd heard the voices, dozens of them, all calling his name in tones that were almost but not quite right. And he'd broken. He'd left Marcus sitting against that tree and he'd run, following his compass out of the forest while his partner descended into whatever hell existed in these woods. That's not you, Chris said firmly. Amanda Chen doesn't know about Marcus. She doesn't know about any of that. We know everything that happens here. The voice had multiplied now, coming from multiple directions at once, slightly out of sync like a round sung by an unskilled choir. We are everyone who stayed, everyone who became part of the green. Marcus almost joined us. You could feel it happening to him, couldn't you? The way the forest was taking him, one memory at a time. You were right to run, Christopher. You weren't ready then, but you came back. That means you might be ready now. Chris forced himself to breathe slowly, applying every piece of training he had for managing fear. This was psychological warfare, nothing more. The forest couldn't know his thoughts. It couldn't. July 14th, 1997, the voices said, perfectly synchronized now. The Elwha River. Your daughter Sarah, 8 years old. She wanted to cross on the stepping stones. You told her it was too dangerous, but she went anyway. She slipped. You pulled her out, but for 7 seconds, 7 seconds that felt like 7 years, you thought she was gone. You dream about those 7 seconds. You dream about the moment when you couldn't see her, couldn't reach her, and you knew you'd failed. Chris's legs nearly buckled. He grabbed a moss-covered tree for support, the wet vegetation cold and strangely warm at the same time under his palm. Sarah was 20 now, studying environmental science at University of Washington. She was alive and whole and perfect. But yes, he dreamed about those 7 seconds. Sometimes he dreamed that he hadn't been fast enough, that the river had taken her, and he woke up gasping. How could anything know that? We're in the spaces between, the voices explained, sounding almost gentle now. Between memory and reality. Between what happened and what might have happened. That's where we live, Christopher, in the cracks of the world. And the cracks are bigger in the hoe. The boundaries are thinner. You felt it 8 years ago. You feel it now. The forest remembers everything. The forest is everything. Where is Amanda Chen? Chris managed, pushing away from the tree. The real Amanda, not whatever you are. A sound like laughter rippled through the darkness. Multiple voices finding humor in slightly different registers, creating a chord of amusement that made Chris's teeth ache. Real? What's real, Christopher? Is the memory of your daughter drowning real? It feels real when you dream it. Your body reacts as if it happened. Your grief is genuine, so what makes it less real than the version where you saved her? Because one happened and one didn't, Chris said, though even as he spoke, he felt his certainty wavering. We all happened, the voices insisted. Every version, every possibility. In 1889, 17 men came into this forest searching for a route to the coast. They got lost, they starved, they turned on each other. On the final night, huddled together in the hollow of a fallen cedar, they heard voices offering salvation. They followed the voices deeper into the green. Their bodies were never found, but their consciousness remained, Christopher, trapped in that final moment of hope and desperation, forever walking toward a salvation that never arrives. Despite himself, Chris found the story pulling at him. He knew about the 1889 expedition. It was part of local lore, one of the peninsula's many unsolved mysteries. That's you? He asked. The expedition? We are them. We are also the logger from 1934 who walked into the fog and never came back. We are the graduate student from 1967 who was researching endemic species and was found standing in Elk Creek, unable to explain how she'd lost 3 days. We are Marcus, partly. He gave us enough of himself that we can still access his memories. And we are Amanda Chen. Is she alive? Silence. For the first time since the voices began, Chris heard the forest again. The drip of water from moss, the creak of branches overhead, the rustle of something small moving through the undergrowth. Alive is another one of those negotiable concepts, the voices finally said. Her body still functions, her heart still beats, but she's been walking toward us for 3 days now and she's almost here, almost ready to join. Once she does, she'll be alive in every moment simultaneously. She'll be the Amanda who came to the Hoe in 2009, and the Amanda who stayed forever, and the Amanda who never came at all. All versions, all possibilities, all real. Take me to her, Chris demanded. Now. We've been taking you to her this whole time, the voices said. And Chris realized with creeping horror that they were right. He was no longer on the main trail. At some point during the conversation, he'd walked off the established path into the true old growth, where trees older than the nation itself grew from the corpses of their predecessors, where the moss was so thick it erased the line between ground and air. His GPS showed him moving in circles, but that couldn't be right, because he'd been walking in what felt like a straight line. Unless direction itself had become meaningless, the voices had herded him, distracted him with memories and philosophy while leading him exactly where they wanted him to go. The same way they'd done with Marcus, the same way they'd done with Amanda. You're getting close now, the voices confirmed. Can you feel it? The way the air changes when you approach the center? The way sound stops working properly. This is the heart of us, Christopher. The place where all the lost ones converge. Chris's light illuminated a clearing ahead. Though clearing wasn't quite right. It was more like a cathedral created by fallen trees and standing trunks, with a ceiling of moss and branches that blocked out even the faint moonlight. In the center stood a western red cedar so massive it seemed impossible, its trunk easily 20 feet in diameter. The moss on its bark grew in patterns that looked almost like faces, dozens of them, hundreds, all watching. And at the base of the cedar, sitting with her back against the bark and her knees drawn to her chest, was a young woman in hiking clothes. Her eyes were open, reflecting his light like a nocturnal animal's. Amanda? Chris approached slowly, looking for signs of injury. She appeared unharmed. No visible wounds, no signs of exposure despite 4 days in the October cold. But something about her stillness felt wrong. "Hello, Christopher," she said, and her voice was the one he'd been hearing, except now he could see it coming from a human mouth. "They told me you would come. They told me you were one of the ones who got away, and that bothered them. They don't like loose ends. I'm going to get you out of here," Chris said, keeping his voice calm despite the panic clawing at his chest. "Your parents are worried. They want you home." Amanda smiled, but it wasn't quite right. Like someone who'd learned the expression from a book but had never felt the emotion behind it. Home. That's a funny concept. I have so many homes now. I have every home I've ever lived in, all at once. The apartment in Seattle where I grew up, the dorm at college, the house in Tacoma where I teach. They're all real. They're all happening simultaneously. It's beautiful, Christopher. You can't imagine how beautiful it is to exist in every moment at once. Chris knelt beside her, checking her pulse. It was steady but slow, her skin cool but not dangerously so. Medically, she seemed stable. Mentally, that was another question. "Amanda, I need you to listen to me. You're experiencing severe disorientation, possibly hypothermia-induced confusion. This feeling you're describing, existing in multiple places at once, that's your brain trying to cope with extreme stress, but I can help you. We just need to get you moving, get you warm, and..." "You don't believe that," she interrupted gently. "You stopped believing in simple explanations 8 years ago when Marcus started talking about the voices. You've spent 8 years trying to convince yourself that what happened to him was medical, psychological, anything but what you know it really was. But you know, Christopher, deep down, you know." The worst part was she was right. Chris had written reports, attended counseling sessions, read every article about temporal lobe seizures and wilderness-induced psychosis. He'd tried so hard to fit what happened into a framework that made sense, but none of it ever felt true. "Why me?" he asked, surprising himself with the question. "If you wanted another person to add to your collection, there are hundreds of hikers in this forest. Why target me specifically?" The thing wearing Amanda's face tilted its head, considering. "Because you're already partly ours. You left a piece of yourself here when you abandoned Marcus. Every time you dream about that night, you're reaching back toward us. And with each year that passes, you pull a little closer. We're patient, Christopher. We've been here since the trees were saplings. We can wait." "But you didn't wait," Chris noted. "You took Amanda to draw me back." "We took Amanda because she was sensitive to us, because she walked past the cedar on the first day and heard us singing, and she was curious instead of frightened. Most people run when they hear the first whispers. Amanda listened. She asked questions. She was trying to record us on her phone when the battery died." The smile widened. "We knew when we met her that she'd be perfect, and we knew that her disappearance would bring you back. 2 additions for the price of 1. Around them, the moss-covered faces on the cedar seemed to shift and move in the edge of Chris's vision. When he looked directly at them, they were just patterns in the bark. But peripherally, they were watching, waiting. Chris stood, making a decision. "I'm not joining you, and I'm not letting you keep her." "You don't have a choice," Amanda said, her voice harmonizing with itself now, multiple versions speaking in imperfect unison. "You're already in the heart. The center. The place where the boundaries dissolve. Every second you spend here, you become a little less yourself and a little more us. Can't you feel it? The way your memories are starting to blur? The way you can't quite remember if you drove here tonight or if you've been here all along. And God help him, Chris could feel it. His certainty was eroding. Had he driven here? Or had he been walking for days just like Amanda? When was the last time he was sure about anything? He grabbed his compass, clinging to it like a lifeline. The needle spun wildly, unable to find north. Useless. He tried his GPS, but the screen showed him in 3 different locations simultaneously, the coordinates flickering between impossible readings. Technology can't help you here, Amanda said kindly. The rules are different in the heart. Direction is arbitrary. Time is negotiable. The only real thing is us. Chris closed his eyes, trying to center himself. He was Christopher Hayes, 42 years old, forest ranger for 17 years, father to Sarah, ex-husband to Jennifer. He lived in Forks, Washington. He drove a 2005 Ford Ranger. He drank his coffee black. These were facts. These were real. But were they? How did he know? Memory was just electrical impulses, neurons firing in patterns. What made his memories more real than the memories of the 17 men from 1889? What made his present more valid than their eternal moment of hope and desperation? "Stop it," he whispered. "Stop." "We're not doing anything," the voices said. And now they were coming from everywhere, from the moss, from the trees, from the air itself. This is just what happens when you stay too long in the places between. The boundaries dissolve. You see the bigger picture. You understand that the story you've been telling yourself about your life is just one possibility among infinite possibilities, and none of them are more true than any other. Chris opened his eyes. Amanda was standing now, her hand extended toward him. "Come with us," she said. "Stop fighting, stop running. Join us in the green, Christopher. We'll take the weight from you. All those decisions you regret. All those moments you wish you could change. We'll show you the versions where you made different choices. You can live them all. You can be everything you might have been. It would be so easy. Just take her hand. Let go. Stop carrying the burden of being one singular person moving in one singular direction through time." The voices were offering him multiplicity, possibility, freedom from the tyranny of linear existence. He thought of Marcus, sitting against that tree, eyes open but unseeing, living in every moment at once. And Chris had thought his partner was lost, broken. But what if Marcus had found something? What if this was transcendence? His hand began to move toward Amanda's, and then he felt it, his pocket vibrating, his phone. Even without signal, it still kept time, and the vibration meant it was midnight. October 26th had become October 27th, Sarah's birthday. His daughter was turning 21 today. The thought cut through the fog like his headlamp through the dark. Sarah was real. Sarah existed in one timeline, moving forward in one direction, aging one day at a time. And she would wake up this morning expecting a call from her father. If he stayed here in the spaces between, living every possibility at once, he wouldn't be there to make that call. He would be every version of himself simultaneously, including the version that lost Sarah to the Elwha River in 1997. He would have to live that moment forever, feel that grief eternally, alongside all the other moments. He couldn't do that, wouldn't do that. "No," Chris said, his voice stronger now. "You're wrong. The boundaries aren't arbitrary. The present isn't negotiable. I am Christopher Hayes, and I exist here now in October 2009, and my daughter is turning 21 today. That's real. That's what matters." The voices around him shifted, surprise, then anger, then something that might have been respect. "You're choosing limitation," Amanda said, her expression unreadable. "You're choosing one timeline when you could have them all." "I'm choosing the timeline where I can call my daughter on her birthday," Chris corrected. "I'm choosing forward over sideways, and I'm taking Amanda Chen back with me, whether you like it or not." He grabbed Amanda's wrist, her actual physical wrist, and felt her real flesh, cold but solid. She gasped, and for just a second he saw confusion in her eyes. The real Amanda, trapped somewhere behind the voice's influence, recognizing that someone was trying to pull her back. The forest erupted around them. The faces in the moss shrieked. Or maybe it was the wind through the branches, or maybe there was no difference anymore. The ground seemed to tilt, and Chris had the vertigo-inducing sensation of standing in multiple places at once. The Cedar Cathedral overlapping with the main trail, his truck, his house, the Elwha River in 1997. But he held on to Amanda's wrist. He held on to the physical, the tangible, the real. "Follow me," he commanded. "Walk. Put one foot in front of the other. Don't listen to them. Just walk." He pulled her forward, away from the cedar. She resisted at first, but her body remembered how to move, how to follow. Behind them, the voices were howling now. 17 men from 1889, a logger from 1934, a graduate student from 1967, and dozens of others, all screaming in unison about loss and abandonment and the cruelty of singular existence. Chris walked. He didn't use his compass or his GPS. He didn't trust the trail markers. He simply walked in the direction that felt like leaving, like forward, like away. And somehow, through luck or instinct or something else entirely, he found the path. The voices followed them for what might have been hours or might have been minutes. They promised peace. They threatened torment. They pleaded for understanding. They raged at betrayal. But gradually, as the forest thinned and the first gray light of dawn began to filter through the canopy, the voices faded. By the time Chris and Amanda reached the visitor center parking lot at 6:17 a.m., the only sounds were ordinary. Ravens calling, wind in the branches, and Amanda Chen crying quietly as her mind began to remember which timeline was real. Chris drove Amanda to Forks Community Hospital, where a doctor confirmed what Chris already knew. Physically, she was fine. Dehydrated, exhausted, but unharmed. Psychologically, that would take longer to assess. She kept talking about being in multiple places at once, about hearing her parents' voices calling from the forest, about faces in the moss. The doctors thought it was exposure-induced psychosis. They would keep her for observation, contact her family, start the process of recovery. Chris didn't correct their diagnosis. What would be the point? He gave his statement to the sheriff's office, kept it simple. He'd found her disoriented near the old growth grove, brought her out. Yes, she'd been talking strangely. No, he didn't know what had caused her confusion. Yes, he recommended a psychological evaluation. Everything by the book. At noon, he was finally alone in his truck. He sat in the hospital parking lot, hands shaking now that the adrenaline was wearing off. His phone showed 17 missed calls, mostly from the ranger station, and one reminder, Sarah's birthday. He dialed before he could overthink it. "Dad!" Sarah's voice was warm, alive, beautifully singular. "I was starting to worry. Mom said you were on a search and rescue?" "Found her," Chris said, his voice rough. "She's okay, and happy birthday, honey. 21, that's old," Sarah laughed. "I'm ancient now." "You're perfect," Chris said, and meant it with every fiber of his being. Perfect and real, and existing in exactly one timeline, moving forward at exactly 1 second per second. "Listen, I know we planned dinner next week, but can I take you out tonight instead?" The radio crackled at 6:47 a.m., pulling Robert Hayes from a sleep that hadn't offered rest in years. "Ranger Hayes, we have a situation at Hoh Rainforest Trailhead. Female hiker, 28, didn't return to camp last night. Group waited until dawn to report. You're closest." Robert's hand found the transmitter before his eyes fully opened. "Copy that. Hannah Mitchell?" A pause. "How did you?" "Saw the permit yesterday. Solo photography trek." He was already pulling on his olive drab pants, hands steady despite the familiar tightness in his chest. The dreams had been worse lately. Always the same forest, the same voice calling his name, the same moment when he'd turned around and seen nothing but moss and shadow. Affirmative. Last known position, junction of Hoh River Trail and Blue Glacier route. She told friends she wanted dawn shots of the mist. Robert checked his watch. a Sunto vector his father had given him before the old man died. 7:03 a.m. Hannah had been missing at least 14 hours, probably longer. The temperature had dropped to 38 degrees overnight. He grabbed his pack, already loaded with the SAR essentials: Garmin GPS, first aid kit, emergency blanket, high-calorie bars, water purification tablets, headlamp with extra batteries. His Motorola XPR 755D radio, reliable but not infallible in the deep forest. A compass that had never failed him, even when everything else had. The drive to the trailhead took 40 minutes on Highway 101, the road cutting through stands of Sitka spruce and western hemlock. Morning fog clung to the pavement like something alive. Robert's fingers drummed against the steering wheel. Not nervousness, just the need to keep moving, to stay ahead of thoughts that could pull him under. 3 years ago, almost to the day, he'd lost a hiker in these woods. Trevor Morrison, 34, experienced outdoorsman. They'd found Trevor's backpack, his camera, even his boots, neatly placed on a fallen log as if he'd decided to walk barefoot into the wilderness. But never Trevor. And Robert had heard it that day, the voice that sounded exactly like his own dispatcher, calling him deeper into the forest, away from the search grid. He'd followed it for 2 hours before realizing his radio had been dead the entire time. No one believed him. Not the investigation board, not his supervisor, not even his wife before she left. They called it stress, suggested counseling, put him on administrative leave until the psychiatrist cleared him. The official report used words like disorientation and auditory hallucination brought on by extreme fatigue. But Robert knew what he'd heard, and he'd heard it again last week, during a routine patrol near the Queets River. His mother's voice, though she'd been dead for 6 years, asking him to come closer, to step off the trail, to see what she'd found. He'd run. The parking area at Horain Forest held 3 vehicles: a blue Honda Civic registered to Hannah Mitchell, a Ford pickup, and a Subaru Outback that probably belonged to her friends. 2 men and a woman stood near the trailhead, their faces drawn tight with the particular exhaustion that comes from a night spent listening to forest sounds and imagining the worst. Ranger Hayes? The taller man stepped forward, mid-30s, Seattle Seahawks cap pulled low. I'm Derek Chen. This is Marcus Webb and Sarah Jennings. We're here with Hannah. Robert shook their hands, noting the details. Derek's grip too firm, overcompensating for fear. Marcus's eyes red-rimmed. Sarah wearing Hannah's jacket. The sleeves too long. Tell me exactly what happened. Hannah wanted to catch the sunrise mist, Sarah said, her voice cracking slightly. She did nature photography for magazines. National Geographic published her work last year. She's careful, experienced. She had all the right gear. When did you last see her? Yesterday around 5 p.m. We set up camp about 2 miles in, near the visitor shelter. Hannah said she'd scout locations, be back by dark. Derek pulled out his phone, showed Robert a photo. Hannah Mitchell, dark hair pulled back, genuine smile, holding a Nikon D810 with a 24-70mm lens. Professional equipment. She texted at 6:15 that she'd found a good spot. That was the last we heard. Robert studied the screen, memorizing her face. Show me the text. Found something incredible near the junction. Mist rolling through moss like smoke. We'll get shots, then head back. Don't wait up if I'm slow. The message included a dropped pin, latitude 478607, longitude 1238947. Robert entered the coordinates into his GPS. 3.2 miles northeast, elevation gain of 800 feet. The terrain there got complicated. Old-growth forest so thick that GPS signals bounced uselessly between canopy and ground. Did she have a GPS device, a spot beacon? Marcus shook his head. Just her phone. But she knew, the trails. She's hiked here before. Robert didn't correct the tense shift. People did that when hope started failing. Anyone else on the trail yesterday? Other hikers you saw? An older couple around noon, Sarah said. They were heading out as we went in, and maybe someone else. We heard voices around 3 p.m. but never saw anyone. Voices, male, female. Female, I think. Distant, like someone calling out. We figured it was someone on another trail. Something cold settled in Robert's stomach. What exactly did you hear? Sarah glanced at Derek. It sounded like someone calling a name, but we couldn't make out what name. It echoed weird through the trees. Robert forced his expression neutral, professional. I need you to stay here. If Hannah comes back or if anyone else shows up looking for her, call dispatch immediately. Don't try to follow me in. Understood? They nodded, relief and guilt mixing in their faces. Relief that someone else was taking responsibility. Guilt for feeling relieved. Robert adjusted his pack straps and started up the trail. The Hoh rainforest lived up to its name. Everything dripped with moisture. Moss coating every surface like green velvet. Nurse logs hosting entire ecosystems of ferns and seedlings. The air smelled of rot and growth. That particular Pacific Northwest perfume of things dying and being reborn simultaneously. Banana slugs left silver trails across the path. A varied thrush called somewhere overhead, its song haunting and mechanical. The trail rose gradually, switchbacking through stands of old growth that had been here when Lewis and Clark reached the coast. Some of these trees were over 500 years old, their trunks 20 feet across at the base. Robert's boots, Danner Mountain Light 2s broken in but not worn out, found purchase on routes worn smooth by decades of hikers. He maintained a steady pace, not rushing, conserving energy for the long haul. His breathing fell into rhythm with his steps, meditation born of necessity. At the 1-mile marker, he paused to check his GPS. Signal strength was good, battery at 90%. He pulled out his radio. Dispatch, this is Hayes. I'm 1 mile in, continuing to last known coordinates. Static answered him. He adjusted the frequency, tried again. More static with something underneath it. Not quite white noise, not quite silence. Robert's jaw tightened. The radio had worked fine at the trailhead. He continued on. The forest grew denser, the canopy closing overhead like cathedral vaulting. Light filtered down in dusty columns, illuminating particles that might have been spore clouds or might have been something else. Robert's senses sharpened, a survival instinct honed by years in the wilderness. He noted everything. Fresh deer scat near a huckleberry bush, the distant gurgle of the Hoh River somewhere to his west, the way the ferns grew thicker on the north-facing slopes, and the silence. Not complete. The forest was never truly silent, but a particular absence of certain sounds. No Douglas squirrels chattering their territorial claims. No ravens croaking from the treetops. Just the drip of condensation and the whisper of wind through moss. At 2 miles, he found the first sign. A piece of fabric snagged on a salal branch. Blue synthetic material. Modern outdoor gear. Robert carefully freed it. Held it up to catch the light. A torn piece from a rain jacket sleeve. Edges ragged like it had been pulled rather than cut. He bagged it, marked the location on his GPS, and examined the surrounding area. No footprints in the mulch, too much leaf litter, but branches broken at shoulder height pointing northeast. Off the main trail. Hannah had left the path here. Robert studied the terrain ahead. The forest floor sloped down into a ravine thick with sword ferns and devil's club, their thorns capable of causing infections that lasted weeks. Beyond that, he could see the darker green of even older growth, trees that had stood when the Hoh people first walked these forests. He pulled out his compass, checked his bearing. Northeast toward the coordinates Hannah had sent. But there was no trail here, just wilderness. Professional protocol said to call for backup, establish a proper search grid, wait for additional rangers and the SAR team from Port Angeles. But that would take hours, and Hannah had already been out here through one night. The temperature was dropping again, clouds building toward another storm. She had 12 hours at most before hypothermia became irreversible, assuming she wasn't already hurt. Robert keyed his radio again. Dispatch, I'm going off trail, bearing 045. Have found evidence of... Robert. His mother's voice came through the speaker, clear as glass, gentle as memory. Robert, sweetheart, I'm waiting for you. Just a little further. His finger released the transmit button. The radio fell silent, then crackled back to normal static. Robert stared at it, his pulse visible in his wrist, his breathing shallow despite every mental technique he'd learned in 3 years of therapy. Not real. Auditory hallucination. Stress response. His psychiatrist's voice, calm and professional, explained the neurology of it, how the brain under extreme stress could create sensory experiences indistinguishable from reality, how isolation and fear could trigger the temporal lobe to produce voices. How? Robert, please. She needs you. Hannah needs you. This time it came from ahead, deeper in the forest. Not from the radio, from between the trees. Robert's hand found the can of bear spray on his hip, useless against whatever this was, but the weight of it was comforting. He thought about turning back, calling for that backup, explaining to the board that he'd heard voices again, watching them exchange those looks, seeing the disappointment in his supervisor's face. Or he could keep going. Find Hannah, prove that he wasn't losing his mind, that something real existed in these woods, something that took people and left only mysteries behind. He stepped off the trail. The forest closed around him like water. Within 10 feet, the path behind had disappeared, swallowed by ferns and shadows. Robert moved carefully, testing each step, avoiding the Devil's Club and maintaining his bearing. The GPS showed 1.8 miles to Hannah's coordinates, but straight-line distance meant nothing here. He'd have to navigate around ravines, over fallen logs, through thickets that seemed designed to disorient. The temperature was dropping. Robert could see his breath now, though it was April and should have been warming. Moisture condensed on his jacket, soaking through despite the water-resistant treatment. His fingers felt numb in his gloves. After 30 minutes of bushwhacking, he found Hannah's camera. It sat on a flat rock, perfectly centered, lens cap in place. The Nikon D810, thousands of dollars of equipment just sitting there like someone had carefully set it down before walking away. Robert approached slowly, scanning the surrounding area for any sign of struggle. Nothing. No disturbed soil, no broken branches, no indication that anything had happened here. He picked up the camera, pressed the power button. Dead battery, despite the indicator showing it had been at 70% charge when Hannah had last posted to Instagram. He'd checked her social media before leaving the station. He opened the SD card slot, found it empty. Robert bagged the camera, marked another GPS waypoint. According to his device, he was now 0.4 miles from Hannah's last coordinates. But the landscape ahead had changed. The ravine deepened, and ahead he could see a cliff face covered in thick moss, water seeping from cracks in the basalt. No easy way forward. I knew you'd come. Hannah's voice, behind him. Robert spun, his hand going to the bear spray, his heart hammering against his ribs. Nothing. Just moss-covered trees and the endless drip of condensation. He forced himself to breathe slowly, to think through the panic. His therapist had explained this, had prepared him for it. The entity, whatever it was, fed on fear, on the stress response. It mimicked voices to trigger that response, to break down rational thought. You left, Trevor, Hannah's voice continued, seeming to come from multiple directions now. You ran away while he needed you. Are you going to run again? You're not real, Robert said aloud, his voice steadier than he felt. You're not Hannah. Hannah doesn't know about Trevor. Silence answered him. Then, from ahead, but I know, Robert. I know everything about you. I know why your wife left. I know what you did in these woods 3 years ago. I know what you're too afraid to remember. Robert kept moving forward, refusing to engage. Engaging meant acknowledging it, and acknowledging it gave it power. He focused on physical sensations, the weight of his pack, the ache in his calves, the bite of cold air in his lungs. Real things, measurable things. The cliff face loomed ahead, 30 feet of vertical basalt slick with moss and seepage. To the left, the ravine deepened into a gorge. To the right, a narrow ledge wound around the cliff, barely wide enough for one person. Robert approached the ledge, tested the moss with his boot. Slippery but passable. He was halfway across when he heard the singing. Not words, not exactly. A melody that felt ancient, rising and falling like wind through the trees. It came from above, from the top of the cliff, and despite every instinct screaming at him to ignore it, Robert looked up. A woman stood at the cliff's edge. She wore clothing from another era, a dress that might have been white once, now stained with moss and earth. Her long hair hung in wet ropes around her face. She was smiling, and that smile was wrong. Too wide, showing too many teeth, stretching her face into something that no longer looked quite human. "Welcome back, Robert," she said in his mother's voice. Then Hannah's voice. Then Trevor's. Then voices he didn't recognize, a dozen of them speaking in unison. "We've been waiting so long." Robert pressed himself against the cliff face, his boot slipping slightly on the ledge. The woman above didn't move, didn't blink. She just stood there, smiling, her dress billowing in a wind that Robert couldn't feel. "Where's Hannah?" he managed to ask. "Where Trevor is. Where they all are. Where you'll be soon." The voices layered over each other, creating harmonics that hurt to hear. "You can't save her, Robert. You couldn't save any of them, but you can join them. Wouldn't that be nice? No more nightmares, no more guilt, just peace, deep in the earth where the roots grow. Show me Hannah, show me she's alive." The woman's smile widened impossibly further. "Alive? What a strange word. Are you alive, Robert? Are you sure? Or did you die 3 years ago when you followed my voice into the deep woods? Maybe you've been dead all along, just walking and walking, looking for something you'll never find." Robert's grip on the cliff face tightened. The woman's words burrowed into his mind like parasites, finding the soft places where doubt lived. What if he had died? What if this entire 3 years had been nothing but the dying hallucination of a man who'd gotten lost in the woods, following a voice that promised answers? No. His hand found the compass in his pocket. Solid. Real. The needle pointing north, always north, unchanging and true. He focused on that, on the weight of it, on the certainty it represented. "You're not real," he said. "You're something that feeds on fear, on doubt. You're the thing that took Trevor, but you won't take me." The woman tilted her head, the movement too fluid, too boneless. "Oh, Robert, I already have. I took you the moment you stepped into my woods. Every step you've taken, you've been walking deeper into me. There is no out. There is no Hannah to save. There's only the forest, and the forest is hungry." She stepped off the cliff. She didn't fall. She descended smoothly, impossibly, her feet finding purchase on the sheer rock face as if gravity had no claim on her. Within seconds, she was at his level, standing on the ledge 3 feet away, still smiling that horrible smile. "Give me your hand," she said in his wife's voice, Jennifer, who he hadn't spoken to in 2 years. "I can make the pain stop. I can show you where they all went. Don't you want to know?" Robert did want to know. God help him, he wanted to know so badly it ached. 3 years of unanswered questions. 3 years of guilt that sat in his chest like a stone. 3 years of wondering if he could have done something different, been something more. But he also wanted to find Hannah. And that want, that need to save someone this time, was stronger than his curiosity about oblivion. "No," he said. The woman's smile vanished. Her face twisted, the features running like wax, reforming into something that had never been human. Her eyes went black, her mouth opening to reveal not teeth but moss and roots and darkness. She lunged for him. Robert pushed off the ledge. He fell 10 feet before hitting the ravine slope, rolling, his pack taking most of the impact. Branches whipped his face, tore at his jacket. He grabbed for anything to slow his descent, his gloved hands finding a root system, pulling, stopping himself short of the bottom where water pooled black between stones. Above him, the thing that had been a woman watched from the ledge. It didn't follow. It just stood there, head cocked, as if considering its next move. Then it turned and walked back along the ledge, disappearing around the cliff face. Robert lay in the mud, breathing hard, taking stock. No broken bones. Pack intact. GPS miraculously unshattered. He pulled himself up, checked his position. He'd fallen roughly 50 feet south of his intended path, but he was also now on the other side of the cliff. The ravine bottom offered a path forward, following a small stream that flowed toward the coordinates Hannah had sent. He activated his GPS tracker's emergency beacon. Even if his radio wasn't working, the beacon would transmit his location to satellites, to the dispatch center, to anyone looking for him. Then he started following the stream. The water here was strange. Too dark, too thick, flowing in a way that defied normal hydraulics. Robert tried not to think about what it might contain. He focused instead on signs of Hannah. Any footprint, any disturbed moss, any indication she'd come this way. The forest grew stranger the deeper he went. Trees twisted in impossible directions, their bark spiraling like DNA helixes. Fungi grew in geometric patterns on their trunks, perfect hexagons and pentagons, like something had designed them rather than evolved them. The moss glowed faintly in the dimming light, bioluminescence that shouldn't exist in these species. Robert's psychiatrist had warned him about this, how stress and fear could distort perception, make the mundane appear supernatural. But this felt different. This felt deliberate, as if the forest itself was trying to tell him something, show him something. His GPS beeped. 100 meters to Hannah's coordinates. The stream led him into a grove unlike anything he'd seen before. The trees here were ancient beyond measure, their trunks so massive that 10 men holding hands couldn't encircle them. Moss hung from branches like curtains, creating chambers and corridors in the green half-light. And in the center of the grove, carved into the largest tree, was a hollow, a vertical opening 6 feet high, 4 feet wide, deep enough that Robert couldn't see the back of it. Hannah sat just inside the opening. She was alive. Her chest rose and fell with breath. Her eyes were open, but she didn't move, didn't acknowledge Robert's approach. She just sat there, staring ahead at nothing, her camera gone, her hands resting in her lap, moss beginning to grow on her jacket. Hannah? Robert approached slowly, watching for any sign of the entity. Hannah, can you hear me? No response. Her eyes didn't track him. She was breathing. He could see that. But nothing else indicated consciousness. It was like looking at a person-shaped shell, something that had once contained Hannah Mitchell but was now just waiting. Robert knelt beside her, checked her pulse. Strong and steady, faster than resting should be. Her pupils were dilated, her skin cool but not dangerously cold. No obvious injuries. But when he touched her shoulder, she didn't react at all. Hannah, I'm going to get you out of here. He pulled the emergency blanket from his pack, wrapped it around her shoulders. Can you stand? Can you hear me at all? Her lips moved. Robert leaned closer, straining to hear. It showed me, she whispered, her voice distant, dreamy. Everything, the whole forest, all at once, every tree, every life, every death. I can't stop seeing it. Seeing what? The pattern, the way it's all connected, the roots underneath, older than the trees, older than the mountains. They're not roots. They're it. The whole forest is one organism, and we're walking on its skin. Her eyes finally focused on Robert, but the look in them was terror mixed with wonder. It let me see because it wanted me to understand. Before it fed, Robert's blood turned to ice. Fed? It doesn't kill. It transforms. Takes the things it catches and makes them part of itself. Trevor Morrison is still here, Robert. He's in the trees. He's in the moss. He's in the voice you heard calling you 3 years ago. He's still aware, still conscious, but he's it now and it's him and there's no separating them anymore. We're leaving. Robert tried to lift her, but Hannah grabbed his wrist with surprising strength. You can't leave. Don't you understand? We're already part of it. The moment we breathed its spores, the moment we drank water from its streams, the moment we touched its bark. It's patient. It can wait years. But eventually, everyone who enters deep enough becomes part of the forest. That's the entity talking. It's trying to make you believe. No. Hannah's grip tightened. I'm still me. For now. But I can feel it growing, Robert. inside my lungs, in my bloodstream, mycelium. It's beautiful and terrible, and I don't want it, but I don't want to lose it either. Because once you've seen the pattern, everything else seems so small and brief and meaningless. Robert pulled away from her, standing, backing up. This was how it won, not by taking you all at once, but by getting inside you, changing you slowly from within, making you want to stay. If there's still you in there, then we can fix this. Get you to a hospital. Can they remove me from myself? Hannah's laugh was bitter and beautiful. I am the infection now, and so are you. 3 years ago, when you followed the voice, when you breathed deep in the deep woods, it's been growing in you all along. That's why you hear the voices. That's why you can never leave these forests, not really. Part of you is already rooted here. The thing Robert had been refusing to acknowledge, the truth he'd buried under therapy and medication and desperate rationalization, finally surfaced. He'd known something had changed 3 years ago. He'd felt it in quiet moments, a strange connection to the forest, an ability to navigate that went beyond skill, a sense of presence that he'd attributed to trauma. We're both infected, he said quietly. Everyone who comes here is infected, some faster than others, some never deep enough for it to take hold. But you and me, we went deep. We breathed deep. We're hers now. Hers? Hannah pointed up toward the canopy. The Whispering Woman. That's what the Ho people called her, before they stopped coming to these groves, before they marked them as forbidden. She's not a ghost, Robert. She's the forest made manifest, the collective consciousness of billions of organisms, all connected through the mycelial network, all feeding each other information and nutrients and purpose. She's what happens when life grows so interconnected that it develops a will. Robert looked up. The canopy above seemed to move, though there was no wind. Patterns shifted in the moss, in the lichen, in the way the light filtered through. And for just a moment, he saw it. The pattern Hannah described, the massive intelligence that lived in the soil and the bark and the spores, ancient and patient and hungry and nurturing all at once. What does she want? He asked. To grow, to spread, to connect everything. Hannah's voice was fading, growing softer. Humans are just another species to incorporate. We have mobility she lacks, but we have roots too. Our civilizations, our families, our connections. She wants those. She wants to spread beyond the old growth, into the logged areas, into the cities, into everything. Then why let anyone leave? Why not take everyone who enters? Because fear spreads faster than spores. Every person who escapes telling stories, warning others, they bring more. Curious people, brave people, strong people, better hosts. Hannah's eyes were glazing over again. She's patient. She can wait centuries, a few hikers every year, a ranger every decade. Eventually enough of them will carry her out, will plant her in new soil, will breathe her into the world. Robert's mind raced through the implications. If this was true, if the forest was a conscious entity capable of long-term strategy, then warning people wouldn't help. It would be part of the plan. And if he and Hannah were infected, then leaving meant potentially spreading it further. But staying meant... There's a third option, Hannah said, reading his face. You can burn it. The core. If you destroy this grove, you set the network back centuries, maybe longer. Maybe enough that humans develop defenses, learn to recognize the signs. Burn. Robert looked at the massive trees, the centuries of growth. The environmental damage would be catastrophic, and she knows you won't do it, because you're a ranger, because you've dedicated your life to protecting these forests, because the part of you that's already hers won't let you. She was right. The thought of burning this grove, of destroying trees that had stood for half a millennium, made him physically ill. It went against every instinct, every value, every principle he'd built his career on. Or, Hannah continued, you can join us. Accept it. Let the transformation complete. It's not death, Robert. It's transcendence. You'll be part of something vast, something beautiful, You'll never be lonely again. Never be afraid. Never be separate. For a long moment, Robert stood there, caught between choices that all ended in horror. Burn the grove and become the kind of person he'd always despised. Leave and risk spreading the infection to the outside world. Stay and lose himself to something ancient and inhuman. Then he remembered something his father had told him, the day he'd given him the compass. When you're lost, son, and every direction seems wrong, remember, you're not looking for the right way. You're looking for your way. Robert pulled out his radio. It crackled with static, but underneath he could hear voices, dozens of them, hundreds maybe, all whispering, all calling his name. He turned it off. Then he walked to Hannah, knelt down, and looked her in the eyes. "I'm not going to burn the grove," he said, "and I'm not going to join you, and I'm not going to leave you here." "Then what?" "I'm going to do what I should have done 3 years ago. I'm going to trust that I'm still me, that you're still you, and that being infected doesn't mean being defeated. We're going to walk out together, and if the voices follow,